The story began in the imperial orphanage at the temple, where many generations of saints were born and raised. It was here that lived a child who was hated by everyone. This girl was called Belze, or Belle. The nuns whispered that Belze was a terrible child, and nothing but trouble. The children who grew up in this orphanage considered Belze to be full of nightmares, and in any case, blamed only her. The nuns thought that Belze was wrong to claim the place of saint. They could only laugh at this suggestion. Belze felt like an outsider everywhere, and was always to blame for everything, even if someone else was the instigator of the quarrel. Another girl, Diana Berlot, was also raised in the same orphanage. She was 5 years old, like Belze. Diana was the complete opposite of Belze. She was considered the sun and hope of the temple and the empire. The country where the girls were born and raised was called Iria, and Diana and Belze were born with special abilities, such as those called saints here. The nobility and common people of Iria worshipped the goddess, and the temples in which she was worshipped enjoyed great power and prestige. The history and heritage of Iria is closely linked to the miracles performed by the saints, raised and nurtured by the temple. In the orphanage where Belize lived, the saints who brought glory to the country were raised. They were endowed with various abilities from birth. Belze had the ability to heal any disease, and because of this, the girl was considered a candidate for sainthood, but Diana was considered stronger. The girls were the same age and arrived at the orphanage at the same time. Both had the gift of healing, but Diana also had an angelic character. Unlike Belze, who only healed minor wounds, Diana, like the saints from legends, could heal any wounds and illnesses instantly, and everyone adored her. One day, Diana's guardian, the Marquise of Barlotte, appeared on the doorstep of the orphanage. They said that he had left the girl here. Those around her wondered whether the Marquise was tormented by her conscience for the fate of her illegitimate child, abandoned in an orphanage, and that was why Diana found a family. Belze remained in the orphanage, and after several years, the girl lost her gift of healing, and the sight of the healer, her life was filled with a feeling of helplessness. But Belize's life also once saw a bright streak, which, although it allowed her to change her life, also brought her closer to a tragic ending. Duke Cagliostro and his son came to the orphanage and wanted to take Belze into their care. Despite the fact that the girl had no gift, Belze assumed that the Duke would quickly figure out that she had lost her power and return it back. The only thing that worried the girl was the Duke's son. The boy was very handsome. The young Duke Edwin Cagliostro had hair the color of a moonless night, a sharp golden gaze, a keen mind, and incredible charm. It is no wonder that Belze was enchanted by Edwin. To her, he was like a prince from a fairy tale. Belze saw Edwin and forgot about everything in the world. She stopped worrying even about the fact that she might not be taken into care again. The girl pointed her finger at Edwin's chest and declared, shocking those around her, that he would belong only to her. The abbot tried to apologize. He considered Belze's behavior unacceptable, but the Duke and his son liked her, and they decided to formalize guardianship. So Belze became part of the Duke of Cagliostro's family, and she immediately demonstrated her bad character by pestering Edwin. Many years passed, but Belze did not change. She lived and was raised in the Duke's family, but because of her bad character, she was not loved by either the servants or the aristocrats. They said that many ladies refused to appear in places where Lady Belze was present, and they gossiped that she was not Diana's equal. It was assumed that the young Master Edwin became engaged to Diana because of her gift of healing, and she would also cure the Empress from a serious illness. Hearing good things about Diana and bad things about oneself was unbearable, so the maids caught in such conversations often got into trouble with Lady Belins. Wherever Belins went, Diana's shadow followed her, and she got everything Belins herself dreamed of. Diana even took the love of the man Belinza liked. It wasn't fair. Why take Edwin away from her? When Belinza's anger and envy towards Diana became too much for her, a suitable opportunity presented itself to get even with the offender. One of the Crown Prince's subordinates contacted Belle and inquired whether she would like to break off the engagement between Diane and the young Duke Edwin and take the place of the saint. The envoy reported that Diana's family had conspired with the second prince to kill the emperor. Belle's was supposed to leave a letter and a vial of poison in the house of the Marquise of Barlotte. The girl thought it was strange, but she was blinded by hatred. In reality, the crown prince's goal was different, and Belize found herself in the role of a fool who was very easily used for the purposes of Cagliostro's enemies. Belle tried in vain to convince them that she had not intended to pour poison into the tea of the future Saint Diana. She was detained and not given a chance for acquittal. Bells was accused of treason and attempting to poison the saint, and the very letter was found in her room, which made the sentence harsher. Much later, Esther learned that the evidence implicating Berlot and the second prince had been altered to easily frame the crown prince and Duke Cagliostro. The Cagliostro family, which had preserved a centuries-old history of honor and valor, lost its title due to Belle's stupidity, and the girl herself ended her life on the guillotine. Belle was like the villain in the novella, and at the moment of her death, she realized that this was indeed the case, and the novella was called My Destiny to Become a Saint. But the main character of the novella was Diana, not Belza, and it was she who was supposed to become the saint. Every significant man Belins met belonged to a harem of male characters who surrounded and idolized Diana. In this story, Bells was a second-rate villain, constantly preventing the main character from finding love and happiness. In this world, everything was created for Diana, and for the sake of Diana, and Belle was just the author's puppet and part of the plot. Under the guillotine blade, Belins felt great regret that she had wasted her life on hatred and malice. With that thought, Belle braced herself for the incredible pain and all-consuming emptiness, but found herself in the body of a little girl. The chubby cheeks, small arms, and small legs left no doubt that Belle had come back to life, but how this had happened was unclear. Belinza was taken back to the time when she was only 5 years old and living in an orphanage, and as soon as she realized that she was living in a novel, a rebirth occurred. Belle remembered that, in her past life, there were things that differed from the original plot. For example, there was no fall of the Cagliostro family. They simply disowned Belins, deciding to sacrifice the criminal for the sake of their family's honor. Belle decided that she needed to change her behavior this time. The door opened, and the nun tutor Martina asked if Belza had finished dressing. The woman told Belle to go eat and then sit down to rewrite the 10th chapter of the 6th scripture, after which she would check it. Martha held up Belle as an example to Diana, who had already completed all her lessons and left the orphanage, becoming part of a noble family. While Belle was remembering this woman, Martha grumbled that Belins couldn't read or write properly, that there was a big difference between the candidates for sainthood. Belins remembered that Marta was the very nun who had picked on her the most. Marta warned the girl that if she decided to do something nasty this time, she would punish her severely. The girl looked at Martha attentively, but in return received a scolding for such a close look. The nun screamed at the brat not to dare look at her like that, gave the girl a slap, and started coughing heavily. Martha coughed, but continued to scold Belle, declaring that she was pretending and calling her an annoying little brat. Belle had seen Martha's illness in her past life, and she had the vision of a healer, an ability that allows one to recognize illnesses based on the color of one's aura. Belins saw a blue color around Martha, signifying an incurable disease, and told her that she would soon die if she did not receive treatment. This was her fatal mistake. Instead of gratitude, the girl was accused of being possessed by an evil spirit and was sent to the obedience room. In vain did Belle claim that she wanted to help and said only what she saw. She was locked up in prison for slandering the nun. When Nun Martha died, as Belins had predicted, she was again locked in the obedience room for 2 years, during which time she completely lost her gift. Remembering all this, Belle decided that this time she would not do such a stupid thing. She would not say anything to the nasty Martha, and everything would be different. The girl remained silent, and Martha left the room, saying that Belza should behave properly and rewrite the scripture, just like Diana once did. Belle herself was about to sit down to study. She considered her reluctance to study to be one of her biggest mistakes in her past life. Diana was always meek, and Belins was disobedient, and as candidates for sainthood, they were always compared to each other. Later, Belle realized that it was only because of her hooligan behavior that no one wanted to take custody of her. If Belins had behaved like Diana, she would have gotten out of the shelter much faster, but her foolish pride in her past life prevented her from doing so. This time, the girl decided to do something different, pretend to be as sweet as Diana, and do everything as well as possible. In her past life, Belle passed the exam with great difficulty because she couldn't really write or read. Villainess took on the task with great enthusiasm, and she has so much experience that all these rewrites will be a piece of cake. She received a text about the first saint, named Arkia, who sacrificed her heart to the goddess to stop the spread of evil on Earth. The girl carefully wrote out each letter of the script, completely confident that it would turn out even and beautiful. However, from under her pen came pitiful, clumsy scribbles, completely unlike her adult handwriting. Belle assumed that it was because so little time had passed since she had returned to life, and she needed to be more careful and rewrite it again. But in the second attempt, nothing changed. It only got worse. Apparently, the little girl's hands were simply tired. The mind of an adult girl could not synchronize with the body of a small child. It had too few skills and abilities. It was sad, but understandable. Villainess learned to read and write not in an orphanage, but in the house of Duke Cagliostro. Villainess wasn't getting anywhere then either, but Edwin insisted that she simply didn't notice her progress. The guy suggested that the girl start all over again and pick up a pen, but Belle resisted. Why try if nothing works out? There was a knock at the door, and Duke Cagliostro entered the room. He asked the children what exactly they were doing now. Belle hurried to cover her work with her hands, and Edwin asked her to show her father what she had created. The girl was reluctant to show off her scribbles, but Edwin insisted that her father would be pleased to see her progress. Villainess believed and handed the Duke her work for verification. Cagliostro looked into the girl's notebook with interest. The Duke held her mind-blowing scribbles in his hands and praised Belle's efforts, saying that she was doing well. Belle recalled that she had always been harsh with the Duke, but only out of self-doubt. But Edward Cagliostro never scolded her, only calmed her down. That time, too, Belle declared that his lordship was lying and that her work looked terrible. But Edward said that everything looked better than last time. Thanks to the Duke's patience, Villainess was able to open her heart and began to consider Cagliostro her family. The Duke even praised Belle's terrible handwriting. He said that she had clear lines, although long, and if she trained hard, everything would work out. Belle worked diligently on the biography of the saint and thought that she wanted to see the Duke again and ask forgiveness for his complacency and rudeness. A week after Belle's return to life, news spread through the shelter that the novice Villainess had been replaced. The girl decided to change her life and started with small changes that could not go unnoticed by those around her. First of all, Belle forced herself to eat everything they were fed, even though the taste was disgusting, and to be grateful for the food. Dennis, a longtime enemy of Belle, advised the nuns to take a closer look at her and suggested that the girl had secretly thrown everything in the trash. Villainess could barely resist giving the impudent fellow a slap. She was trying to get her life together, but he was getting in the way. Belle made an effort, smiled sweetly, and said that Dennis was wrong. He himself saw that the girl chewed and swallowed every piece. The girl decided to forgive the guy this time and turned everything into a joke. She was now kind and accommodating, Belle told herself. Villainess had a long road ahead of her, but she was ready to take it and meet the Duke's family, so she started this life with a clean slate. The last thing Belle expected was that very soon she would be given a formal dress and ordered to change into it. The outfit was indeed very beautiful. Such dresses were issued only for meetings with noble guests, but it was still early for the arrival of Duke Cagliostro. The nun announced that an important person wanted to see Villainess, and she had to hurry. Villainess hurried, tormented by doubts, as if no one had a reason to look for her right now. In her past life, the girl met Cagliostro at the age of 7, after completely losing her gift. At 8, he took custody of her and took her from the orphanage. She was only 5 now, and no one was supposed to visit her, but the nun brought the girl to the door and announced her arrival. Belle entered the room. She was, of course, starting her life anew, but should that have changed the plot of the novella? In the office of the rector of the church, she saw exactly the man she had dreamed about all the time since returning to life. Belle did not forget Cagliostro, and how could she forget those who saved her and whom she, with her recklessness and stupidity, led to death? In front of Villainess stood Duke Edward of Cagliostro and one of his sons, Edwin of Cagliostro. The girl was told to greet the dear guests, but even without this, she bowed in the most graceful bow that she knew how to make. Belle could never have expected to meet Edward and Edwin Cagliostro so soon. Why did the Cagliostro family come for her now? and not in 2 years, as they did in her past life. Although in Belle's opinion, it was for the best, fate itself gave her the chance to become part of this family much earlier. She needed to make a good impression on the Duke and his son, but then Belle realized that she could not control her emotions. The girl tried to calm down, politely greeted the Duke, and said that her name was Belza. She was 5 years old, and she had the gift of healing. Duke Cagliostro was surprised by the excellent manners of such a young lady. Belle realized that the Duke was looking at her with a kind and warm gaze, and how she had not noticed this before. The Duke's voice was as kind as his gaze. He introduced himself to the girl and bowed his head. Valenza was immediately introduced to the Duke's son, Edwin Cagliostro, who was the firstborn and heir to his father's fortune and title. Edwin Cagliostro, as in his previous life, Belle made a stunning impression on her. The girl understood that if she looked up at him now, she would not be able to hold back her tears. She looked at the floor in front of Edwin when she greeted him. Edwin looked at Belle for a long time, and suddenly asked sharply if she really didn't want to tell him anything. The girl was taken aback, wondering what exactly he wanted to hear. The boy was indignant. Was he not good enough and didn't like Belle? Belle was already on edge. She felt it was unfair of Eddie to remind her of the events of her past life. As a result, Belins simply burst into tears. She sobbed quietly, but continuously and inconsolably. Edwin called her a fool. The guy didn't like at all that the girl burst into tears at the very first meeting, and he muttered under his breath something about a possible mistake. The Duke was outraged by his son's behavior and demanded that he immediately apologize to the young lady. Belins believed that she was the only one making mistakes, so this time she did something incomprehensible, burst into tears, unable to control her emotions. Belle looked at her little girl's body and was annoyed that it was so small and awkward. Abbot Pius asked for forgiveness. He justified the behavior of the novice, her youth, and the shock of his lordship's visit. Pius addressed the girl with an instruction. She must remember that in the Cagliostro family, a clan of iron blood, they do not know tears and raise masters of the sword. Belle remembered very well that the current duke had been known as a sword demon in his youth, but that was not why she was crying. The rumors about the Cagliostro family's cruelty are lies. They are kind. This is clear already because the Duke did not abandon the useless Belle and always supported her. The abbot pretended to be concerned about the girl's condition and suggested that the Duke come see them another time. Edward replied that everything was fine and that little children were always afraid of strangers, so they would do everything today. Pius convinced the Duke that the novice Belzi would hardly be of any use to him in such a difficult matter. His lordship did not like the abbot's speeches. Edward reminded the abbot that Belza was his last hope. The child who had been sent earlier had not been able to help, and there had been no progress in the treatment. Belle was listening to the conversation. It was about treating someone, probably the Duke's second son. The girl remembered that in the past version of her life at this time, the Cagliostro family was immersed in deep grief. This was due to the Duke's second son. Neither the most renowned doctors nor the most advanced and expensive medicines could help cure the boy. The Duke turned to the temple. He paid a considerable sum of money and received help. Diana was sent to the Duke, but she was unable to cure the Duke's second son. The boy died when Belle was 7 years old, during which time Diana regularly visited the Duke's family, but nothing helped. Now, Belle realized that there were still 2 years until the tragic outcome, and she wondered if Cagliostro knew that Diana could not help the younger gentleman. The girl thought about it. When they met, Edwin behaved strangely. He asked if he wasn't good enough for Belle, as if he expected her to behave differently. Young Master Edwin acted as if he remembered their first meeting in a past life, and was indignant that today it was a little different. Belle's doubted that if this was true, then Edwin must know that she was the reason for the destruction of his family in the future. The Duke broke the silence and told the girl that one of his children was like her, just as reserved and polite. Belle's replied that she knew who he was talking about. His second son's name was Joshua. Did the Duke really want her to treat him instead of Diana? Belle admitted that she had already met Joshua last year, and there was no way she could pass up such a chance to help the Duke and leave the orphanage. In her past life, Belle used her powers on many people, one of them Joshua. But that incident was so minor that it was almost erased from memory. Belle dared to ask the Duke if it was true that Diana had failed to cure his son, and Edward was surprised how she knew this. The girl did not answer, but said that she could not promise to completely heal his son, but was ready to make every possible effort to do so. His lordship was moved by the girl's words. She was his last hope. In fact, Belle's had great doubts about her own powers. She was much weaker than Diana, but even she was unable to cure Joshua. Suddenly, Edwin's clear voice was heard, the boy calling Belle Dura because she asked the Cagliostro family for permission to treat his brother. The Duke pulled his son up and ordered him to watch his language. The boy was indignant, saying that they should be asking her for a favor, and not the other way around. Belle was about to burst into tears again. Edwin was indignant. What had he done wrong this time, that this girl was about to cry again? Duke Cagliostro extended his hand to Belza and asked if she would do them the honor of visiting the Cagliostro family estate. Belle replied that she would do it with pleasure. She could not believe that she would end up in the Duke's family so quickly. In exchange for the Duke believing in her, Belle was going to put all her efforts into treating his son. Belze was about to please Cagliostro, but Abbot Pius stopped her. The priest wanted to exchange a few words with the girl alone before leaving and give her some parting words. Edwin was indignant. If the abbot wanted to say something to Belle, then let him say it in the presence of the Duke. Pius, smiling sweetly, said that he would take the girl for a short time. He was responsible for everything and wanted to give Belze a brief instruction. Edward agreed. He understood that the girl needed time to get ready, and he and his son went to the carriage. Belze was somewhat taken aback by the behavior of the younger Cagliostro. The boy turned to her and firmly told her that if anything happened, she should immediately run to their carriage. Belze nodded in response. It seemed to her that Edwin tried with all his might to protect her, or that it was just his imagination that was running wild. Duke Cagliostro went out and took his son with him. He was loyal to the abbot and said that they would wait as long as necessary. The abbot waited until Cagliostro left and closed the door tightly behind them. Pius called the father and son arrogant, impudent fellows and turned his attention to Belze. The joy of seeing the Duke's family almost made Belle forget the main danger in her life today. Pius sternly told the girl that she should only pretend to treat Joshua and then immediately return to the shelter. The abbot and chief priest Pius was always like this. He demanded that the sick not be treated completely, that they come back to the temple and pay. Pius wanted to show Cagliostro who was really in charge. He was a greedy and evil man, and he thought, Pius didn't believe in Belze's abilities. She could only ruin the temple's reputation, but if she failed to cure Joshua, she would have to return the donations. On the other hand, if Belle succeeds, it will confirm that Diana's abilities are not that great, and for the temple, she is a source of income. Naturally, Pius does not want Diana's position to be undermined. It would be easier for him to return the Duke's donations than to sacrifice Diana. The abbot kept talking about Belze's weak abilities and was preparing to blame her for Joshua's death. Belle asked what if she cured the Duke's son. Pius replied that then he would decide that an evil spirit had possessed her and she would be sent to the obedience room. The girl remembered Ismail. He was a healer. A year ago, he was called to the temple, and he returned to the shelter 2 days ago, having spent a year in the obedience room. During this time, the boy completely lost not only his abilities, but also his voice, and even became weaker in health. Pius reminded the girl that Ishmael was possessed by an evil spirit, and the goddess took away the blessing she had given him. The abbot said that Belze was raised as a candidate for sainthood, and that she must behave well, only then would the goddess support her. In her past life, the girl had heard similar speeches countless times. She had been urged to behave decently, in case she too could be useful to the temple. These words were like poison. They told her that she should surpass Diana and become a saint, but no one ever acknowledged her. The nasty old man's fingers squeezed Belle's shoulder painfully. He was checking to see if the girl had understood everything well from his parting speech. In fact, neither Belle nor the unfortunate Ishmael were, of course, possessed by any evil spirits. The only one obsessed here is Abbot Pius, and his obsession is the thirst for power. But Belle decided to play along with him and agree with everything. Belze noted that she should probably hurry. Cagliostro was already waiting for her. Pius asked her to remember his words well and finally allowed her to go. Belze bowed respectfully and said goodbye to Abbot Pius. whispering Your Eminence in a tone that was clearly offensive. The abbot was furious at what she had just said. Let her repeat it, but Bells was already out of reach of Pius, the nasty one. The girl ran as fast as she could to Duke Cagliostro's carriage, intending to do everything completely differently than Pius had advised her. Belle firmly promised herself that, no matter what, she would thwart all of the abbot's plans and save Joshua. Edwin was waiting for her in the temple corridor. The boy asked with displeasure why she had taken so long to come. Belle was glad to hear the guy's grumbling. Now she had those whom she was going to protect at any cost, and she was not afraid of any abbot. Edwin was worried that the nasty old abbot would offend Belle, but the girl refuted his assumptions. She did not want to involve the boy in temple affairs. In his past life, Edwin disliked the temple's servants, but he never explained why. But he became engaged to Diana when she became a saint. The carriage arrived at the Cagliostro estate. Belle was happy. She was finally back home. It was a joyful event, although the return was temporary, and she had not yet been offered guardianship. The house in the park appeared so familiar and dear to the girl that she almost cried again. The Duke decided to get straight to the point and asked Belzy to go straight to Joshua. He felt uncomfortable insisting on this, but his son's health required attention. Belle immediately agreed, and together they all went to the sick room. Joshua Cagliostro, Edwin's younger brother and the Duke's second son, suffered from a condition that caused profuse bleeding, even from a small wound. Belle had a strange feeling. She saw a person who, in her past life, was dead to her, but she pulled herself together and decided to start with an examination. The girl went to the patient's bed and decided to first check her general condition. Belle discovered that the boy's leg had recently been bandaged, but it was completely soaked with blood, and the bleeding had not stopped for a long time. The girl remembered that, in his past life, Joshua died not from blood loss, but from sudden cardiac arrest. Now his heart was glowing with orange energy, which was usually a sign of an illness of unknown origin. In the past, Belle had only guessed, but now she was sure that when Joshua was injured, his heart was working hard to restore the lost blood. This was a case where the heart needed to be treated, not the wounds inflicted, but the guy could be saved. You just had to figure out how. At the same time, Belle made another disappointing discovery. Joshua's illness emitted a special energy and light. The girl felt the same flow, only much weaker, from Edwin, which made her assume that the boys had a genetic disease. In her past life, she met the Duke's family when she had already lost her power, so she didn't notice anything. Interestingly, such negative energy did not come from the Duke himself, the boy's father. At first, Belle thought it was strange, but then I realized that the disease was passed on to the boys from their mother, who, by the way, had already died long ago. But I needed to focus on Joshua. Everything is going completely differently than in the past. Belle has abilities. Edwin's illness energy is weak. His illness is in a latent phase. Of course, it's good that Belle noticed Edwin's illness, but his treatment will be quick and won't require much effort. The problem was Joshua. All this time, the treatment was focused on the wounds and not on the heart, so it was necessary to deal with him before it was too late. The Duke noticed that Belle's attention was focused on the heart area and asked why she had decided to treat this particular organ. At this time, the return of Dr. Gordon and Lady Caston was announced. The doctor was surprised that the Duke had returned from the temple before him. The doctor explained that he was delayed because he was buying medicinal herbs for Mr. Joshua. The Duke was grateful to the doctor, but Gordon considered it his duty as a physician. Then the doctor noticed a little girl at his patient's bedside and asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she was trying to cure the boy. The doctor was outraged. The patient's wound was in a different place. Why was she reaching her hands towards his heart? Belle didn't know what to do. If she told the truth, she would reveal her abilities. And in this life, she didn't want to reveal her gift. The doctor went completely berserk, shouting that even though the girl was from the temple, he would not allow her to touch the young gentleman, as if nothing had happened. Lady Caston was aggressive and said that the Duke was wrong to bring this girl here. The lady stated that this girl is almost an ordinary child, and her abilities are tens of times weaker than Diana's. Belle remembered that Emma Caston was the late Duchess's personal servant and had come with her from her home. Now she was Joshua's nurse. The most important thing is that of all the servants, it was this woman who harbored the most burning hatred towards Belza. Emma wondered if the Duke would really trust his son's life to this charlatan, but Edward abruptly interrupted the woman, asking her to be careful with her words. The Duke stated that Belzie was an important guest, personally invited by him to the estate, and that she could be trusted. Edward could not bear to see his son slowly fading away, and he did not want to listen to any of the doctor's arguments. Edwin sided with his father, which provoked Gordon's indignation, as he did not want to believe in the power of the temple saints. The boy got angry. Gordon wants to say that he and his father are making a mistake by trying to save his brother, or the doctor has an alternative proposal. Belle admired Edwin. He was still a child, but he had a very strong character. With a trembling heart, Belle remembered what a wonderful young man Edwin had been, even more beautiful, even more steadfast, even more reasonable. Belle's reverie was interrupted by Edwin's question about when she would begin treating his brother. The girl came to her senses and replied that she would do so right now. In fact, Belle had already tried to summon her power and influence Joshua. The only problem was that only one ray came out of her finger, containing the power that she felt inside her, like a seething stream. Only this thin beam came out. For this reason, in her past life, Belle's gift was weak, but she promised so confidently, deciding that now everything would be different. Belle remembered Diana saying that her gift was weaker because she had less faith in the goddess. Faith was the source of life, and she needed to pray harder. Belle decided that Diana's words were true. All she did was curse all the gods. The girl complained that the gods were unfair, and that she had been given the fate of an orphan, that Diana had a gift, but hers had disappeared, that Diana was superior to her in everything. But now Belle prayed. Goddess Aria sent her back in time and gave her a chance to correct her mistakes. So Belle prayed passionately and asked the goddess to help her heal this boy. If Goddess Aria helps Belle, she swears that she will not hate Diana and will no longer interfere with her happiness with Edwin. Suddenly, Belle felt a tremendous force rushing out of her body. Those present in the room witnessed an unusually powerful surge of power emanating from an ordinary little girl. The bright light made everyone close their eyes and cover them with their hands. They didn't immediately understand what it really was. Belle's directed all the power of her life force into the sick boy's heart, focusing only on this organ. The bright light soon died down, but Belle did not leave the sick man's bedside for a long time. The doctor and the maid expected Joshua to wake up immediately, so they were afraid that the girl's manipulations had made him even worse. Gordon rushed to the patient to check his condition and discovered that the bleeding had stopped and a scab was forming on the wound. Gordon noted that the healing process had begun, but Lady Caston was still dissatisfied. Belle sensed that the boy's sick energy had disappeared and the crisis had passed. Emma screamed that if the young gentleman did not come to his senses, then it was impossible to trust this orphan without family or tribe to treat the Duke's son. Suddenly, Joshua sat up in bed and asked what was going on and why the nanny was so agitated. The boy stretched as if after a long sleep and asked why they had gathered here in such a large group. Belle herself didn't expect such an effect. Joshua looked much better than he had a few minutes ago. The Duke rushed to his son. The father's joy knew no bounds. Edwin, Gordon, and Caston surrounded Joshua's bed. Everyone was happy about the boy's improved health. Belle also wanted to come closer, but she stopped herself. It was not proper to interfere in someone else's family. Joshua noticed Belle and asked his father who she was. The Duke replied that this girl's name was Belze, and she saved his life. Joshua nodded happily and said that he knew his sister would come and save him. He thanked Belze for keeping her promise. Belle couldn't understand Joshua, why he called her little sister, and what promise he was talking about. The Duke asked his son what promise he was talking about, and Joshua recalled the events of last year at the temple. Edwin didn't listen to his brother. He noticed Belle's sickly pallor and suggested that the girl needed to rest, but Belle denied being tired. However, her body did not allow her to deceive herself for long. A trickle of blood flowed from her nose, and a floating veil appeared before her eyes. The entire Cagliostro family was alarmed when they saw Belze slowly sink to the floor and close his eyes. The girl's strength left her. This was quite natural. She used power on such a scale for the first time, and now she needed to recover. Unexpectedly for herself, Belze found herself in another, very strange place. The girl almost immediately realized that this was a dream or a vision. Judging by the surroundings, It was a banquet in honor of the day of worship of the goddess Aria, surrounded by priests, guests, and children from the orphanage. Belzu saw that Abbot Pius was looking for her, but the girl grinned maliciously. He wouldn't find her today. Usually on this day, Belzu would run away and hide in the forest, because she was tired of the attention of patients and people around her, and had to be somewhere here. Belle heard her own voice, telling someone that she had healed his wound. The girl found herself next to Joshua, and heard herself asking him to keep everything a secret and not tell anyone. Belle Real thanked the boy, and said that for his kindness she would heal him a little in the area of his heart. Belinda had a hard time keeping her astral body in the vision. The picture kept blurring. Suddenly, the boy's nanny's voice was heard. She was looking for Mr. Joshua and was apparently worried. The real Belze said that it was time for her to go, and promised that when they met again, she would heal Joshua completely. But in return, he would keep their little secret. That day, Belze, as usual, was looking for a secluded place to hide from everyone. Then she met Joshua, wounded and scared, and helped him. Belze quickly forgot about everything, which is not surprising. She was only 4 years old, but the boy remembered the promise and was looking forward to this meeting with impatience. Belle mentally apologized to Joshua for letting him down in his past life, and she would definitely heal him now. The girl opened her eyes and heard a loud boy's voice shout that her sister had woken up. Right next to the girl's bed stood the Duke's 2 sons, black-haired Edwin and fair-haired Joshua. For a moment, Belze couldn't tell the difference between a dream and reality, but the fog cleared, and she remembered how she had healed Joshua. The girl scanned the patient and determined that his condition had improved and the energy of the disease had weakened significantly, but had not disappeared completely. Belze praised the goddess. All that remained was to heal the remaining wounds on the boy's body, and everything would be fine. The girl asked for permission to finish the treatment. In her opinion, only a little effort remained. Edwin stopped the girl abruptly, asking what else she had come up with. Belle replied in bewilderment that she wanted to complete Joshua's healing. Edwin forbade the girl to treat her brother because her nose started bleeding again from overexertion. The boy carefully wiped Belze's face. She protested and said that she only needed a short break and she would finish everything. Edwin was categorically against Belze's heroic efforts. She had already slept for a whole day after the first treatment session. The boy categorically stated that she needed to be able to think about herself and not just about others. Belle was afraid that if the treatment failed and Joshua died, the Duke would fall into despair, so she had to help. Esther announced that she was worried about Joshua. Last time she focused on his heart and did not treat the cuts. Joshua, of course, came to his senses, but the girl was afraid that the Duke would doubt her abilities, since the wounds on the boy's body remained. In this case, Belle's services would be rejected, and Joshua's condition would worsen, so the girl insisted on continuing treatment and that she had the strength. The Duke sided with his son, believing that Belze should stop treating Joshua. Belze was plunged into despair. Was the Duke refusing her services because she had not fully healed the wounds of his youngest son? The Duke declared that this was not so. He had not seen his son in such a state of animation since last year. Cagliostro remembered very well how Joshua never tired of constantly retelling the story of his meeting with the amazing girl who healed his knee. A picture formed in Belle's mind, and she understood why the Duke's family had taken her under their wing in her past life. After Joshua's death, the Duke discovered that he had died of a hereditary disease. Then they remembered how the boy had talked about her and set out to search. The Duke informed Belze that they would postpone healing Joshua until the girl recovered. Only after that, Belze would be able to continue the treatment. Belze looked at the Duke with gratitude and clearly understood the way in which she could repay him for his kindness. Joshua fully supported his father and brother. He could not watch indifferently as his little sister, that's what he called Belle, suffered. Unexpectedly, Dr. Gordon announced that he objected to continuing the treatment. The old man was devoted to the Duke's family, and his opinion was always taken into account. Edward wondered if Dr. Gordon still didn't trust Belze. The doctor stated that this was not the issue. His doubts faded in the face of the girl's talents, and he was amazed by them as a doctor. But Gordon was categorically against Belze continuing the healing, since the great power of the Holy Force could destroy her body. Gordon stated that he personally confirmed that the girl's heart stopped when she lost consciousness. Duke Cagliostro asked the doctor to explain the danger this posed to the child. Belle was scared. How could it be that her heart wasn't beating? Was she really on the verge of death? The Cagliostro brothers looked at the girl with alarm, as if a heart could not beat. This meant that a person had not lived for some time. In a vulgar life, the days spent in prison, where Belza ended up on charges of poisoning Diana, were no different from existence in the underworld. Belle had to endure torture and hunger, but she discovered another ability within herself. It was called the Blessing of the Goddess. Kilian Estard, the second prince of the empire, monitored Belza's condition and was pleased with the new opportunities, so he stole her heart, removing it from her chest and placing it in a vessel. Kilian was informed that the deepest wounds on her body healed quickly. Moreover, Belza could live without a heart at all. In the temple, she would immediately be recognized as a saint. However, all this did not soften the court's sentence, and it was decided to execute the girl. Belle was still wondering why all the troubles fell only on her head. She had endured unspeakable pain in prison, but as soon as her suffering stopped, how she opened her eyes again and went back to the time when she was barely 5 years old. Now it's all happening again, and Dr. Gordon says he registered a complete cardiac arrest, and the girl is only alive by chance. Belle thought. Her heart stopped. And did she even have one? Maybe it was cut out, and she returned only because of the goddess's blessing. The doctor assumed that the surge of incredible force in such a small body led to a microinfarction. Gordon checked his pulse. It was still very weak. The members of Cagliostro's family were upset when they heard that demanding that Belle's heal the young gentleman was tantamount to asking her to give her life for him. Belza was outraged by the doctor's recommendation to stop trying to treat her with holy power and declared that she was healthy. The girl believed that if she stopped the treatment, Joshua's condition would worsen and he would die. Even though her heart remained in another timeline, she herself was still alive. Belle said the condition of Joshua's heart cannot be known without a thorough examination. The doctor got angry. Didn't she understand that if she continued the treatment in the same spirit, it wouldn't all end with her fainting? The girl explained that she felt sick because she used too much force. Now she would be more careful and everything would be fine. The Duke interrupted the doctor and the girl's argument and asked Belza to give them a little more time to make a decision. They couldn't put themselves in danger. Belz asked for permission to continue Joshua's treatment. The Duke ordered that everything necessary for this be prepared, but now she must recover. Gordon relented and promised to make preparations to restore Belza's strength. The girl asked him to use the herb Relius. Gordon declared that this herb was unimaginably expensive, but the Duke ordered him to carry out all of Belza's wishes and instructions. Belz was grateful to both of them. To heal Joshua, she would need the best medicinal ingredients. The girl noted that it would be a good idea to check the health of the Duke's eldest son. Edwin was indignant. Everything was fine with him. He had just recently undergone a full examination. Belle objected. They were siblings with the patient, and it was quite possible that Edwin could suddenly develop the same disease. Gordon didn't listen to the argument for long. He intervened and asked why Belzy had decided to treat Joshua's heart and not his wounds. The girl replied that the patient was suffering from an illness that caused bleeding, and even Diana could not heal his wounds. Belze decided to look for another reason, and she concluded that in this case, the heart was taking on all the load, which meant it was suffering more. Of all those present, only Dr. Gordon understood what the girl was talking about. The rest were stunned by the special medical terms. Edwin immediately asked how she could know all this. She was only 5 years old. The girl said that she had read everything in a book. Edwin was even more surprised. Could Belza really read that well? The girl got out of it. These were special books, with pictures. They give them to them in the temple. The only thing that made the girl happy was Dr. Gordon, who realized that the medical support given to her heart was insufficient. The doctor had previously suspected that Joshua's heart was weak, but he decided that if he healed the wounds, the heart would recover on its own. Belle announced that the problem was not at all in restoring blood, but in the fact that the disease was affecting the heart, which is why it could not restore blood flow. The girl added that the book also mentioned the possibility of heart disease being hereditary, which is why she advised Edwin to have it examined. The doctor clarified that Belza suspects that the disease is genetic, but no one in the Duke's family has ever had it, meaning it's the Duchess's genetics. Gordon was ready to tear his hair out. He had no excuses. He was such an old and distinguished doctor that he had not noticed such an obvious pattern. The Duke asked for a doctor. He knew better than anyone that Gordon had tried his best without sparing himself. Now that the source of the illness was known to them, he would be able to successfully complete the treatment. To Edwin's displeasure, it was decided to conduct a thorough medical examination, although Gordon reminded him that he had skipped the previous medical examination. Belze was happy. Now Edwin's disease would be found in its early stages, and they would be able to quickly cure him. All good things come to an end, and a nun with a carriage was sent for Belze. The girl had not returned to the temple for too long. Belle had no choice but to say goodbye to the Cagliostro family and leave behind familiar and dear faces. Belze did not want to return at all, but the nun hurried her. His Holiness was eager to meet the girl. The girl was consoled by the fact that she had done everything she could, and that Joshua would be completely healthy the next time they met. She discovered the cause of Joshua's illness and prevented his early death. Edwin will also undergo an examination and get rid of this threat. Belle said goodbye to the young gentleman, but Edwin demanded that she not call him that again, and reminded him that she had already addressed him by his first name. Belle remembered that when she came to, she had unconsciously called both brothers by their names, simply Joshua and Edwin. Belle was afraid that such a familiar address to an aristocrat would cause hatred towards her, and hastened to apologize for the mistake she had made. However, the boy asked that next time Belze call him simply Edwin, and said goodbye to her until they met again. Belze promised to fulfill Edwin's request, and was surprised to note that he smiled at her. The carriage moved quickly along the road, and Belle reflected that much had changed, and she was not sure that she would meet Edwin again. And yet the girl hoped with all her heart that she would be able to return to the family of Duke Cagliostro and live happily ever after with them. The Duke put his youngest son, Joshua, to bed, and consulted with his eldest. An important problem had to be solved. The father asked his son what he thought about the issue of guardianship of this amazing girl. Edwin had no doubt that she should be taken into the family. Joshua is now noticeably better, but when Diana was treating him, there was no progress at all. The boy explained his opinion. Logan, Duke Cagliostro's advisor, appeared at the door and refuted Edwin's words. Thanks to Diana, they still managed to relieve several severe attacks. The Duke asked Logan how he could explain the lack of long-term effects from Diana's abilities. Edwin supported his father. If his memory serves him right, it was Logan who was responsible for the temple donation budget. The boy thought Logan was good at making excuses for constantly increasing donations to the temple, even though Diana's treatment was of no use. The Duke recalled that the temple justified this by saying that the power of healing only works on those patients who still have the will to live. If Diana's gift has ceased to work, then apparently the young gentleman no longer has the will to live. The temple stopped all healing attempts and sentenced Joshua to death, a news that caused Edwin to grow up dramatically. For some reason, the boy blamed only himself for everything. It was he who took Joshua for a walk, and he got hurt, and the father could only console his son. After returning from the temple, Edwin locked himself in his room and came out only after several days. The boy immediately hurried to his father. Edwin stated that there was another candidate for sainthood in the temple, and they needed to try one last time and bring her to Joshua. The Duke noted that he was now talking to a completely grown man. There was nothing left of the little child in his eldest son. In situations where his younger brother's life hangs by a thread, he does not show the slightest worry. He is cold, as befits an heir. Logan was happy that Joshua's condition was improving, but there were no guarantees. They could only afford to periodically call the girl for healing rituals. The Duke was aware of the current popular method of donating funds, but it was better for his budget to simply take Belize under his wing. Gordon agreed with this. The girl's gift impressed the doctor, and her knowledge of medicine even more. The doctor was greatly intrigued by the suggestion that the boy's illness had a genetic basis, and he sent a telegram to the family doctor of the Duke's late wife. It turned out that in the Treban family, there were indeed cases of sudden deaths from symptoms similar to Mr. Joshua's case. Gordon was expecting a package of medical documents from the Treban family doctor regarding all such cases, and he had outlined a course of treatment. The Duke thought about it. He himself had not thought of writing to his wife's parents. They had a strained relationship, and after his wife's death, Cagliostro had become completely distant from them. Gordon continued to blame himself, but the Duke said that he should rather be glad that everything became clear not too late, and asked what he would say about guardianship. The doctor announced that if the medication and Belle's abilities were combined, the young master's treatment would be more than successful. The only thing that bothered Gordon was Belle's gaze. It was as if she saw right through people. Such a child could bring more than just joy. Edwin asked if Gordon was still angry with Belza for having shaken up his collection of rare herbs. Gordon didn't deny it, but that wasn't the point. The Duke announced that he had taken a liking to Belzy and that he would stand by his decision. They would take the girl in and arrange guardianship. Cagliostro thought that Belze was very sweet and looked like an unfortunate little hare, especially since he always dreamed of a daughter. Logan decided that he had misheard, that the Duke had really called the girl cute, and then Edwin surprised him by saying that he liked Belle's sparkling eyes. Abbot Pius was furious. Thanks to Belle's help, the condition of Cagliostro's youngest offspring was improving, and he demanded an explanation. The girl mumbled that she was following His Holiness's orders and was only pretending to treat the boy. In that case, Pius inquired why Duke Cagliostro had sent him an interesting document. The girl read the lines carefully. The Duchy of Cagliostro expressed heartfelt gratitude to the temple for the assistance provided in treating its youngest son. Here the Duke asked the temple to establish sponsorship over Belze and transfer it under the complete guardianship of the Duchy of Cagliostro. Belz was delighted. That's what the Duke meant when he said he would support her in everything. The second point was even more interesting. The Duke wrote that during Belz's visit, it was established that Diana's treatment was ineffective for Joshua. However, he will not demand a return of the donations, but asks for an estimate of the expenditure of the funds received by the temple. Pius was angry. He had specifically ordered Belza to act as usual, but she had ruined everything. The girl justified herself by saying that she had used only a little holy power, but she had never thought that it would heal the boy, and that his wounds had simply healed. The girl suggested that it was the goddess herself who performed the miracle of healing, and that is why Mr. Joshua felt better. Pius was surrounded by purple flames, and he screamed, "Did Belzy, whose plans she had disrupted by curing this brat, imagine that he was supposed to die?" The girl looked at the abbot in surprise and wondered. She had never seen such a color. What, I wonder, was happening to Pius? Belle understood that the abbot wanted Joshua to die from the very beginning, which is why he ordered her not to treat him, but only to pretend. The girl clarified that the abbot had just said that she should have let the young master die. She had heard correctly. Pius came to his senses. He had said too much in the heat of the moment, and now this girl was an unnecessary witness. The abbot accused Belza of being possessed by evil spirits and ordered her obedience room to be abandoned. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Belzy to find herself where she least wanted to be, in one of the obedience cells. In front of the bars, Pius was blazing with a violet flame. The abbot himself decided to make sure that the locks on the girl's cell were secure. Here, according to the abbot, evil spirits will leave the body of the novice, and she must constantly pray to the goddess for this. Hidden deep in the temple's basements is a room of obedience, but it is not intended for the re-education of disobedient children. This dreadful place serves to strip the abilities of those called the Blessed, where they are locked up by order of the priest. This is how the gift of the divine voice was taken away from Ishmael, and in the same way, Belza was deprived of her gift of healing in her past life. Both gifts faded after a long stay in the obedience room, but this time Belle was determined to keep her abilities. It was feeding time, but Belle didn't want to take any risks. They might have mixed a sleeping pill or some other drug into the food. Belle decided not to eat or drink anything until she figured out exactly how they were depriving the blessed children of their gift. The girl was wondering how long she would have to endure hunger and thirst. The Duke had sent an official letter, meaning he would look for her. Belle's wasn't confident in herself. She was a child and wouldn't be able to endure it for long. According to her estimates, no more than 2 days. Suddenly, a strange, drawn-out sound was heard in the cell. Belzy thought she had heard it somewhere before. It was very similar to what Diana had taught in the past, some ancient dialect with a mysterious meaning. The girl immediately felt the purpose of this sound, and her strength began to drain away. Stunned, Belle realized that this was real magic, and then it dawned on her. Children like her and Ishmael are deprived of their powers. Their abilities are not taken away with drugs. This room absorbs magical power. They most likely add sleeping pills to the food and drain all the strength from the sleeping children. After this, the children continue to live, but like normal people. Bells was alarmed. She needed to get out of this cell as soon as possible. She would lose not only the ability to heal here, but also her life itself. The girl clung to the bars and screamed loudly to be released. She was afraid of completely losing the skill that allowed her to use magic. Belle had to hurry, or she would lose everything again. Her mind was clouding over, and she thought her end was near. Through the fog of faintness, she saw Edwin Cagliostro. But how did he get here? The guy took the bracelets off the girl and replied that they didn't have time now. He would explain everything to her later. Now he had to get her out of here. Strangely enough, Belza saw both herself and Edwin as adults. The girl said that all this was happening because of her, and Edwin shouldn't have risked himself. Edwin took her out of the dungeon and ordered her to hide in the forest. He would deal with the pursuers in return for her. Belza asked Edwin to believe that she was innocent, that she had done nothing wrong, and swears to it. The girl claimed that she did not try to poison Diana, and did not know that the letter would contain evidence pointing to treason. Edwin ordered the girl to wipe away her tears, and gave her the heart that the prince had taken from her. Belle should not lose it. It would still be useful to her. Belze took the jar with the heart, and asked if Edwin didn't find her disgusting. The guy replied that she shouldn't be afraid. The members of the Calostro family didn't know about him. The girl replied that she was not part of this family, but Edwin said that the official adoption papers were ready. It was a gift for her name day. Edwin said that Belle's had long since become an integral part of the family, with all her whims and complexities of character, so there was no need to be sad. At this time, Edwin and Belze were discovered, and they had almost reached the lands of the Cagliostro family. The young men started to run, but the knights of the temple guard were hot on their heels. One of the guards almost caught up with Belze and was ready to deal her a fatal blow. Edwin pushed the girl out of the line of attack. She flew far to the side. The guy dealt a fatal blow to his opponent, and he fell into the bushes. But it was not fate to rejoice. The Templar managed to mortally wound Edwin. Belze tried to heal her brother's wounds, but apparently she had been in the temple prison for too long and had lost all her strength. Blood flowed continuously from Edwin's wounds, and the girl was already surrounded by guard knights. The girl was sobbing inconsolably. Edwin tried with all his might to console her. The guy asked the girl not to cry. When Belle cries, he feels helpless. With these owls, life left the body of the son of Duke Cagliostro. In vain did Belle cry out his name. There was no one left to answer her. Belze tried to hear Edwin's heart, but it was no longer beating. The girl received an order to surrender. She had no other choice. Edwin died trying to save her. He died because of her stupidity and evil ambitions. Belze felt an unbearable grief and began to sob even louder, her body engulfed in flashes of uncontrollable power caused by her grief. These flashes, like lightning, flew around the girl and struck the knights who surrounded her and Edwin's body. The soldiers fled in fear, calling Belze a witch from the Cagliostro family, and the girl prayed only that Edwin would not leave her alone. Reality mixed with the vision, and the 5-year-old girl cried bitterly over the boy who had left her in her past life. Belze opened her eyes and saw Edwin in front of her again, the guy trying to persuade her not to cry. Belle was surprised and delighted that Edwin was alive and well and had come to her aid. The girl offered a prayer of gratitude to the goddess for saving Edwin. Recently, she began to show more respect for higher powers. The fog of cognition cleared, and Belle realized that Edwin couldn't be with her here and now. In this reality, he was still too young. The voice did not belong to him. The girl was held in his arms by Duke Cagliostro himself. It was he who carried Belle out of the obedience room. The temple servants came running at the noise, and Abbot Pius himself appeared. He was more interested than anyone in what was happening. Glowing with an ominous purple aura, Pius declared that the Duke's actions were contrary to imperial laws. Belle was glad she was leaving this place before it drained all her divine powers. Logan entered the basement and reported that the Duke's order had been carried out. All the shelter staff were assembled and ready to listen to his grace. The Duke was going to ask the Templars many questions, but Pia was only interested in how Cagliostro knew about this place. Edward replied that he had found a bag of medicine in the hallway that Gordon had given Belle, and realized that the girl had been hidden somewhere here. Edward placed Belle in front of him and examined her carefully. Fortunately for the Templars, he did not find any significant external damage. The Duke concluded that Belle had been placed in an underground prison and demanded an explanation from the abbot for this fact. The abbot justified himself by saying that they used this place to exorcise evil spirits. Belle was possessed by such a spirit at the Duke's estate, and they tried to help her here. Belze was furious. Pius was talking nonsense, just to avoid the wrath of Duke Cagliostro. The Duke was indignant, even if this was true. How could the temple ministers be so cruel to a little girl, and a candidate for sainthood at that? Edward believed that the goddess had bequeathed to protect the weak in spirit and body, and the Templars, being her direct servants, dared to lock up the child. The Duke began to feel as if the evil spirit had taken possession not of the girl, but of Pius himself, and he was ready to perform the exorcism ritual using his trusty sword. His lordship was about to deliver the fatal blow, but he was stopped by a commanding voice ordering him to stop. It was the pontiff himself, Pope Montanus II, who unexpectedly appeared in the most unexpected place for the participants of the tragedy. Abbot Pius was as surprised as everyone else. The pontiff almost never visited shelters, and suddenly appeared so unexpectedly and so on time. Montanus reported that he had come to congratulate Pius because his novice had healed the Duke's son, but he had encountered strange events in a strange room. Pius rushed to explain that this room was used for educational purposes. It was not for nothing that he was considered the best caretaker of the orphanage for gifted children. The pontiff did not listen to the abbot's excuses. The wise elder had already realized that he was trying to justify his crimes. Montanus approached Belle. The girl was surprised. Did her father himself really want to listen to her? This was a great opportunity to reveal the truth about this room. Belle replied that she had seen the pontiff when she first came to the temple, but that the memory seemed so distant to her. The girl saw that the pontiff was emitting a smooth and bright energy, a terrible purple substance that was not even present in Pius. Montanus asked Belze what happened here. The girl replied that this place was called the Obedience Room. Belle explained to the Pope that Abbot Pius declared children to be disobedient, to be possessed by evil spirits, and locked them up here. The girl began to cry and asked the pontiff to believe that she was not possessed by any evil spirits. Montanus stroked the girl's head. The wise old man saw that the child was telling the truth. The pontiff, without turning to Pius, declared that from that moment he excommunicated him from the temple and ordered that he be detained until the circumstances of the case were clarified. Montanus ordered that all other servants involved in violations be punished in accordance with the laws of the temple. The pontiff ordered that everything be removed from this room and the premises locked. Montanus understood that something was wrong here, but he did not understand the essence. Belle realized that the pontiff could not read the ancient writing on the floor of the cell, so she had no evidence of the crime. The only consolation was that after what had happened, the horrors that had taken place in the shelter would stop. That was already good. The Duke asked the pontiff to hand over the temple's documentation for examination by the Imperial Investigative Bureau, and for a verdict to be issued. Pius protested. Belle understood perfectly well why. If the case was transferred to the Bureau of Investigation, the abbot would look like a common criminal. Montanus hesitated. He still believed that these were the internal affairs of the temple, and whether it was worth going so far because of an overzealous minister. The Duke did not back down, and he also stated that he would soon take Belze under his full guardianship, a document to this effect which Montanus had recently personally signed. The Duke said that he had returned to personally take the girl, but he had not expected to see such horrors. He was not going to let the temple get away with such an outrage. Montanus took into account the arguments of Duke Cagliostro and entrusted him with further investigation of the crimes of Abbot Pius. Bells watched the old man go and understood that he was a good man. It was a pity that he had no more than 5 years left to live, as evidenced by the white glow surrounding him. The girl knew that when a person's life comes to an end, it is impossible to avoid death. She could only pray that the goddess's blessing would be with him. Belle asked the Duke for permission to speak with the former abbot one last time. He was looking after her, and she wanted to say goodbye to him. The girl announced that since the abbot had been demoted, she would only call him by his first name. Pius flared purple and accused the girl of witchcraft. Belle realized that the same energy emanated from him as from the knights who had bewitched Edwin in his past life. Then she managed to destroy them with holy power. Now Belle, ignoring Pius's resistance, tried to rid him of this evil energy. Belle had to protect the Duke's family, and this man was dangerous because he, not the poor children, was possessed by evil. After Belle's manipulation, the former abbot lost all his anger. He fell to his knees and offered prayers to the goddess, not paying attention to those around him. In vain did the Duke's knights order Pius to rise and follow them. The former abbot was in a deep faint. Belle's was happy with this outcome and wished Pius a successful stay in the cell of the Bureau of Imperial Investigations, and she was also glad that the abilities had not disappeared. Cagliostro eagerly awaited his future daughter. He asked if she had said goodbye to the former abbot. The girl only nodded. Belle's strength had completely left her. Edward discovered that the girl had a fever and ordered a carriage to be brought and Dr. Gordon to be called to the estate. Logan offered to stay at the temple and perform a quick healing ritual on the girl, but Belle begged to be taken away from this terrible place as quickly as possible. The Duke understood Belle's condition perfectly well. Here they could only harm her. Edward declared that he would not leave the girl here for a second, and that they were going home to the Cagliostro estate right now. Belle came to her senses on a huge bed under an incredibly soft and warm blanket. Looking around, the girl recognized the same room in which she lived in the Duke's estate in her past life, which meant that she had finally returned here. While driving the evil out of Pius, Belle used up a lot of energy, so she fell asleep right in the Duke's arms and scared everyone again. A maid Belle's knew from her past life entered the room. The maid smiled sweetly and wished the girl good morning. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Tara, and she was assigned to Belza as her personal servant. Belle remembered this girl. How could she ever forget this wonderful person? Tara treated Belza with warmth. She endured all the whims of her young mistress with a smile, saying that she reminded her of her little sister. Belle treated her rudely, and one day simply fired her. The loss was quickly realized. But it was too late. She was left without a loyal person. Now, upon meeting Tara, the girl's heart was filled with joy. She greeted the maid so warmly that she even felt at a loss. The girl moderated her ardor somewhat and said that her name was Belza. The Duke had taken her under his wing, and she would live with him on his estate. Now she knew how to appreciate people. Belz looked critically at her new dress. It wasn't too fancy, but it wasn't too simple either, just right. In the past, her outfits were constantly complained about and criticized, but now Belle approached their selection more critically, trying to maintain moderation. Tara thought that the dress suited the young lady incredibly. All that was needed was to adjust the sleeves a little. The maid was horrified by the girl's thinness and fragility. Was it really true that the children in the orphanage were not fed at all? Tara decided that she needed to take good care of her mistress. The girl reported that since she had recently fainted, Gordon had prepared a new medicine for her. Milady's temperature is already normal, but since she is often ill, the doctor's medicine will not be superfluous and will certainly strengthen her health. The powder was bitter, Tara insisted. Otherwise, my lady would not be allowed to treat the young master. Belle had to close her eyes and drink it all. Lady Caston entered Belle's room, clearly out of sorts, and declared that she had ordered the girl to be sent to her as soon as she woke up. Tara objected that Lady Caston had asked for Belze to be brought by 3 o'clock, but she objected that Joshua was waiting, and the sooner she came to him, the better. Lady Caston sharply declared that if it were not for the young master's illness, the ragamuffin from the orphanage would not have been allowed to set foot on the estate's threshold. Caston said that since Belle was here to treat the young master, she had to do everything to prove her right to stay in this house. Tara was outraged by the rudeness with which Nanny Joshua spoke to Belle. But Belle decided not to argue with the lady. In fact, she was right. Lady Caston was the late Duchess's personal servant and was respected on the estate. It would have been foolish to behave disrespectfully towards her. The girl announced that she was ready to continue the young gentleman's treatment and asked to be taken to him. Caston didn't have the best opinion of the girl, but Belle was going to prove that she could help Joshua and thereby change the attitude of this strict lady towards her. Belza found Joshua in the company of Dr. Gordon. The boy had injured himself again. But despite this, he joyfully greeted the girl and called her little sister. Belle returned the greeting, although she felt a little awkward about Joshua calling her little sister, but it was still sweet. The girl examined the boy, and to her delight, his heart condition had not worsened. Gordon assessed Belle's condition positively. His medications were clearly doing the girl good. Belle confirmed this and thanked the doctor. Gordon, like any scientist and elderly man, was vain and was delighted by the girl's gratitude. He had no doubt that Belle would get better. He is a scientist and knows everything about treatment. If the girl feels bad, she should immediately contact him. Joshua admired his sister's courage. He had a hard time forcing himself to take his medication. Belle stated that if today's session went well, Joshua would not need to take any medication, although the treatment process would not be very pleasant. Belle promised that if Joshua endured everything, she would ask the Duke to reward him. The boy replied that he wanted one wish and promised not to cry. Belzie began treatment. Last time she suppressed the main source of the disease. Now she was going to eliminate the secondary symptoms of the illness. Belle felt the same way as when she was exorcising the evil from Pius. In order to prevent the serious illness from taking hold, she had to act carefully and attentively. Belle's found metastases of the disease in Joshua's body and began to methodically and carefully get rid of each of them. There is very little time left until the end of the work. Suddenly, rough female hands threw Belle away from the boy and into the other corner of the room. Caston decided that the girl was not healing, but only causing pain to the boy. Lady Caston called Belle a witch and, ignoring Dr. Gaston's objections, hid Joshua in her arms. Belle rubbed her bruise. Because of this woman, she almost made an irreparable mistake. During the treatment, the patient experienced pain. This is common knowledge. Lady Caston objected to the doctor that if anything happened to Joshua, it would be the girl's fault. The young gentleman suffered from the pain she caused him. Belle asked how Joshua was feeling. The nanny blamed her for the boy getting worse. Gordon loudly expressed indignation at Caston's behavior. Joshua complained that his leg wound was itchy. Lady Caston did not want him to touch the wound. She was afraid that it would bleed again. However, under the freshly applied bandage, there was completely healthy skin. The wound healed completely, and regeneration was instantaneous. Belle was glad. The healing proved that her treatment was helping the Duke's son. All that remained was for Lady Caston to confirm this. Belle calmly turned to the frightened woman and said that she could cure the young gentleman. His condition was better, but the treatment needed to be continued. In this process, Belle will need full concentration. If Caston pushes her away again, the young master could be seriously hurt. Belle sincerely hoped that Lady Caston would no longer interfere with her treatment. Even such a polite speech infuriated Caston. She was ready to throw the scoundrel out of her favorite's room. Only Joshua's insistent voice was able to calm the enraged nanny. The boy claimed that the nanny had pushed Belle too hard, and that his sister had actually been trying to help him. Joshua reminded Lady Caston of her words, that if someone is wrong, they should ask for forgiveness, and the lady apologized to Belzie. The girl understood Lady Caston's anxiety perfectly well, but asked her to trust her. She would definitely cure the young master. Belle asked the doctor to prepare a painkiller for Joshua. It will be necessary for the final stage. The doctor decided that an extract from blue fireflies would help them. It would enhance the effect of heart-strengthening medications and ease the pain from treatment. Bells listened attentively to the doctor. She realized that his medicines not only preserved her strength, but also increased the effectiveness of their use. Bells openly admired the doctor and counted on his help in the future. Gordon replied that he was the best in his field and that there was no doubt about it. The mutually beneficial and pleasant communication between two medical specialists was interrupted by the appearance of another character. Edwin entered his brother's room and asked if his treatment was finished for the day. Joshua was delighted to see his brother. Belle was a little confused. She reacted strangely to Edwin's appearance. The girl didn't expect to see the guy today. She felt awkward in his presence. Edwin asked how Belze was feeling. Belle wanted to answer that everything was fine, but she didn't know how best to address him. She could continue calling him young master. Edwin was indignant. They agreed to communicate by name. Joshua joined his brother. He demanded that Belle call him by name too. Joshua stated that the three of them could be friends, and Belzie would be considered their sister. Edwin laughed and said that when Joshua grows up, he might regret declaring Belze his adopted sister. Who knows how the relationship will develop? Joshua didn't pay attention to his brother's words. He had already told how Belzy had shone a miraculous light on him, and his wound had healed. It was cool. Edwin was glad that his brother's wounds had healed and asked to see it. While Joshua was showing Edwin the healed wounds, Belle noticed how negatively Lady Caston was reacting to the Duke's eldest son. Belle's understood her mistrust of herself. But how could Edwin displease this lady? Caston asked, in an indignant voice, if Mr. Edwin should not be at training now. She thought it was time for him to leave. Joshua wanted to object, but the doctor said that he needed rest, and they all had to leave the room. The baby called out to Belle as she left and reminded her that she owed him one wish. Bilza asked the doctor if she could stay with the baby and asked Joshua what he wanted. The boy asked Belza to stay and play with him. He knows a very interesting game and wants to teach Belza to play it. Dr. Gordon praised Eddie for finding time to visit his brother, despite being busy, which is a commendable act. Edwin replied that he simply had a break between classes and didn't know what to do with his free time, so he came in. Eddie heard that Gordon had made medicine for Belzy. The doctor confirmed it, and while he was preparing the drugs for Joshua, he decided that Belzy also needed them. Edwin asked to take care of Belle, but when Gordon hinted that he had tender feelings for the girl, he became boyishly indignant. The doctor was worried that Lady Caston's relationship with Edwin had worsened since he had gone for a walk with Joshua. Perhaps he should report this to the Duke. Edwin thought it was unnecessary to do this. He knew that when his mother died, Caston suffered greatly because she had served her all her life. That's why Caston became attached to Joshua. He was incredibly similar to his mother. The doctor believed that affection for her younger brother did not justify Lady Caston's negative attitude towards the Duke's eldest son. Edwin believed that the lady was right. That time Joshua got hurt because of him. The boy had not seen Joshua happy for a long time, so he was glad that his brother was not hurt. At this time, Joshua hung himself with jewels and performed a slow dance in front of Belze, imagining himself a prince. The boy laid out all the possible jewelry in front of Belze. At first, they simply looked at them, and then he began to put on tiaras, necklaces, and rings. This was called playing prince. Belze didn't expect that they would be playing with family jewels, but apparently the sick child was allowed everything. Joshua handed Belle the ring and asked her to put it on her finger. He stated that it was his mother's favorite ring. In fact, all of this jewelry once belonged to the late Duchess. Joshua said that he would gladly wear them, but for now he can only play. Belze put the ring on her finger, deciding to play along with the boy. She understood that he was doing this so as not to forget about his mother. Belle suggested that Joshua put the ring on a ribbon around his neck and wear it that way, so he wouldn't have to wait until he grew up. The girl advised Joshua to ask the Duke to make a special chain for this ring and wear it around his neck. The boy was grateful for the idea. The children were happily playing with the jewels, not noticing that Lady Caston was watching them. The lady's gaze did not promise anything good for Belzy. Joshua was amused, declaring that rubies suited Prince Belz very well. The girl bowed politely and replied that she thanked Prince Joshua for the compliment. The fun was suddenly interrupted. Joshua needed to rest, and so did Belzy. Lady Caston and Tara entered the room and asked the young gentlemen to stop their entertainment. Joshua was capricious. He wanted to play with Belle again. He had a lot of fun with his little sister. The girl promised that they would play next time. Belz announced to the boy that she would now live in the Cagliostro estate, and they would be able to play every day. The girl announced that they needed to put the jewelry in the box and suggested a competition to see who could do it the fastest. Belle watched Caston. Now it seemed to her that the lady was gradually cooling down. In her past life, the girl rarely saw her talking to Edwin. As she said goodbye to Joshua, Belze pondered the reason for such a strained relationship between the Duke's eldest son and the younger one's nanny. Belze decided to ask Tara about this, what the relationship between Edwin and Madame Gaston really was. The girl was sure that the two did not get along at all, and she wondered what had happened between them and how long it had been going on. Tara couldn't say exactly why Caston was so negative towards Edwin, but she had her own thoughts. Tara assumed that it all started with the brothers' last walk, which is when Mr. Joshua got injured and his condition worsened. Caston had already had a special relationship with Joshua. He reminded her of the Duchess. But after that incident, a chasm opened between her and Edwin. Belze concluded that in the past reality, Joshua died precisely after that walk, and Lady Gaston hated Edwin for it. Tara came to her senses. She had been telling the child some scary things. The girl said that Belzy was successfully treating Joshua, which meant that everything would work out between Edwin and the nanny. Tara asked the girl to tell her what they were playing with, and Belle replied that instead of toys, Joshua had jewelry and rings from the box. The maid asked if there was a ring with a blue stone among the jewelry. The girl became alarmed. That had happened. Shouldn't she have touched it? Tara replied that if the young gentleman allowed it, then everything was fine. The late Duchess loved this ring more than anything else, but she didn't tell anyone why. Several days passed. The Duke and his eldest son had to go to the temple and settle some matters with him. A number of papers needed to be signed to finally formalize guardianship over Belzy. The Duke was planning to go alone, but Edwin was categorically opposed to this. Edwin did not trust the Templars and decided to keep an eye on his father, leaving Logan in charge of the estate. The servant promised that everything would be fine. And what could happen? Everything was in perfect order. But he did not know that he was very wrong. Tara reported the departure of the Duke and his son Belle. Joshua's treatment was suspended, and the maid asked what the girl would do instead. Belzy considered whether to go shopping or have some tea, but instead decided to do her penmanship and asked for a pen and paper. From the moment Belzy arrived in the past, events developed too quickly, and she had no time to think everything through properly. It so happened that Belzy was reunited with the family of Duke Cagliostro much earlier than she expected. Now she was busy every day, mainly with treating Joshua, and Belzy finally had time to make a list of the main tasks for the future. The girl coped with the first two, to be kinder and not to be rude to Diana, and also to punish those who harmed people dear to her. Another task was to earn capital. She even knew where to find the source of this capital. If everything works out, she will get rich. The last point was to find my heart, and there were problems with that. In her past life, Belzy's heart remained with Edwin when he died, but the girl couldn't even imagine where it ended up. The girl reasoned that if she knew where and who was hiding her heart, she would do everything to get it back. While Belle was young, she could justify her weakness, but when she grew up, it would be difficult. She needed to find the lost heart without attracting the attention of her family. Belle burned her notes and immediately heard a strange noise in the hallway near her room. A determined and angry Lady Caston, accompanied by several maids, burst into Belzy's chambers and declared that they did not need to search the room. Lady Caston stated that the late Duchess's ring had gone missing and that Belzy was suspected of stealing it. Tara asked on what basis such conclusions were made. Caston showed the ribbon from Belzy's dress, the very one that the girl gave Joshua for the ring. Caston declared that only she, the doctor, and, for some time, Belzy knew where the ring was, since the young master himself had shown it to her. Belle understood why Caston was drawing these conclusions, so she decided to cooperate rather than resist, since she wasn't to blame for anything. The girl replied that if the lady considered it necessary to search her room, she could do so calmly. Belle would not hinder her. Belzy clearly remembered that she and Joshua had put all the jewelry in the box. Most likely, someone had taken the ring out of there later. The girl did not understand what the thief was pursuing and why he left her ribbon in the corridor. Then one of the maids shouted that she had found the ring. The maid presented the ring to Lady Caston and asked if it was the ring of the late Duchess. Caston had no doubt that it was indeed the ring. Belzy stated that she had no idea where the ring came from in her room and that she had not touched it. Lady Caston did not believe Belzy and demanded an explanation of how the ring got into the girl's room. Caston accused Belle of theft. Otherwise, how could she have gotten the ring that was so dear to the young master? This was bad. Belle shouldn't have known where the ring was kept, and now it was found in her room. She was sure that she would be the one to blame. Joshua came running to the nanny's screams. The boy demanded that Caston stop making a fuss and accusing his sister of stealing. Emma immediately forgot about the ring. Now she was worried about the boy's condition. He ran here as quickly as he could, and now he was not feeling well. The boy said that Emma was lying, that his sister had not stolen anything, that she had made him a pendant with his mother's ring from her ribbon. Lady Caston could not be convinced. She believed that Belzy had deceived Joshua. Otherwise, why was it the ribbon on which the ring hung that was found? Belz asked who exactly found her ribbon, Lady Emma herself or someone else, and it turned out that the ribbon was found by the maid Margot while cleaning. The girl decided that something didn't add up here. Only Tara and Lady Caston saw how she tied Joshua's ribbon. Belle asked the maid who found the ribbon how she knew it belonged to her. The gazes of those present focused on Margot. The girl tried to laugh off Belle's words and declared that she had no prejudice against the girl. Margot insisted that she had no reason to accuse the girl, but then a male voice said that the matter required a thorough investigation. Belze looked back. Of course. It was Duke Cagliostro who had returned. Edwin was with him. How timely they had arrived. His lordship, before intervening, heard everything that was happening. He ordered Margot to be detained until the circumstances were clarified. Duke Cagliostro was going to personally interrogate the maid to find out all the circumstances of the ring's transfer to Belze's room. Lady Caston stated that they had no evidence against Margot and that she would speak to the children herself and clarify all the circumstances. Margot couldn't stand it any longer and screamed that there was nothing to investigate. They found the ring in Belze's room, which meant she stole it. The Duke was outraged by what Margot was saying. How could she accuse a small child without evidence? If Belze was innocent, the Duke added, and he knew for certain that she was, then the criminal would be guilty of both theft and insulting a member of the ducal family. Edward Cagliostro reminded everyone that Belze saved Joshua's life and that she was now part of the Cagliostro family, something the Duke acknowledged personally. The insults inflicted on this child were tantamount to an insult to the Cagliostro family, the Duke firmly declared. Edward hoped that Margot hadn't stolen the ring, otherwise the punishment would be severe. Edwin completely agreed with his father. Lady Caston had confidence in Margot and stood up for the girl, declaring that she would never have dared to commit such a grave crime. Margot fell to her knees and begged for mercy, saying she had no other choice. The maid complained that debt collectors were after her. She owed so much that she had to steal, which is why she stole the ring. Margot said that she overheard the conversation between Lady Caston and Logan and found out where the jewelry box was. She was knitting only one small ring. Who knew, Margot cried, that this ring was more precious to the young master than all the treasures in the world? The loss was quickly discovered, and the maid had to lie. Belze watched as Margot was led away, and no amount of her vows that such a thing would never happen again could soften the Duke's heart. The girl sighed with relief, but if the Duke and Edwin had not appeared so on time, Belle would have definitely been blamed for everything. She didn't even want to imagine it. Lady Caston apologized to Belze. Emma justified herself by saying that she lost her temper when she learned about the ring's disappearance, and without understanding, she immediately blamed the girl. Caston said she should have immediately thought of Margot, but she was confident in her honesty. Emma sincerely repented of insulting Belle. The girl did not expect to hear such sincere repentance from the lady. She accepted Caston's apology and suggested pretending that none of this had happened. Emma stated that she could not forget this and fully realized her guilt for the incident, and therefore had to leave the Duke's mansion. After the incident with the ring, Lady Caston really decided to leave the estate. Both the Duke and Joshua tried to persuade her, but Emma was adamant. On the day of departure, Belze and Joshua came to see off their youngest son's former nanny. Caston explained to the boy that she had to leave. Otherwise, she could harm him with overprotection and alienate him from all his peers, considering them a threat. The boy was grateful to Emma for everything she did for him. She not only cared for him, but also missed his mother. She taught him to play the prince. One day, Joshua saw how sadly Lady Caston looked at the things that used to belong to his mother. That's why she was so worried about the ring. Belle was sad to part with Caston. She had hoped to get along with her, but since Emma had decided so, the girl promised to take care of Joshua and cure him. The girl suggested that Emma didn't trust her because of Diana, but Caston replied that when she met Diana, she would tell her that there was no need to worry about Belle. Belle didn't quite understand what the lady wanted to say, but she explained to her that when Diana came to the Duke's estate, she was constantly worried that Belle's powers were weak. Diana, according to Lady Caston, was constantly worried and asked everyone how she could help her friend Belle and calm her down. Belze concluded that since Diana had spoken about her that way when she had visited the Duke's estate, it was not surprising that everyone treated her with distrust. The girl saw Caston's carriage off and wondered why Diana had said she had almost no strength, whether she was really worried about Belle or something else. From her experience with Diana, Belze could assume that the reason was not only concern, Diana was too cunning for that. Joshua asked if everything was okay with his little sister. She looked out the window for too long and was silent. Belle replied that she was simply sorry about Lady Caston's departure. The boy said that he was sad too. He was incredibly upset by the departure of his beloved nanny. Belle had never seen Joshua so sad. Belle's decided that in order for Joshua not to be so lonely, she would simply spend more time with him and they would play. The girl remembered that she hadn't seen Edwin for a long time. Joshua replied that he was probably sparring, but he didn't like it when people watched his training. Belle's remembered that Edwin had shown a talent for sword fighting, and she wanted to watch him practice, but it might be rude of her. Several days passed, and everything calmed down again in the estate. The servants began to treat Belza more respectfully, and another nanny was hired in Caston's place. When she had free time between Joshua's treatment sessions, Belle would go into the woods that grew on the estate. These walks were not idle. The girl was looking for a very rare herb that would make Belle's rich. The source of Belza's future wealth was supposed to be fairy grass, but the girl could not find it. This herb was a magical plant, famous for its effects when used in skincare, and it grows only on the Duke's estate. Belle's had been hunting for this herb for a long time. The novella had almost precisely indicated its growing place, but so far the search had been in vain. The girl heard the clanging of swords and remembered that there was a training ground nearby where Edwin practiced sword fighting. Belle's decided to definitely look at this, approached the sound of swords, and saw Edwin. Belle assumed that there would be nothing scary if she looked quietly. Belle couldn't justify her curiosity in any way. Edwin fought amazingly. The girl expected nothing less from the guy. Suddenly, Belle heard Edwin's mentor yelling at the boy, saying that the boy had the wrong stance, that he was not fighting, but crawling. The mentor scolded the boy. He will not be able to become the heir of Cagliostro. Since he cannot move normally, he will only disgrace his father. Belzy didn't like this. Training is training, but you can't insult the young master like that. The mentor shouted that Edwin was not trainable, that when fighting a strong opponent, one must take a stable position. Belz watched this disgrace and remembered the name of Edwin's mentor. It was Sven Zoriak. Once upon a time, Sven was a knight of the Duke and fought shoulder to shoulder with him, but was wounded in the leg, retired, and trains young knights, including Edwin. In her past life, Belle had never seen Edwin train, so she didn't know how hard they trained the boy. But for some reason, the girl felt that Sir Zoriak was simply making fun of the Duke's son. In the end, Belza could not stand to hear insults directed at Edwin, came out from behind the bushes, and demanded that Sven apologize to the boy. Belza indignantly shouted that Sir Zoriak had no right to speak like that about the Duke's son and future heir to the title and estate. The girl declared that Edwin would become a most worthy duke and lead the family to prosperity and glory. No one has the right to insult the eldest son of Duke Cagliostro, and Sven doesn't have it either. Zoriak must immediately apologize to Edwin, Belle shouted. This case was handled by Duke Edward Cagliostro himself. It was strange to hear both sides. The famous Sir Sven was beaten by a little girl. Zoriak laughed. Rumors about this candidate for sainthood were true, but the brave knight did not expect such aggression from a small child. The girl turned out to have rather heavy fists, and Belle justified herself by saying that she was defending Edwin from Sir Sven's insults. Edwin claimed that he had specifically asked his father and mentor to conduct the training in this manner. The boy said that he wanted to become strong as soon as possible, but now he was so weak that he could not protect the people dear to him. Belz asked Sven if this meant that the words about the heir were also part of the training. The knight replied that this was true. He had deliberately provoked Edwin. In the heat of battle, emotions can run high. The enemy provokes you even more, and if you get carried away, you can lose the momentum of the fight and lose. In the end, the young lady fell for the provocation, something Sven hadn't expected at all, and the Duke asked Belza if she had ever heard of the Shadow Squad. Belz knew that this was what they called the Duke's men, who stood guard over order in the country. They were the most trusted people and always acted from the shadows. Belle didn't understand why the Duke remembered them so much. Edward explained that his eldest son wanted to take command of part of the Shadow Squad. Edward and Edwin agreed that the boy would lead part of this detachment only after he defeated Sir Sven in a sword fight. So Sven increased the intensity of his training, adding elements of psychological pressure, and rightly so. With the Shadow Squad at stake, Edward considered Sven his faithful comrade. He had saved the Duke in battles more than once. Cagliostro trusted him as he trusted himself. Belle felt a little ashamed. How could she have been so wrong? The Duke had entrusted Sven with the most precious thing, his son, and the girl had treated him so rudely. Belle asked Sir Sven for forgiveness for this misunderstanding. The knight was not angry with the girl. He asked if she wanted to become a knight. The Duke asked Sven not to mock the girl. The knight replied that he was not joking. Belle had shown herself to be a fearless person, and she was strong beyond her years. Sven said that he greatly appreciated Belle's courage in rushing to help Edwin, but sometimes the desire to sacrifice oneself can lead to disaster. Zoriak patted the girl on the head. She shouldn't make others worry about herself. Belle was annoyed. She almost slandered a good person. The girl understood and accepted everything, but then Edwin asked what she was doing on the training ground and how she ended up there. Belze replied that she had found a plant reference book and decided to see what species were in the estate's forest. Edwin asked if they were looking for a specific species. Belle replied that she was looking for a herb with heart-shaped pink leaves and a pleasant, sweet aroma. Edwin said that if this is what he thinks, then he knows where this herb grows and will be happy to show this place to Belze. Belle was overjoyed to have found what she wanted. Edwin didn't quite share the girl's delight. Was this herb really that rare? Belle said that this plant was so valuable that even Gordon's collection didn't have it, and the girl was very interested in how Edwin found it. Edwin had no idea that ordinary grass could make a person so happy. The boy said that even before Joshua became really ill, they often wandered through the forest. They liked to explore it and find different things. During one of their walks, the brothers came across this clearing. Belle noticed a cut on Ed's cheek. The boy thought it was nothing and that it would heal on its own. Belze replied that this was not possible and that she would heal his wound immediately. She moved closer to the guy and began to use force. Suddenly, Edwin pushed her away and stepped aside himself. He sharply declared that Belle should not dare to do this. The boy reminded her that the use of force had a negative impact on Belze's health and that this minor scratch was not worth her health. Belle explained that she gets sick if she uses a lot of power at once, but now she is completely healthy and Ed's treatment will not harm her. The boy said that Belle always said that, even when she was completely out of order, she was too often fearless. Edwin was outraged that Belle was not taking care of herself. Last time she overexerted herself and lost consciousness, everyone was worried and waiting for her to wake up. Edwin winced in annoyance. He didn't want to scare Belle and swear at all. He just wanted to say that he was worried about the girl's health. The boy asked Belze to remember that she must take care of herself for the sake of him, her father and brother. If something happened to her, it would be unbearably painful for them. The girl was pleased that they were all so worried about her, and she promised to do everything possible to worry her loved ones as little as possible. The children agreed that Edwin went to see Dr. Gordon, who treated the wound on his cheek and put a bandage on it. Belle couldn't calm down, even though command of the Shadow Squad was at stake. But she still felt that Sven was too rude. Gordon agreed with Belle. Sven often goes too far. Edwin is absolutely sure that everything is fine. The boy was annoyed. They discussed everything. Why again? Belle thought that Edwin should know better, since he was the one training, but she was worried about the boy's safety. Dr. Gordon called the girl to him and handed her a bag of medicine from the Relius plant, which she asked for. Now she will not faint. This was wonderful news. Thanks to this remedy, Belze will be full of energy and will heal everyone. Gordon warned her to handle the medicine with care, as it required many expensive ingredients to make it. The girl announced that she also had a surprise for the doctor, and it was even better than the Relius herb. Belle handed Gordon a bag of collected fairy grass. The doctor immediately recognized the smell and was surprised that Belze had really managed to find this rare herb. In his past life, Belle Gordon also collected rare herbs from all over the world, but his collection had several gaps, including the fairy herb. Dr. Gordon almost choked with happiness. Where on earth could my lady have found this rare herb? The girl announced that it was a company secret, and Edwin was again surprised that this herb was really so valuable. The doctor explained that fairy grass is a rare plant that has an amazing effect on the skin, and it is said to rejuvenate the skin at any age. Belze wanted to learn how to grow this herb and asked the doctor to help her with this. The doctor liked the girl's idea. If successful, the herb could be used in many areas. But how to do this? The seedlings would definitely wither. Gordon believed that if there were a lot of seedlings, then success was quite possible. The doctor tried to find out where the grass grew, but the girl did not say. Belle was about to leave. If the doctor wasn't going to help her, then she wouldn't tell him anything else. Gordon didn't refuse to help. He needed information at least about the conditions in which the fairy grass grows. The girl said that she found the grass where there was little sunlight and an old tree grew nearby. Will this information be enough for Gordon? The doctor asked if there were other plants or a water source nearby, but the girl replied that there were none of those. Gordon concluded that the fairy grass was a parasitic plant and asked the girl to bring him some bark from the tree under which the grass grew and a soil sample. The doctor asked how Belza was going to use the fairy herb. It helps the skin, but it is not good for tea. The girl said that she knows a way to preserve the wonderful aroma of the herb with a small amount of it, but this is another of her secrets. The doctor was offended again, but Belle immediately handed him a bag of fairy grass and said that she was giving it all to him as a gift, and Gordon's resentment disappeared. Belle joked that this was not just a bribe. It was a bribe to the doctor, and now they were accomplices. Gordon understood that the plant he was holding in his hands was priceless. In addition to its scent and skin-improving properties, it had many beneficial properties. Edwin asked if Belle was sure it was necessary to give Gordon such expensive gifts. The girl had no doubt, especially since she knew where to get more. Dr. Gordon was suddenly overcome by a fit of uncontrollable euphoria and promised Belle that he would plant the entire estate garden with this herb. Belle's had no doubt that Gordon would solve the problem of growing fairy grass. But this was only the beginning. In this world, there were medicines, doctors, magic that saved from diseases, but there was no drug that slowed down aging and cared for the skin. Belle planned to use the fairy herb as a basis and start her own cosmetology business. Gordon would be the chief physician of the clinic, and she would be the director. The doctor no longer doubted that Belle would not tell him why this herb needed to be grown. She was determined to keep it a secret. Gordon was no longer interested in this. He dreamed that if he succeeded in cultivating this herb, it would be a huge breakthrough in medicine and plant growing. The doctor became Belle's partner, but he believed that if he knew where the herb grew, things would go faster. But the girl decided to keep this place a secret. Tara appeared in the room and declared that Gordon had to stop arguing with his lady, as they were shouting so loudly that the entire estate was in an uproar. Tara announced that Milady Belzy wished to see his lordship as soon as possible. Edwin was about to go to his father with Belle, but Tara warned him that the gentleman wanted to discuss something important alone with his lady. The girl hurried to Duke Cagliostro. He was patiently waiting for her in his office. Edward reassured the girl that this wasn't about the incident with Sven, but rather that he wanted to show her a family secret. The Duke openly said that he had wanted to do it later, but so much had happened recently that he changed his mind. The Duke manipulated the books on the shelf, and a secret passage into a deep but bright basement opened up before the girl. Edward invited Belzy to follow him. The Duke wanted to introduce her to someone the girl would definitely like. Belle followed the Duke down. She figured that this passage had always been in the estate, but in her past life she knew nothing about it. The secret passage was long and deep. Its end was lost in the flickering light of the torches. Then the Duke took the girl in his arms. He was afraid that she would stumble. The Duke and Belle continued on their way, and Edward explained that the passage led to a vault that only members of the Cagliostro family had access to. Edward recalled that their family had participated in religious wars many years ago, and this vault contained trophies left over from those battles. Belle's didn't expect to see so many ancient artifacts at once. First, she recognized Archia's arrow. With its help, the saint defeated the demons of darkness. In another display case, the girl discovered a ring from a dark heretic cult. It turns out that there were also objects from a heretical cult from a past era. Belle was incredibly interested. She had read about everything in old chronicles. But why was the Duke showing her all this? Edward drew the girl's attention to a cute teddy bear in one of the display cases and said that he was giving it to Belza. The Duke explained that this was not just a toy, but an artifact created by a secret cult that trapped souls in various objects. Edward asked Belza to say hello to the bear and give him a name. From that day on, he would be her protector. Belle couldn't understand how this cute teddy bear would protect her. No matter how you look at it, he was just a toy. The Duke replied that this was not entirely true. First, Belle must imbue it with power. Once she does, it will become her protector and a symbol that she is under the protection of the Cagliostro family. Edward said that she would do almost the same thing as during Joshua's healing, and the girl promised to try. The Duke warned her to act carefully. The girl put her hands on the toy and felt how the bear was drawing power from her. Mishka was draining her strength no less than Joshua. Belle began to fear that she would lose consciousness, but the Duke was on guard and made sure that she did not rush. Belle listened to the Duke's advice. This teddy bear was the first gift from His Grace Belle, and she was going to do everything possible to justify his trust. The bear glowed with a steady white light. Belle did not faint. The Duke was glad that his idea had worked, and contact with the spirit of the toy had been established. Belle was perplexed. It seemed like nothing had changed. The Duke advised her to give the bear a name, and then she would see what would happen. Belle held the teddy bear in her hands in confusion. As luck would have it, all the names had vanished from her head, and she couldn't think of anything. Belza stuttered and said that his name was Mimikailo, and then the bear sewed brightly. The bear flew high to the ceiling of the vault, performed an intricate somersault there, and landed next to Belza. Not only Belle, who saw everything for the first time, but also the Duke was amazed by such unprecedented agility of the pagan god. The bear waved his paws, said hello, and announced that his name was M.I. Mikhail, and that he was Milady Belza's personal guard. Belle was delighted. She had a talking teddy bear at her personal disposal, and he took her hesitation as part of the name. From that day on, the Duke simply showered the girl with gifts. He insisted that it was all just to maintain the family's honor, but there was too much of it. Every day, the servants bustled about, putting away new things and toys. Tara hurried everything, convincing them that it was impossible to put it off until tomorrow. Belle was moved to a larger room and given dresses, accessories, and furniture. Every day, a whole mountain of various gifts rose up near Belza's room, and all of this had to be sorted out and put back in its place. To avoid getting under the servants' feet, Belzie decided to go for a walk, but she had absolutely nothing to do. Joshua was busy with cardio training and strengthening his heart today. Gordon was working on his plants, and where was Edwin? Probably training. The butler informed the girl that young Master Edwin was currently busy training with Sir Sven. Logan knew they were about to have lunch and asked her to help him take the food to the young master. Belle was ready to do it. Ed's training was intense. Belle could make mistakes, but it looked like the strong bullying the weak. The girl arrived a little before the break started and decided to wait until the training was over. Belle again heard Sven scold Edwin for his supposedly inept fighting, but the most frightening thing in the hands of the trainees were the real combat swords. The girl entered the training room and stopped in bewilderment. It seemed to her again that Sven was too aggressive. The knight called the boy a weakling, and declaring that he was already exhausted, the boy said that he was ready to continue the fight. Sven praised Edwin. In battle, the enemy knows no mercy, and begging him to take a break would be stupid. Eddie noticed Belle and worried about her safety. Edwin knew that Sir Sven often got carried away and then became enraged, and he attacked any opponent regardless of their faces. The boy was afraid that if Sven noticed Belle, anything could happen, so he shouldn't let him see the girl. Sven asked why Edwin froze. He saw someone behind him, but they were alone in the hall. Then Edwin went to extreme measures and asked if Sir Sven regretted saving his father. The knight was clearly angry. The boy reminded him that Sven had just spoken about the weak commander, so he thought that he regretted sacrificing himself for the Duke. Edwin knew that this topic was unpleasant for Sven. Now the knight would definitely focus on the guy. Belle would be safe, and Eddie would finish the sparring. Sven got angry. The guy had so much impudence that he was talking about such things during training. If Ed won, then Sven would answer his question. Edwin saw that Sven was preparing to attack and decided to increase the distance a little. But Sven turned sharply and rushed towards Belza. Knight Sven had seen the girl enter the hall for a long time. Apparently, he had completely lost his mind since he decided to attack her. Edwin was afraid that he wouldn't have time to protect her. Sven shouted that anyone who was too confident in their own strength was not capable of protecting the people dear to their heart, and raised his sword over Belza's head. Belle was dumbfounded. Could this really be that same kind-hearted Sven? The knight's features were distorted with anger. The girl desperately did not want to die so stupidly. There was a ringing sound of metal as the sword flew out of the hands of the maddened Sven and, tumbling, flew far to the side. Frightened and already having said goodbye to life, Belle was protected from danger by strong male arms. Bells did not understand what had happened. She was preparing for death, but did not receive even a small injury. The girl looked back. The Duke protected her from danger. It was he who knocked the sword out of Sven's hands and demanded an answer from him about what he wanted to do. Cagliostro's golden eyes flashed lightning as Sven dared point his sword at a defenseless child. Light came to his senses. He did not want to hurt my lady and directed the sword so as not to harm her. It was all part of the training. The Duke replied that although his intentions were not serious, such actions were unacceptable, and that Sven should reconsider his policy of training Edwin. Edward reminded Sven that his body was not as flexible and agile as it had been in his youth, and he could make a fatal mistake. While the Duke was scolding Sven, Belle looked closely at the knight's aura and discovered something unusual in it. Sven told the Duke that he had become like this because he was protecting him, but Belle saw that his leg and head were surrounded by the same purple glow as Pius. Edwin hid the girl behind his back and ordered her to close her eyes and not open them until he gave her permission. Sven screamed that the Duke had ruined his life and that mentoring Cagliostro's son was a ridiculous gift unworthy of a knight's honor. The Duke tried to persuade the knight to cool down and calm down. He was simply overtired and needed to rest. But Sven did not hear him. A completely different person appeared before the children and the Duke, one who had long suffered and accumulated grievances, and now decided to take revenge on everyone and for everything at once. Sven pulled a knife out of his secret pocket, but Cagliostro reacted quickly and clearly. The children hid behind his back, and the Duke drew his sword. No matter how hard Edwin tried to make Belle stop looking at what was happening, she couldn't close her eyes and couldn't figure out how Sven dared to attack. Madness once again seized the knight who had once been faithful to the Duke, and with a cry of "Die!" he rushed at his former friend. Edward grabbed the knife and shouted that he was giving Sven one last chance and asking him to come to his senses. Sven demanded that the Duke keep quiet. Even if he forgives Sven, no one can return what was lost to him. The former friend continued to press the Duke. Sven croaked that the Duke should suffer like him and that these were his last words. At that moment, Belle closed her eyes. A few moments later, Edwin allowed the girl to open her eyes. It was all over. Belle no longer felt Sir Sven's energy. But why did everything turn out this way? For what reason did the knight attack the Duke? Edward rushed to the children. He was sorry that they had to witness the bloody drama. The Duke was interested in how Edwin and Belle were feeling. The children replied that they were fine. But before going into the house, Edwin handed his father a note he had found in Sven's room. The note contained a clear instruction to kill the children of Duke Cagliostro, so that he would experience the same pain and despair as Sven. The note set Sven on the Duke. Belle admired the boy's courage. He knew that the mentor was plotting murder, but he did not stop sparring. Belze treated Edwin's wounds. The boy complained that the medicine stung, and Belle replied that he himself had forbidden the use of force, so he should endure it. If left untreated, scars would remain, Belle said. But the boy considered scars to be a knight's adornment. Belze protested that the scars on Edwin's face were a great loss to the nation, and that the best medicines were needed to treat the Duke's son. But Gordon was not in the mansion. Belle asked Edwin if the two of them could have stopped Sven if the Duke had not come to the rescue. The girl remembered the purple glow around the knight and regretted that she had not managed to use holy power on him. Edwin replied that everyone understood Sven's condition and knew that sooner or later he would break down, and it just so happened that this happened today. Belle asked why Edwin hadn't changed his instructor. He should have told the Duke right away. Edwin replied that his father owed his life to Sven. This knight was a comrade in arms of Duke Cagliostro and was proud of his swordsmanship more than anything else and sacrificed himself on the battlefield for his father. Edwin knew that his father felt guilty towards Sven and let him get away with all his rudeness, so the boy decided to endure it until it all ended somehow. His training would soon be over anyway, but now Edwin realized that his successes were only driving Sven deeper into despair. And then someone unknown took advantage of Sven's weakness and pushed him to betrayal and murder. so Belze had nothing to do with it. Belle hugged Edwin gratefully. He had also suffered something similar in his past life. She asked the guy what he would tell her if something like this happened. Edwin promised that he would tell Belle about any suspicious events in his life, and together, they are strong. Edwin understood that Belle's sadness was caused by the incident with Sven, and tried to think of how to distract the girl from this event. The boy saw a familiar toy in the room and asked if Belle's father had given her this teddy bear. Belle was curious how Edwin knew that the bear was from the Duke. The boy said that his father once showed him this bear. Edwin asked if Belle had already activated the bear, and if she knew about its other modes besides the guard one. Edwin explained that the bear has toy, guard, and warrior modes, and his favorite is giant mode, which is very useful when you need to get higher. Belze laughed cheerfully, imagining Edwin sitting on the shoulders of a giant teddy bear. The girl clarified that the bear had previously belonged to Edwin, since he knew how to use it. The boy replied that this was natural. He was the heir to the title. Edwin's classes were canceled today, and he wanted to take a nap. But didn't he have anything else to do? Belle asked. Edwin objected. They were just children and had suffered a lot of terrible psychological trauma today. Belle understood that this was how he was calming her down. The girl tried to thank Edwin, but he ordered her to be silent and sleep. Sleep is like medicine for nerves. Even Dr. Gordon recommends it. Belze looked at the boy with love and gratitude. He was always kind, and that was what the girl loved most about him. Several months have passed since Belze moved to the Duke's estate. All this time, the girl lived happily on the estate, without any particular worries or problems. She spent her days giving Joshua treatment and her evenings with Dr. Gordon. Everyone considered Belle a full-fledged member of the family. She was convinced of this and calmed down. Life flowed calmly and slowly. Quiet walks and conversations with Duke Cagliostro and cheerful games with his sons made up Belze's leisure time. One day, a rich carriage drove into the courtyard of the estate. Belle saw it through the window and wondered who it could be. The girl knew that no one had announced their visit today, and no guests were expected at the estate. The butler looked into Belle's room and informed her that a visitor was waiting for her downstairs. The girl was perplexed. She certainly wasn't expecting anyone to visit. The butler reported that a lady from the Berlot family had arrived to see Milady Belze. She introduced herself as Lady Diana. Tara tried to dress Milady Belze in something magnificent. The young lady's outfit evoked only admiring emotions from the servants. Belle didn't quite understand why she had to dress so nicely. She was absolutely sure that Diana had come to see Joshua. The reason Diana decided to visit Duke Cagliostro's estate unannounced was because she learned that Belle had healed Joshua. Diana came to apologize for not being able to cure the boy. Of course, Diana's strength is greater, but the chance of failure is not excluded. One does not apologize for that. Tara explained to the doubting Belle that Lady Diana was asking for a personal meeting with a childhood friend, that is, with her, so she decided to choose the best dress. Belle remembered well that since Diana moved in with the Marquis of Berlot, they had never crossed paths. Maybe Diana was bored. Belze decided to use this chance and show Diana how much she had changed. In this life, they would definitely become friends. Belze waited with bated breath to meet her friend. She sincerely believed that Diana had only good intentions. The girl knew that Diana was waiting for her outside the door, and for some reason she was nervous. She really wanted to make a good impression on Diana. The girl couldn't figure out how to start a conversation with her old acquaintance. Should she just say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time? Or maybe it would be better to apologize first. Before Belle could say a word, Diana rushed towards her with hugs and shouts that she missed Belle very much. Diana's maid confirmed that her mistress had not slept all night before meeting Milady Belze, and she believed that Diana was now happy. Diana reminded her maid Lily to get the cake they had just bought from the capital's most fashionable pastry shop. Lily confirmed that Milady Di had bought it especially for Milady Belle, as she had certainly never tried anything like it. Tara found these words offensive and stated that their estate employed the best pastry chefs, and that was why they did not buy takeout food. Lily replied that it was a chance to try something new. Tara announced that she had tea from the Imperial Palace, and she would now serve it with cake. Belle found it strange that Tara had decided to finish off poor Lily. Diana meant that they weren't fed cakes at the shelter, so why get so worked up about it? The maids brought tea and served cake, and left the girls alone. wishing them a pleasant conversation. Belle felt awkward. She had never spoken to Diana in an informal setting before and didn't know how to start a conversation. The girl decided to apologize for the past first. This was supposed to be the beginning of a new relationship. Belza said that she regretted a lot and asked Diana for forgiveness for bullying her at the orphanage and would like to be friends with her. Diana replied that she was very worried about Belza, even before listening to the end of his friendship proposal. Belle was sure that Diana was interrupting her on purpose, or maybe she was just imagining it. The girl asked why her friend was so worried about her, and Dee replied that it was because she had to live on the Duke of Cagliostro's estate. Diana stunned Belle with the news that the Duke was holding the girl in the estate against her will because Diana had not cured Joshua. This is what the Marquis told her to Diana. It made her feel guilty. The Duke took the second candidate from the shelter and pretended that she had managed to cure Joshua. Belle was surprised by these words. Perhaps she had misunderstood Diana, but she claimed that she had heard that the treatment had in fact failed. Belle decided that Diana was speaking this way on purpose to evoke negative emotions in her. Diana asked to confirm her words. Belzy didn't understand why Diana was so sure that Belle had failed Joshua's treatment. Belle replied that she was nowhere near as good as Diana, but she had the ability, and it wasn't for nothing that she was made a candidate for sainthood. Diana wondered why Belle had run away from the goddess's festival. If it was because she was unsure of her gift, Belle ran away then, because she was fed up with the constant comparison with Diana, but she didn't say it out loud. She simply replied that Diana was wrong. Belle explained that she was simply bored at the festival, and she had always been a troublemaker and couldn't stand being boring. But she really did heal Joshua. The cure was not instantaneous, Belle said, which is why she lives on the estate, monitors the boy's condition, and continues to treat him. Diana didn't believe it. She said that Belle could be frank with her. Di knew that the Duke found Belle in the obedience room, took pity on her, and brought her to him. Belle was surprised where such information came from. In fact, every child who passed through the obedience room took an oath to remain silent about it. All the other pupils of the orphanage, and especially the most obedient Diana, were not supposed to know anything about this place. Belle asked Diana how she knew everything. Di admitted that an employee from the Imperial Palace came to see the Marquis, and he told her everything. There was a discrepancy. The Duke said that the existence of the obedience room would be strictly classified, so as not to damage the reputation of the church. Diana continued to chatter. Now Belle was under the Duke's protection, and she was happy for her friend. Belza became interested in how Diana really knew everything. Belz was lost in thought, but Diana decided to cheer up her friend and suggested that she eat something sweet to improve her mood. Belle didn't recognize Diana at all. It was probably all because of the reincarnation. She agreed to eat some cake, thinking that Diana had probably always been like this, and Belle simply hadn't noticed. The girl noticed the yellow glow around Diana's neck. It was a sign of an allergic reaction. The light was weak and did not pose a threat to life, so Belle was not very worried. Belze decided that she simply needed to remove the allergen from the table, but how could she know what Diana was allergic to? Belle couldn't figure it out right away. As far as she remembered, Diana simply loved to enjoy all the desserts that were currently on the table. Diana looked longingly at the cake. The Marquis was caring and forbade her desserts. It was sweet, but sad. Bells listened to Diana with half an ear as she continued to identify the allergen among the products on the table. Diana took a bite of the cake, and the girl said it tasted strange but sweet. Bells saw that as she ate the cake, the fire of the allergy was getting brighter and screamed for Diana to stop and spit it all out. The outbreak spread instantly. Bells did everything to provide Diana with first aid. The main thing was to remove the allergen from the victim's body. Belle pinned down the resisting Diana and tried to force the remaining pieces out of her mouth. Lily, Lady Diana's maid, came running to the noise and found a very strange picture. Before her eyes, Milady Belza was trying to either get something out of Lady Diana's mouth or push something into it. Belza was delighted to see the maid and announced that something bad had happened to Diana. Lily decided that Belle was not helping Diana, but wanted to kill her, and pushed the girl away from her mistress. Belle rolled head over heels to the side, and Lily shook her choking owner and tried to figure out what was happening to her. Bells got into trouble again for trying to save a man, but she was used to it. Edwin and Tara ran into the room. stunned by what was happening and looking at Belle in confusion. Diana was complaining that she couldn't breathe properly, and Lily pounced on Belle, deciding that she was the reason for her mistress's condition. Belle's broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Diana had been poisoned, just like in her past life, and they would blame everything on Belle's again? Then Belle was tricked and made to feel guilty, even though she never even thought about physically eliminating Diana. Diana was in great pain. She almost died, but Belzy had to pay with his life for his blind trust in those around him. Edwin saw that Belz was on the verge of hysteria and grabbed her by the shoulders, trying to calm her down. The girl cried and tried to convince her brother that she had not harmed Diana, but the boy replied that he knew that Belle was not guilty of anything. Lily screamed that Madame Diana showed signs of poisoning and that it was definitely Milady Belz's fault and no one else's. Edwin demanded that Dr. Gordon be called immediately to determine what had happened to the guest. The young Duke Cagliostro was no less terrible in his anger than his father, and he demanded that Lily watch what she said. Edwin stated that Lily would answer for slandering a member of the Calypso family and asked Tara if she had tested the food for poison. The maid replied that everything had been checked thoroughly. There was no hint of poison anywhere. She swore to it. Belzy noted that Edwin, as in his past life, stood up for her and forbade her from making baseless accusations. The girl nevertheless decided that she could not rely only on Edwin and announced that Lady Diana was having an allergic reaction. Belzy approached the victim and wanted to influence her with her power, but Lily did not allow her to do so. Belzy stated that if they did not do something immediately, the swelling would spread and Diana would die. The girl asked Lily whether she wanted her mistress to die or whether she would still allow her to be cured. The maid allowed her to take Milady from her and put her on the bed, where Belza could help her cope with an attack of allergies. Belle finished. The whole difficulty was that allergies can never be cured completely. You can only avoid or dull the attack. The girl said that she had done everything in her power and provided first aid, but it wouldn't hurt to pick up some allergy medication from the pharmacy. Diana came to her senses and called Lily to her. The maid ran up and asked if everything was in order with her mistress. Edwin was worried about Belle's condition. She reassured the guy. Everything was fine. He just needed to rest a little. Diana complained that some places on her body were itching so much. It was simply unbearable. Lily turned to Belza with a request to relieve her mistress from this terrible feeling. The maid was incredibly kind and polite, as if she hadn't just been screaming and accusing Belle of all mortal sins. Belzy agreed to help, confident that she could handle it quickly and easily. Edwin intervened and forbade Belle from continuing to treat Diana, stating that she had just treated her at full strength and that overexertion would be bad for her health. The young Duke suggested waiting a little. His father and the doctor would come soon. They would decide everything. Lily winced with annoyance and expressed dissatisfaction with the young gentleman's decision. The Marquis, Diana's guardian, burst into the room. He was told that his ward was ill, and he rushed in as fast as he could. In her past life, Belle saw the Marquis of Barlotte. Then he was next to the prince, so this was Anne's first meeting with him. The evidence Belle's was shown at the time indicated that the Marquis and the second prince were planning to revolt. Later, things turned out that the crown prince and the family of Duke Cagliostro were portrayed as conspirators. There was a possibility that the Marquis was involved. The Marquis first asked Diana what was wrong with her gift. The girl replied that she was already feeling better and that everything was fine with her gift. Now, as in his past life, the Marquis of Barlotte was obsessed with making Diana a saint. The doctor and the Duke appeared at the door. Edward was outraged. The girl had just come to her senses, and the Marquis was only interested in her gift. It was disgusting. The Marquis justified himself by saying that he was thus expressing his concern for Diana and allowed Dr. Gordon to see the girl. The doctor examined the victim and praised Belzy for the timely and skillful assistance he provided, which made it possible to save Diana. Now Diana's life is not in danger. The swelling of the airways has gone away. The rash remains, but it will be removed with medication. The Marquis was perplexed. There was a second candidate for sainthood here, and why any medicine was needed at all. As far as the Marquis understood, it was Belz who was to blame for the incident, so let her take responsibility and treat Diana's rash. Duke Cagliostro was perplexed as to why the Marquis had decided so, and Berlotte replied that Diana's allergy had begun after drinking tea in this house. The Duke asked what was wrong with giving tea to a guest, even though she had come uninvited. Cagliostro understood that the Marquise was panicking. The child under his care had almost died, so the Duke would ignore the accusation this time. For the future, Edward recommended that the Marquise change his ward's maid. This woman does not know that Diana has allergies and feeds her whatever comes to hand. The Marquise was angry. Was the Cagliostro family really trying to blame his ward's maid for everything? It was low on the Duke's part. Berlot claimed that Lily had no way of knowing that the sweets served at the table contained apricots. Gordon intervened. The doctor said that he did not understand where they came from. They never use these fruits here because Joshua is allergic to them. Everyone was confused about which dessert they were in. Belza guessed that the apricots were most likely in the pie that Diana and Lily bought at the cafe. The Marquise was furious. He warned Lily that she should not dare to buy this pie for Diana. Lily justified herself by saying that it was not her fault. Suddenly, Diana herself intervened and took all the blame on herself. For some reason, she didn't think about herself. Diana said that Belle always loved sweets, and she gave her her portion, no matter what she took away from others, so she brought a pie. The Marquise announced that Belzy had behaved terribly at the shelter. Diana had wholeheartedly wanted to treat her to something sweet, and this is what came of it. The Marquis suggested that Bells had eaten her fill of pie and fed the rest to Diana. Lily confirmed this, as she had seen Belle force the pie into Diana's mouth. Belle was indignant. How much more nonsense could they talk? She tried to make Diana spit out the pie, but in the orphanage she never took sweets from anyone. Edwin and Tara confirmed that the girl was pulling the pie out of Diana's mouth, not the other way around. The Marquis believed that everyone was talking complete nonsense, but in reality, they were simply shielding the culprit. The Duke ordered him to be silent. He had forgiven the Marquis's stupidity only because he believed that Diana was Belle's girlfriend. But now Berlot was going too far. The Duke had no intention of asking why Diana was lying. At that age, frightened children often lie when they are frightened. In the future, Duke Cagliostro hoped that he would never see either the Marquis himself or his ward in his estate or in its surroundings. The Marquis tried to object, but Cagliostro was adamant in his decision, and Barilotto had no choice but to understand that he was not welcome here. Berlot ordered Lily to take Diana. It was time for them to leave this now inhospitable house. Before leaving, Diana wanted to say goodbye to Belle. She had to apologize because she had accidentally hit her and now wanted to heal the abrasion. Belle just wanted to rest. But for the sake of Diana and improving relations between their families, everything had to be done to resolve the conflict. Diana directed her power at Belle and at the same time asked for forgiveness. She was sorry that everything turned out this way. In fact, she just wanted to chat. Belza felt a strange sensation, maybe because she had never been treated with divine power, but she felt like bugs were being released onto her skin. Belze stopped Diana. She had enough. She leaned over and whispered that Belzy had become much smarter than before. Belle saw a purple glow around Diana, and there was a whisper in her ears that she was again trying to take away from Di what should belong only to her. Belze was taken aback by Diana's words. She couldn't understand what his would-be girlfriend meant. Marquis Berlot called Diana sharply. If the girl had finished her manipulations, then they should leave. Diana left victorious. Her eternal enemy had already become weaker. She tried. The Marquise and Diana would show her who was worthy of becoming a saint and repay her for today. Diana stopped again and asked the Marquise to give her a couple more minutes to talk with Belzy. Diana looked back at Belle and apologized for saying so many things to her, but in reality, Di was sad that she couldn't heal Joshua. Diana justified herself by saying that she was worried about her failure, and therefore the Marquis lied to her, apparently to calm her down. Today, Diana saw Belle's strength with her own eyes and envied her a little. Diana said that she had done wrong, that she was sorry, and asked for forgiveness. Belle's thought that she was an adult in a child's body, but Diana was an ordinary child, and it was not easy for her. Belle believed that this was the first time Diana had found herself in a situation where the two of them were being compared, and the girl knew perfectly well that this was unpleasant and forgave Diana. The girls said goodbye as practically friends and promised to see each other at the festival in honor of the goddess. After leaving, the Marquis family acknowledged their mistakes and sent the Duke a letter of apology. Whether it was the result of using force or it was because of excitement, Belle lay in bed for 2 days. A few days later, Belle was able to get up, she reasoned. Although the incident had been resolved safely, there was still something wrong. The color that emanated from Diana was very similar to that which emanated from the former abbot Pius. Could it be that this color signifies evil? Diana was not only supposed to become a saint, but also the main character of this story. Bells remembered how Diana dreamed of becoming the best of all the saints and curing all the sick in the world. Belle couldn't believe she was starting to doubt Diana because she was acting a little different than she had in the past. But the Marquis was clearly a suspicious type. Until this incident, Belle had not realized how much the Marquis was obsessed with Diana's divine power and was pushing her to compete with Belle. The Marquis had long planned to deal with the Duke's family, but now Belle decided to act differently, and if she noticed anything suspicious here, she would immediately inform the Duke. The next time he and Diana should meet is at the festival in honor of the goddess. Time flies, and that day is just around the corner. The very event is approaching. Diana's divine gift will blossom, and then she will begin the path to becoming a saint. Unfortunately, the royals will be attending this celebration, so Belle won't be able to escape and will be compared to Diana all day. Now it was for the best. Belle no longer cared about the opinions of others. She had no intention of surpassing Diana and becoming a saint, and Edwin would not be taken away from her. Instead, Belle's intended to remain just a child adopted by Duke Cagliostro and repay the family for their kindness. Dr. Gordon entered the girl's room. The old man was in a terrible hurry to tell Belza some very important news. The doctor told the girl that he had been looking for her everywhere to tell her that he had finally succeeded and that he had been able to successfully plant the fairy grass sprouts. Belle was delighted. The first step towards her future capital had finally been taken. But when she looked at the doctor's meager plot, Belle's optimism evaporated. There wasn't even half of what she had collected in the forest. Gordon was indignant. It was a legendary, unknown plant. He transplanted it, and some of the seedlings remained alive. It was an unprecedented success. The doctor said that the grass would soon release seeds, and they would sprout in a couple of days. But Belle corrected him by saying that they would fully sprout in 3 months. Belle told Gordon that she had read about this in one of the books in the Duke's library, and the doctor decided to go there too. The doctor was interested in what Belle would do with these herbs once she had enough of them. The girl initially wanted to make aromatic candles from herbs, but this amount is clearly not enough. More sprouts are needed. Belle asked the doctor how much virgin oil could be obtained from this herb. Gordon replied that no more than 2 small bottles would be enough. Bells decided to change her plan and shared her intentions with the doctor. Gordon was inspired by the idea. It would definitely attract a lot of attention. Dr. Gordon advised the girl to place her advertisements wisely, only where they would provide maximum coverage to the target audience. The doctor advised using the festival in honor of the goddess for this purpose, and Belza completely agreed with him. The doctor realized that since the festival was being held in the temple, Diana and the Marquis of Berlote would be present. There, most likely, they would decide which of the girls would become the saint. Belle believed that the doctor was absolutely right, but she did not understand what he was getting at. Gordon decided that the saint should become Belza. When the Marquis came to them last time, he simply infuriated the doctor with his disdain. That is why Gordon decided to use the opportunity to make a saint out of Belza and prove to the Marquis the superiority of the Duke's family. Belle replied that she had no desire to become a saint, but Gordon was not to be dissuaded. He was going to do everything in his power to elevate Belle. Gordon announced that he would make Belzy a saint during the festival, and these were not empty words. The old man really decided to do it. First of all, he intensified research into the beneficial properties of fairy grass, or as it was also called, elfiness grass. At this time, Belle found useful the experience and knowledge of the life she lived before entering the reality of the novel. In the 21st century reality, Belle was a specialist in the creation and development of new cosmetics brands and worked for a very successful company. Combining 21st century technology and the magical knowledge of the novel's reality was difficult, but Belle worked hard, and the final product was ready. Tara was the first to try it on herself, and now the girl has gorgeous skin on her face and is guaranteed that all her friends want the same. Despite significant success, Belle's lacked one important detail to qualify for the place of saint. Belle was going to go out into the city without a guard. But the butler indignantly resisted the young lady's decision. Belze claimed that she would do everything very quickly and nothing would happen to her. She did not need guards at all, and she would not wait for the Duke. The girl simply asked to give her a carriage. She will have a protector with her, so there is no need to worry about her. The butler didn't understand how a guard bear was any better than a living knight, so the girl decided to demonstrate the bear's capabilities and turned on the defender mode. Mikhailo greeted him and introduced himself, but this did not impress the butler, and he decided to immediately call a detachment of knights to accompany him. Mikhailo fell out of the girl's hands and landed deftly on the floor, surprising everyone present. The bear declared that his task was to destroy all obstacles in Belle's path, and the stunned butler agreed that this miracle could be relied upon. Belle went to the capital's trade guild to obtain a license and certificates for the finished product. Belze doubted whether she and Tara had come to the exact address, but the maid assured the girl that everything was correct and that this really was the capital's trade guild. Belle was confused. So why are there so many children in this building? What is really going on here? Tara assumed that some kind of event was taking place and decided to go get a ticket for now. While Tara was away, Belle looked at the visitors with interest and noticed a lonely boy. Apparently, he came here unaccompanied. The boy was the same age as Edwin, and suddenly, his and Belle's eyes met. The ticket number was announced, and Tara hurried Belze. It was their turn. Belle decided that the boy was waiting for his parents and forgot about him. The receptionist was polite. She asked the purpose of the visit and heard that it was necessary to register a patent and trademark. After reviewing the documents provided, the manager promised that everything would be ready within a day. Belze had to fill out the appropriate form and put the name of the guarantor in one of its columns. The girl decided to use the name of Dr. Gordon. The manager announced that registration would take some time and that Belle could participate in the event that was being held at the guild in the meantime. It was a competition organized by the imperial family for the title of the best young entrepreneur, with a prize fund of 500 gold coins. The sum was significant for the empire. Belze immediately agreed, and she was immediately added to the list of participants. Belze needed startup capital. If she won, it would mean that the imperial family would be helping her. The girl felt someone's gaze on her, looked around, and realized that the same lonely boy was looking at her. Belze took a closer look and decided that he was certainly not as handsome as Edwin, but he was quite attractive and most likely also a participant in the competition. Belze felt a little uneasy competing with the kids, but it would be stupid to lose the money. Belle raised her head proudly and announced that the prize fund would belong only to her, a statement that somewhat stunned the unknown boy. The hood moved off the boy's head, and Belze saw that he had bright red, almost red hair. The manager gave Belze the documents for participation in the competition and wished her success. The girl looked around. The mysterious red-haired guy was no longer in the guild room. Tara asked what was bothering her mistress. Belle didn't tell her anything. It was time for them to return home. On the way, the girl realized that bright red hair and light green eyes in area are a sign of belonging to the imperial family. The purer the blood, the more pronounced the signs are. So the second prince was distinguished by slightly reddish hair and dull green eyes. The guy Belle met had bright red hair, which meant it could only be one person. The crown prince of Area, Caesar Estelord. Belze wondered if this was really the prince and what he was doing in the guild. The girl did not recall any information about his participation in the competition. There was only talk of an attack by mercenaries sent by the Empress. Belle jumped up as if scalded and told Tara that she had forgotten something and would pick it up and come back. Belle knew that after the attack, Diana would heal the crown prince's wounds. But during his illness, he would lose all his allies and end up in prison. And this was also her fault. The girl decided that if an attack happened today, she just needed to warn the guards, and she would be able to calmly return back. Belle looked around, but did not see the prince. The girl intuitively looked into one of the alleys. Here, Belze discovered a silk scarf and a precious brooch, items that could only have belonged to the crown prince. It was necessary to hurry. It was too late to rely on the guards, and Belle, with the faithful Mikhailo behind her, set off on the trail of the crowned youth. She didn't have to walk for long. Soon the girl came across the prince and his pursuers. The boy was on the verge of death. Caesar Estelord, the young crown prince of the Area Empire, was saying goodbye to his life. What could a small child do against a warrior armed to the teeth and trained? The attackers laughed at why the crown prince would come to such a banal competition. But for them, it became an opportunity to get rid of him. The children's entrepreneurship competition was positioned as an event to identify talented children, while simultaneously seeking intelligent advisors for the nobility. Anyone who was in any way connected to the imperial family was under the authority of the empress, and because of this, no one could be trusted. Therefore, Caesar needed a gifted man, outside the empress's sphere of influence, a peer who shared the same values. The crown prince had been observing the event's participants undercover, but apparently a leak occurred, leaving Caesar in a dangerous situation. The guy only had to manage to escape the clutches of his pursuers and find himself in a crowded place, which is what he tried to do. The empress's agents were experienced people, and Caesar was unable to escape far. He was surrounded again. The heir to the throne fought with the desperation of a cornered wolf cub. But what could he do against the warriors? When his fate was already decided, a miracle happened. A shrill, girlish scream rang out, commanding some teddy bear to join the fight, and the bandits flew apart from the blows of the funny teddy bear. The bear cub delivered precise blows, not forgetting to politely introduce himself to each of his opponents and inform them that they had better get out of there. Yahello loudly declared that he felt a pleasant tingling sensation in his paws and that he needed comrades for further games. But there were no more volunteers. Caesar did not understand what had happened, how this amazing girl with a wonderful bear appeared here, admiring her pet no less than the prince himself. The little girl turned her wonderful eyes to the prince and asked how he was feeling. He recognized her as the stranger from the guild. Bells was not surprised by Caesar's wariness. The assassins had caught him by surprise, and the boy was frightened and confused. Belle was just as scared as the prince, so she ordered the bear to activate assassin mode. The girl told the prince that they were safe now, and that he should not worry, but Caesar said that he did not need her help. Belle wasn't offended. Such behavior was natural for someone who had miraculously escaped death. She had stopped the killers, the prince was fine, and that was enough. Treating royals was not Belle's job. It was time to leave before she became even more embroiled in the imperial family's intrigues. Belle decided that since the prince was standing on his feet and being rude, he was quite capable of getting home. And apparently, he had a way to call the servants. The bear continued to beat up one of the bandits, more out of sport than from any sense of danger. Yahello told the owner that he had defeated all the bandits in this alley and received praise from the girl. It was time to return. Belze was about to leave. But at that moment, Caesar swayed and fell right onto the pavement. It was impossible to save the crown prince from the assassins and just leave him to die on the street. Belle found a deep wound on Caesar. He was simply bleeding out. She stopped the bleeding, but the situation was still critical. Belle's hoped that the crown prince, as a candidate for the place of the main character of the novella, would not die. But there was no certainty of this. So much had changed in the plot. Leaving the boy here was out of the question, and Belle remembered the giant mode the bear could switch to, which Edwin had told her about. This was a great way out of the situation. The bear could easily carry the guy out of the dangerous place. Mikhail received the necessary command and immediately carried it out. It seemed to Belle that he did it with great pleasure. A second later, Belle, sitting on the paws of her faithful guard, was giving instructions to the bear to carefully carry her and the prince to the backyard of the Merchants' Guild. Belle had hoped that if she moved the prince to a crowded place, he would be replaced and helped. She herself had given him some strength, leaving Diana with a lot of work. Naturally, Belze was late, and Tara was already starting to worry about the girl. Belle returned just in time. The maid was already about to send to the Duke for help. The girl made excuses and apologized. She said that some child dropped a precious brooch and scarf. Unfortunately, Belle couldn't catch up with the one who lost it, even though she tried, so she decided to go back. Tara was shocked and earnestly asked the lady that if this happened next time, she would take her with her. Belle promised and asked for forgiveness. It was a little white lie. Well, Belle couldn't tell Tara the truth. She sincerely hoped that everything would be okay with Caesar. A few days later, the day of the festival of the goddess Taishine arrived, and the festival was held on an incredible scale. On the second day of the holiday, Belle had to take the first step towards her future capital. There was no news about the heir, and Belle was not worried. Tara asked if the lady was sure that she needed to wear a simple dress. After all, she was going to celebrate the goddess's birthday. The maids reminded Belza that she had many beautiful dresses, and maybe she would change her mind and choose one of them. Belza objected. She wanted to dress simply today, and the bracelet the Duke had given her would be enough jewelry for her. This is a ruby tracking bracelet. Belle was told to wear it after her last adventure. She thought it was too much, but she did not upset the Duke by refusing. Belle told the maids that today she was meeting her friends from the orphanage. No one there wore expensive clothes, so she should dress simply. In her past life, Belle envied Diana's outfits, so when she got the chance to dress up, she came to the festival in an overly rich outfit. The dress was simply pretentious, and the looks directed at the girl were unfriendly. She did not understand why they treated her like that, and was upset. People around her didn't understand why the girl, whose healing ability was declining, was dressing up like royalty. Belle remembered how one boy explained to her the reason for the general ill will. She did not remember his face, only his rough voice. Thanks to this advice, Belza corrected herself and began to dress more modestly. But even then, she was labeled as a Diana imitator. One thing Belle couldn't understand, either then or now, was how that child knew that her ability to heal was decreasing every day. In her past life, Belza's healing abilities grew weaker and weaker, to the point where she found it difficult to heal even small scratches. At first, the girl could not understand the reason, but after her last confinement in the obedience room, she realized that her abilities had simply been stolen. In her past life, Belle focused on comparing herself to Diana, and didn't notice her strength waning. Maybe the guy knew something and was saying it because he hated her. The butler announced that the Duke had asked Belle to join him and the young gentleman for breakfast before she went to the temple. The girl was surprised. Since she had lived here, she had to have breakfast alone, since all the men of Cagliostro were always busy. The family usually gathered in the evenings, so what happened today if the Duke decided to gather everyone together for breakfast? Belle was late and tried to apologize, but the Duke replied that it was his fault. He invited the girl too late. As everyone was gathered, Edward ordered food to be served at the table. It was time to begin breakfast. Edwin looked after his younger brother, and from childhood he was attentive to others and acted like a mature person. In her past life, Belza rarely ate with the Duke and his sons. It was more of a duty than a pleasure. Now Joshua was present at the table. He was alive, healthy and cheerful, and this added joy and optimism to everyone present. Belle saw the difference between the House of Cagliostro in her past life and now, and this gave her confidence that she could change the course of history. Duke Edward Cagliostro praised Belza's manners. She had a good understanding of the instruments and used them skillfully. The Duke wondered if Belz had learned this at the temple orphanage. The girl answered positively, and the Duke noted that at least here the temple had done something useful. In fact, Belza lied again. She learned etiquette in the Duke's house. At the orphanage, the children used a plate and one wooden spoon to eat. She didn't know that there were different types of utensils and that they were used for different dishes. Belle also didn't know that the servants cleared away the used dishes. So on the first day, she used the cutlery so ineptly that she felt ashamed. Instead of reprimand, Belza received a patient teacher in the Duke, who advised that if she was in doubt, she should start with the extreme devices. The Duke explained that small utensils were used for desserts and ribbed ones for fish. Belle remembered only good things about Duke Cagliostro. Edward admonished his youngest son, "Joshua will have to learn good manners, otherwise he will not be able to be a worthy son of the Duke." The Duke promised to take care of the boy. When he grew up a little more, Belle knew that he spoke of this with joy, care, and love. Belle knew how unpleasant it was to be compared to someone else, and she didn't want Joshua to feel uncomfortable, so she dropped her fork on the floor. Belza asked for forgiveness. Her hands were still weak. The Duke noted her youth and said that she and Joshua would definitely learn everything. Belle asked what holiday they were all celebrating at breakfast. The boys unanimously announced that today was a very important day, and Belle was afraid that she had forgotten some important date. The Duke explained that they had gathered here to support her. Today was an important day for Belze. The Duke reminded that the child who has earned the most service talents is chosen as a saint. and a talent is the temple's currency, equal to gold. During the days of services, the nobles exchanged gold for talents, and only then were they able to sell things made by the orphanage children and their abilities. The child who received the most talents was chosen as a saint. Belle appreciated the Duke's support, but did not want to become a saint in this way. Belle wasn't eager for the saint's place. The Duke noted that her words differed from what Gordon said, but Belle worked hard, wasn't it, for the saint's place? Belle realized that the doctor had told her everything, and she decided to ask permission to use the fairy herb commercially. The girl promised the Duke to tell her what she was for when she made a profit. Edward remarked that if she was able to pay for the raw materials, she was counting on making a profit. Cagliostro allowed Belle to use as many herbs as he needed. He was eager to see how much this child could earn. Edwin wondered why she didn't want to use her abilities. If she was a candidate for sainthood, then she should take up healing and earn talents. Belle replied that her purpose for the event was to promote the product and thought that she didn't want to be compared to Diana again. The girl told the Duke that she was not as good at healing as Diana and did not want to claim someone else's place. The girl assumed that she had disappointed Duke Cagliostro and his sons and asked for forgiveness for this. Edward was angry, who told Belza that she was weak in healing, who dared to instill such thoughts in the child. Joshua supported his father. Belle was able to cure him. Isn't that proof of her strength? Edwin said that he completely agreed with everyone, but Belle could do whatever she wanted, and he would always be on her side. The Duke smiled. Belzy shouldn't worry. She should think of it as a game. In any case, she will become a saint today. The saint's place can be bought. The Duke exchanged enough, so she just needs to wait. Belle reminded that they only exchange 100 talents per family. Edward announced that it didn't matter. He would come to the party, and she would see everything for herself. Belle was surprised that they would really come to the festival. It turned out that the Duke and his sons had canceled all their business for the day just to attend the festival. In the original novella, the Cagliostro family rarely participated in public events. They were not interested, and Gordon went there instead. Joshua complained that he also wanted to go, but the doctor forbade it because the boy had not fully recovered his health. Belze didn't expect that, at this festival, she would not be alone, but with such a powerful support group. The children participating in the festival had to prepare their own stands, so Belle's first stop was the temple. Quite a lot of time had passed since the girl's last visit to the temple, but everything there remained the same and did not bother Belle at all. The doctor grumbled that his old and sick man was being forced to carry heavy things, but Belle believed that Gordon had no other choice. He was her business partner. Gordon objected. This did not mean that he was obliged to carry Belle's things. Of course, he was still strong enough, but he already had to hide her secrets from the Duke. After breakfast, the Duke tried to become Belle's assistant, but the girl couldn't even imagine him in that position. She stated that Dr. Gordon had agreed to help her. The doctor suggested that the girl visit her friends and mentors. Other children certainly did this. Belle explained that she didn't have any close friends here, and she didn't get along very well with the mentors, so she didn't want to see anyone. The doctor was sure that the teachers loved Belle because she was a sweet child. The girl thought that no one remembered her because Belle was completely ordinary. Suddenly, Lorraine, the director of the orphanage, intervened in the conversation and informed Gordon that Lady Belle's was wrong. She was a special child. Lorraine suggested that Gordon tell a little about how Lady Belle's used to live in the temple. Belle had expected something like this. Now that she was under the protection of Duke Cagliostro, the headmistress was naturally interested in how she was being treated. In the past, when Belle's healing abilities first emerged, it was Principal Lorraine who cared for her more than anyone else. Lorraine praised the girl, noting that, despite her young age, she already knows how to use her gift. Belze did not know parental affection, so Lorraine's attention was very important to the girl, and all her goals were dictated by the director's wishes. The director's interest in Belza faded the moment Diana arrived at the shelter, and now all of Lorraine's attention was focused on her new favorite. If they had forgotten about Belle, it would have been half the trouble, but the headmistress always compared her and Diana, and always to Belle's disadvantage. When Diana received the Marquis's patronage, the director's attitude towards Belza worsened even more. Perhaps it was Director Lorraine who gave Belle the inferiority complex towards Diana, which is why Belle became so embittered as she grew up. Gordon was delighted and asked the director to tell him about Belle's, The girl did not want this and said that it was better not to be distracted, but to put things in order. The doctor decided that Belle was simply shy, and the girl was sure that the director was going to laugh at her and her appearance. As if they had been waiting for just this, two teachers, nuns, approached them and croaked that Belza was a troublemaker in the orphanage. Having looked the girl over from head to toe, the teachers concluded that things were not going smoothly for her in the Duke's family either. They had not even sent a personal maid with her. Instead, they sent an old servant. The nuns advised Gordon not to get attached to this child. She would probably soon be returned back to the orphanage. The women said that Belz had done what was required of her. She had finished what Diana had almost completed. The nuns laughed. They felt sorry for the Duke's doctor. Most likely it was he who cured the boy, and Belzy took credit for his achievements. So nasty and rude. Gordon interrupted the nuns' chatter and stated that Belle might not be the most polite child he had ever met, and that she might even be a troublemaker. Only he, Gordon Filliane, Duke Cagliostro's personal physician, can personally vouch for the fact that this child is gifted with a unique gift of healing. The doctor handed the ladies his business card. Belze did not expect such a tirade. He was clearly worried about her reaction to the nun's words. The director and her companions were stunned. The name Gordon Filliane made a stunning impression on the women. He was known as a professional of the highest level. The doctor said that for healing the young master Joshua, Duke Cagliostro highly values Belzy and is ready to fulfill all her wishes. The girl was pleased with the doctor's words, but she was no longer hurt by the words of these people, so there was no need for protection. However, since Gordon started that conversation, she had a chance to wipe their noses and announced that the Duke had given her a ruby bracelet so that she wouldn't get lost. And Edward Cagliostro will come to see her stand a little later. They can feel free to come and greet his lordship. The headmistress changed her tune right in the air. She apologized for the nun's rudeness and began to say that Belza had always been good and would be able to forgive them. Belle didn't need these apologies. The event was about to start, and there was no point in making a fuss. The girl declared that she wasn't offended by them. The nuns quickly retreated, leaving Belle to prepare the stand. But Gordon was outraged that such a confident lady had turned into a weak child here. Belle explained that she let them get away with it because Gordon had already stood up for her, and the director was already suffering from constipation, and in revenge, she would simply not treat her. Belle chose the most prestigious location for her stand, the center of the square, but it had one drawback. Diana's place was nearby. "Remember the ray, here is the sun." Diana appeared. She smiled her most welcoming smile and said too loudly that she missed Belle's. Belle was always given the best seats in the temple, but this was only so that the girl would become a backdrop for Diana's radiance. When Diana was around someone who had no friends or abilities, she naturally shone brighter. Today, Diana was wearing an incredibly elegant dress, which Belle thought was strange. In her previous life, Belzy, Diana chose modest outfits. The outfit Diana was wearing was almost the same as the one Belzy had worn the day Di came to visit her at the estate. Diana announced that she had wanted to dress as modestly as Belzy, but the Marquise had recently bought her several new dresses, and she could not resist. It was something new. In her past life, Belle was compared to Diana, and she tried to imitate everyone's favorite. But today, Diana copies Belle. It's incredibly interesting, the girl thought. Diana and her paths are now completely opposite. In any case, Diana imitating her. It's cool. Naturally, everyone admired Lady Di's outfit and called her a real princess, but Belle no longer cared. Diana greeted Dr. Gordon, trying to demonstrate to the public their supposedly long and close acquaintance. Di asked why the doctor had come here. Gordon replied that he was Belle's assistant and was helping her cope with the stand. Diana was a little surprised. It was unexpected for her that Belza was able to become so close to such a famous scientist. Duke Cagliostro's personal physician is helping Belza at the festival, Diana reasoned. That upstart is lucky. Diana's new maid intervened and asked if the doctor was really helping Belza or would simply be healing her in her place. The doctor declared her words nonsense. Belza herself had prepared everything for today's festival. Why would they lie at such an event? Diana feigned concern. Belle must understand that if another person treats her for her, it will be a violation of the rules, and she could be kicked out for it. Diana said that she found it strange that Belle had hired a doctor as an assistant. It should have been a maid. And people started whispering that Belle was breaking the rules. Belle's appreciated Diana's move. Even if everything was fine, such words in this situation still created the feeling that she was actually breaking the rules. If it had only been about her, Belle would not have paid attention to it. But Dr. Gordon was also drawn into the intrigue, and the Duke's prestige could have suffered. Belle snapped back that she knew perfectly well that earning talent at the expense of others' skill was against the rules. Diana blinked rapidly and said in an offended tone that she was worried about Belle's, and that she was wrong to be angry with her. Belle replied that she wasn't angry at all. She believed that Dee was worried about her. They really were friends, weren't they? Belle stated that she came here to advertise her product, and she plans to earn talents using her own abilities. As a candidate for sainthood, for some reason, Belle's didn't want to lose today. The girl stated that if Diana or her maid felt that she and the doctor were breaking the rules, they could report it at any time. Belle's doesn't mind at all if Diana continues to watch her and be a witness for her defense or prosecution. Belle extended an open palm to Diana and offered her a fair competition, but promised to surpass her opponent in everything today. Diana accepted Belle's offer, shook her hand, and wished her luck. Belle offered Diana a competition on terms that were not entirely favorable to herself. She looked confident, but doubted her absolute success. Sometime after the fair began, doubts about its success also came to Dr. Gordon. Belza behaved absolutely calmly. She was confident that everything was going as planned. Gordon was perplexed. The fair had already lasted for half an hour, and not a single person had approached them during that time. Belle's counters were blocked by a huge queue, slowly moving towards Diana's section. It seemed as if all the sick people of the empire had lined up to see Diana. Of course, most of the nobles who came to the fair rushed to Diana for treatment. Diana set the price at only 10 talents, much less than the prices in the temple, so no one was surprised that such a huge line formed for her. Diana's services were in demand even without advertising, and her guardian was even more diligent, identifying the most eminent aristocrats and giving them access without waiting in line. The Marquis used his connections without any embarrassment, and the queue to see Diana showed no signs of getting any smaller. Gordon was incredibly upset. His faith in the success of Belle's event was hanging by a thread. The doctor thought that if things continued like this, they would not be able to sell anything until the Duke arrived, which would be a shame. Gordon, of course, thought that the Duke would simply buy up all of Belle's goods, and since the eminent nobles arrived later, Cagliostro would only appear at the end of the fair. Belle reassured the doctor that it had only just begun. There was still time, and their product was unique. No one else here offered anything like it. Gordon agreed. Their product is more than unique. It is his main masterpiece, Belle corrected. It is their common main masterpiece, a secret weapon made overnight. Gordon and Belle's conversation was interrupted by a loud announcement. Madame Cloud, the current emperor's aunt and the former emperor's sister, had arrived at the fair. This lady looked much older than Gordon and was the very big fish that Belzy was hunting. The Marquis immediately appeared at Madame Cloud's side and led her to Diana without waiting in line. Belle understood his motives perfectly well. Diana left all her patience and turned all her attention to the person of imperial blood. Only Belle saw perfectly well that Diana's healing power would not help Madame. Her pure white aura was the result of aging and meant that Madame did not have much longer to live. So the Marquis was trying in vain. His behavior only irritated the other aristocrats, who were already waiting an incredibly long time for their turn. However, Madame Cloud still sat down in the chair in front of Diana and prepared for the healing session. Belle's noticed that, despite all the attention directed at the high-ranking guest, her rival constantly looked in the direction of Belle's plot. Diana even smiled and waved to Belza, wondering if everything was okay with her neighbor. Belle saw her smirk, her ostentatious kindness, and the incredible fear in the depths of her eyes. Belle had the same feeling towards Diana the last time she came to visit her at the Duke's estate and heard her say words that denigrated her reputation. In Belle's past life, this would have been unthinkable. Diana recognized her as an equal rival and is now nervous. Belza wondered if she herself had changed, then perhaps Diana was also very different from her previous version. In her past life, Belle had hated being compared to Diana, but now she felt a slight gratitude for the same thing, and she was confident in herself. Belle told Diana that she was fine and that she could safely continue receiving people who needed help. Gordon asked why Belle kept looking towards the line of people lined up to see Diana, and the girl replied that it was time to show people their wares. Belle picked up the megaphone and grinned slyly at Gordon. The doctor decided that he had teamed up with the treacherous devil. It was midday, the sun was shining brightly, and the nobles were exhausted from the long wait for Diana to heal them. Suddenly, the silence of the fairground was broken by the loud sound of a girl's voice, amplified many times over by a megaphone. All the attention of the aristocrats was immediately riveted to the little girl who was being held in the arms of a gentleman of a very respectable age. Belle announced that right now she is giving away a bottle of a product that can energize you from the first sip to the first 10 clients. For today's fair, Belle and Gordon prepared drinks from fairy grass, which was a remedy for fatigue. Since the quantity of the magic herb was extremely limited, the remedy was created in a hurry, but its effectiveness surpassed all known drinks. In addition, the drink made from fairy grass had an incredibly fresh and pleasant taste, which should have further attracted customers. Belle announced that the remedy helps with mild colds and minor ailments, and its effectiveness is guaranteed by Gordon Feliacci himself. The Marquis immediately launched an anti-advertisement. He hissed that all these were made-up characteristics, just to sell sweet water. The exhausted nobles were glad to have the opportunity to refresh themselves, and for free, too. Many immediately went to Belle's counter, drank, and returned the empty bottles. Belle calculated that since about 600 nobles were taking part in the event, 500 vials to relieve fatigue would be enough. Selling half of this amount of drink will give the girl a good chance of winning first place. The idea was that patients would come to Diana with hope of being cured. Belle would infuse the drink with healing power, and people would instantly feel relief. Minor ailments, such as a runny nose or a slight migraine, passed instantly. The drink's taste was pleasant. The nobles who tried it for free returned and bought several bottles at once. People were convinced that the remedy was working, and the man next to the girl was Dr. Gordon, and the line quickly moved from Diana's station to Belle's station. The free bottles sold out quickly, and Gordon was worried that they were selling a fatigue reliever and calling it a medicine, which was a scam. Belle's reassured the doctor. Everyone understood perfectly well that this was not a real medicine, but just the name of a drink. The advertising worked. Perhaps the nobles bought the drink because they were thirsty, perhaps because of the low price, perhaps because they hoped to be cured. But sales were brilliant. People kept coming, and Belle waited for the moment when she could find a buyer for the goods from which she intended to make real money. Then the Marquis showed up and made a complaint that Belzy was taking advantage of Diana's proximity and trying to steal clients right from under her nose. The man shouted that if Belle was a candidate for sainthood, she should use her healing abilities and not push some ridiculous drink on him, calling it medicine. Belle understood why the Marquis had come to her kiosk and was saying all this so loudly. He was trying to make it clear to everyone that she was unworthy of a place as a candidate for sainthood. Now it didn't matter. Belle managed to attract the attention of everyone present. The whole fair knew about the medicinal drink with excellent properties. The Marquis's erratic behavior played into Belle's hands. The noise attracted even more customers to her counter. I became interested in the Belle's drink and the healing that had already taken place with Diana, Madame Claudie. The Marquis diligently criticized the drink. He laughed at the price of only one talent, and at the promise that one sip of the drink already gives a surge of strength. Belle just smirked. Let him continue chatting. He was giving her excellent publicity, attracting the attention of others. People would approach her, at least out of interest. Belle pointed to a board with additional information, which stated that the product was not effective for life-threatening injuries or terminal illnesses. The stand listed all the restrictions. Belle could not be accused of deception, but the Marquise accused her of mocking adults and that her remedy was useless. Belle was perplexed. Other children were using advertising slogans, but the Marquise was only arguing with her. The Marquis threatened Belle, but behind him a stern order was heard to get out of the way. It was Duke Cagliostro who appeared and declared that the Marquise should not disturb Belzy unnecessarily. Edwin arrived with his father and apologized for not being able to show up earlier. Edward noticed that the Marquise was still hanging around and asked if he had any important business in this place. The Marquis stated that he had come to see what the candidate for sainthood was selling, in addition to her healing abilities. Belza frowned. He must have changed his shoes so quickly. As soon as the Duke arrived, he immediately started making excuses. Cagliostro declared that if the Marquis had satisfied his curiosity, he should take care of his child. The Marquis was furious, but he had no choice but to leave Belzy alone. He was powerless against the Duke. Gordon was pleased. The Marquis had been testing his nerves since the morning and asking for help. After the quarrel, when he let go, the doctor felt relieved. Edwin asked what had happened here, how they had arrived, so that he wouldn't worry. Belle replied that nothing special had happened. Cagliostro examined Belle's goods, wondering if this was really what she had been preparing in secret from him. The girl replied that Dr. Gordon had helped her. Gordon modestly stated that he hadn't done anything special. Everything from the formation of the idea to the preparation of the product was Belle's idea. The Duke was amazed that such a small head could contain so many amazing ideas, and asked Belle to sell him and Edwin her drink. Belle wanted to give the Duke 5 bottles for free, but Edward declared that he was buying 100 bottles from his ward. Gordon was delighted, but Belle was speechless from surprise. That was 100 talents, the maximum amount that one family could exchange. The Duke regretted that he could not give more. Belle objected that if he bought her drink, he would not be able to buy anything else at the fair. Cagliostro declared that there was nothing else here that he needed. Edwin confirmed that he had not found anything else interesting to spend money on. Belle's had decided to package the goods beautifully, especially for the Duke, when Madame Cloud approached her counter. The Emperor's aunt addressed the Duke with a greeting. They had not seen each other for a long time. Cagliostro hastened to bow to the member of the imperial family. The Marquis tried unsuccessfully to keep Madame Cloud's attention near Diana and prevent her from visiting Belle's counter. Madame told the Marquise to stop treating her like an old woman and stated that after today's session with Diana, she had not noticed much improvement. Belle knew that the Marquis's efforts were useless. Madame was getting old, and healing was powerless here. Most likely Cloud knew this, and that's why he was upset. Madame turned away from the Marquis and continued her conversation with the Duke, asking how Cagliostro had managed to get here. Due to his son's illness, he had stopped going out in public. The Duke replied that he had not attended social gatherings when Joshua was ill, but thanks to this girl, his son had gotten better, and he had been able to attend. Edward introduced Belze to Madame and informed her that she was a candidate for sainthood, whom he was sponsoring. Madame Cloud was pleased to meet her. In a past life, Madame had been an important client of Diana's, but now Belle saw her for the first time, but did not remember her playing an important role in the original plot. Madame Cloud asked if Belle's was selling her healing abilities, and the girl replied that she was selling medicine. The Duke reported that the remedy had been developed by Belze in collaboration with his personal physician, and suggested that Madame Cloud try it. Madame liked the idea, a cure for a candidate for sainthood, and since this was the first thing she had been given without asking for anything in return, she did not refuse. Cloud couldn't open the bottle herself, but Edwin came to her aid and made her laugh. The Madame praised the guy and drank the drink with pleasure. Belze considered Madame Cloud the most suitable person to present her secret weapon and hoped that she would like the fairy grass drink. Cloud appreciated the excellent taste of the drink, and Belze decided not to miss the opportunity to advertise her main product. The Duke offered Madame to buy several bottles of the drink. Madame had already agreed to the purchase, but then Belze intervened. The girl suggested that the Emperor's aunt try another of her products. The lady clarified that it was some other medicine, developed jointly with the doctor. The Duke was puzzled. He had never seen this remedy before, and there were only 10 bottles of it. Belze replied that it was a special remedy that she saved for special people, such as Madame Cloud. This product is a facial spray based on fairy grass. Its effectiveness is linked to the power of the plant and allows you to treat your face without touching it with your hands. Madame Cloud was loudly surprised by such an original use of a rare plant, and the ladies walking around Belle's counter heard about the herb and began to whisper. It was said that there was a legend that fairies accidentally dropped pollen from their wings onto this herb, and it became the legendary beauty herb. Gordon confirmed that fairy grass is a rare plant that is effective for whitening skin, reducing pigment spots, and smoothing wrinkles. Cloud asked again if the spray really contained such a miraculous ingredient, and Belle confirmed it and vouched for its effectiveness. The desire to look young, even in old age, is common to every person. Belle understood this perfectly and suggested that Madame try the effect of the spray. Madame Cloud agreed, and Belza kindly invited her to go behind the screen. Belle treated Madame's face and warned that it would take at least an hour for it to take effect. The lady liked the smell and texture of the product and asked how much it cost. The girl stated that the best cream for signs of aging skin, made from fairy grass, costs 50 talents. The price knocked Madame Cloud off her feet. It was a fortune, even by the standards of a member of the imperial family. The lady left, and Gordon, burning with curiosity, peered behind the screen. The doctor was incredibly interested in how the presentation of the spray went. Belzy announced that the deal was made. If the effect appeared within an hour, then the product would be bought. The doctor was surprised. She really managed to sell it, and what did she tell Madame? Of course, Cloud was stunned by the price. 50 talents was half the amount one family could spend at the temple fair. Belle knew this perfectly well, but she needed to win over Diana, and most importantly, her product was exclusive and high quality. The girl guaranteed Madame Cloud that she would return to her in an hour for the product, and later she would want to buy more. Belza fearlessly declared that if nothing happened, she would pay Madame Cloud 50 talents. The madam liked the little girl's courage. She believed her word and promised to return in an hour. Gordon was worried. He had no doubt that there would be an effect, but the price seemed greatly inflated to him. Edwin asked how much Belle had asked the lady for the spray, and why Gordon had been hanging around. The girl named the price, and the guy was no less surprised than everyone else. Gordon reported that while Belle was busy with Cloud, the Duke and the young master sold another 50 bottles of the drink. This was good news. They had already earned 200 talents just from selling the drink. Belle was happy and thanked Edwin. The boy modestly claimed that he had not done anything special for her yet. Belle wanted to thank the Duke too, but he went away on business. She asked Edwin if he shouldn't be with his father, and he even got a little offended. Edwin asked if Belle really wanted him to leave. The girl was glad that Ed was there, but she assumed that he wanted to meet his friends as well. The guy said that he was tired of his friends and that he would rather guard Belle, because today many people wanted to cause trouble for her. Edwin thought that Gordon was too old to handle people like the Marquise, and that he had trouble moving boxes of goods. Thanks to the Duke's connections and Edwin's help, sales of Belle's goods were successful, and profits grew. The shelter director suddenly appeared and announced that she had received a report of a violation of the fair rules by participant Belze. The woman reminded Belle and Edwin that the penalty for the first violation was a fine, and for the second, disqualification. Gordon asked how they had broken the rules, but he believed they were following all the rules. The director pointed out that a participant can only have one assistant at the counter, but Belle is assisted by both the young gentleman and the doctor at the same time. Edwin pointed to the Marquise. He is helping Diana, but she is not being fined. The director explained. The Marquis is standing behind the counter, and Edwin is involved in sales. Belle wanted to object that Edwin had only moved the boxes once. Of course, only the Marquise could have seen this and immediately reported it to the director. However, the girl decided not to argue with the director until she applied more severe measures against her and agreed to her demands. Edwin felt incredibly sorry that he could not stay by Belle's side, and he apologized to her for his powerlessness before the temple employee. Belle declared that Edwin had protected her from the Marquise's bullying, and that this was the main thing. The girl always enjoyed being in his company. Belle's decided that they could handle Gordon together, and Edwin should go and have fun with his friends. Belle was incredibly grateful to Eddie for the help he had given her, and would continue to give her if he walked around the fair and told everyone about her goods. The guy was pleased that the girl called him by such a tender name. From his point of view, it was a little unfair. Edwin promised to return to Belza when the event was over, and he advised her not to hold back and do whatever she wanted. The young Duke left. The headmistress looked after him with displeasure. Now Belle was completely in her power. The temple servant declared that, even though the young master had left, Belza must pay a fine of 50 talents. Gordon and Belle were shocked by the size of the fine, and the headmistress stated that she sets the fines herself, depending on the severity of the violation. The director noted that Belze should have read the rules carefully, The girl understood that this penalty was meant to intimidate her and reduce her chances of winning. If Belle and Gordon don't pay, the director chuckled, they'll have to be disqualified, which is what happens for such violations. Belle was only glad that she had managed to earn 200 talents, but there was no way out. The only consolation was that the scandal had attracted people, which meant there were buyers. Belle's agreed to pay the required amount, and the upset doctor began counting out the coins. Suddenly, a commanding female voice was heard, asking whether a fine of 50 talents was too much for a children's event. Madame Cloud approached the counter and handed over the money. The nun objected, saying that this assistance was against the rules and that the lady should not pay the fine for Belza. Madame Cloud announced that she was simply paying for the girl's merchandise and told the director that she must now leave because she was disturbing the customers. The headmistress left, and Madame said that she was pleased with the effect of the spray. She really did look younger, and Belle herself was amazed at the changes that had taken place. Cloud wanted to take all the spray herself, but her friends were interested in it, so she brought them here. The ladies who came with Madame Cloud were interested in purchasing the rejuvenating product, and they were delighted with Madame's transformation. The noblewomen bought up all the rejuvenating spray. The Duke and Madame advertised Belle's products throughout the fair. Sales were going well, and talents were accumulating. Gordon was surprised that not only had they sold all 10 sprays, but there were only 180 bottles of the drink left. The doctor was confident that with so many talents, they could take first place and defeat Marquis Berlot. Belle would have been happy with 200 or 300 talents. She wasn't eager to become a saint, but now she had more than 700 talents, and that was awesome. The girl suggested that Gordon complete the sales, but the doctor believed that they should sell everything they had. Belle didn't object, especially since the customers weren't declining. She only warned Gordon that she had to leave for a short while to take care of her natural needs. In fact, Belle wanted to go to the library because she needed to check some information in the scriptures. There were many strangers in the shelter today, and all the staff were busy with an event, so no one was guarding the temple library. It was the perfect moment for the girl to secretly visit the library and find the information she needed there. Belle entered the hall. She knew approximately where the Holy Scripture was. The scripture was divided into 2 parts. 5 volumes: the teaching about the goddess, the doctrines of the order and the lives of the saints. The 6th and further, the description of historical eras. The 6th volume is only in the temple library. That's why Belle came here. The Duke could arrange a visit for her any day, but her interest had to remain a secret. No one was supposed to know what information Belle was looking for here. The girl was interested in her missing heart and the reason for returning to the past. Archaea was the first saint to turn back time by offering her heart to the goddess, something Belle had previously thought was just a legend. Now the girl saw in her a direct analogy with herself. She also had no heart, and she also returned to the past. If Belle could find information about why Archaea did what she did and what happened to her afterward, she would be closer to solving the mystery and her heart. The first part of the scripture told of Archaea's childhood, meeting with the goddess, and awakening of her abilities. During the reign of Emperor Esterod I, the demons were at the height of their powers, and in order to save the world, Archaea, together with the House of Cagliostro, led a campaign. The girl sacrificed her heart on the altar of the primordial plateau where the goddess Aria slept, and time was turned back. Archaea returned 4 years ago, when the enemy was weak, and destroyed the demons and all their allies. After the victory, Archaea returned to the capital and founded the first orphanage there, where orphans from the previous war found a home. A year after the end of the war, the saint returned to the bosom of the goddess. She was 23 years old. At the funeral, it was discovered that the girl had no heart. The paucity of information was astonishing. The reasons for the saint's death were not reflected in the scriptures, but Archaea lived without a heart for several years, which meant that Belle would not die either. But where did Belle's heart go? Unlike Archaea, she gave it to a human. After realizing that in this life she was left without a very important organ, Belle constantly looked at Edwin, but she did not feel the beating of her heart. The library did not shed light on the mystery, and the girl wondered where to go now, to find out where her heart was and get it back. Belle remembered that Archaea had left her heart on the original plateau, now called the Shalabat Plateau, a place of pilgrimage for clergy. The girl suggested that she could get information there, but it was not a place where a child could go on her own. Did she really have to wait until she grew up? Belle didn't notice how half an hour had passed. She needed to hurry to Gordon. He was probably already starting to worry. The girl was in a hurry, but she heard the sounds of a fight and decided to find out what was going on. It was Tommy and the other boys who were bullying Ishmael. Belle felt sorry for the boy. He was mute, and now Tommy was starting to bother him too. Everyone except Tommy was afraid to touch Ishmael, thinking they might become mute or end up locked in the repentance room. Belle immediately recognized Ismail as the same guy who had been locked in the repentance room before her and the first to be deprived of his abilities. Belle remembered how the nun brought Ishmael to their group and said that he could not speak because of an accident, and all the children should help him. Instead of help, Ishmael received envy. Children did not understand what was special about the boy, why adults protected him, and children considered the boy useless. Having escaped from the terrible room, Ishmael decided that it was better to pretend to be weak and endure the beatings than to lose his vital energy in the dungeons of the temple. Belle couldn't pass by. Ishmael was unconscious, and Tommy kept kicking the guy. It seemed to him that he was laughing at him. Belle called loudly for the director. She shouted that she saw a fight, and for the nun to come here as quickly as possible. Tommy and company were afraid of punishment and ran away. Ismail remained lying on the rocks. It was difficult for him to breathe. The boy assumed that something inside him had been knocked out. Belle regretted that Michaela was not with her today. He would have been able to punish the naughty boys. Ishmael heard light footsteps. He realized that in fact no one had called the director. A girl with golden hair leaned over him and promised to cure him. This was the same girl who was always arguing with others and being mischievous for any reason, always walking around with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Ishmael looked at Belle in surprise. How could she become so confident in herself? She clearly got much more than Ishmael. Previously, all that was felt around Belle was fear and despair. How did she manage to get out of this nightmare? Maybe she could help him do the same. Belle continued her treatment, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she had missed something. Of course. How could she not have figured it out before? Ishmael had gray-brown hair and bronze-colored eyes. If you look closely, their facial features were similar, even if you take their age into account. Belza remembered who Ishmael was, or rather, who he was in her past life. Everything matched, there was no doubt. Belle remembered the harsh male voice telling her that he didn't sense any holy power in her. To this man, it was funny that Belzy still considers herself a candidate for sainthood. It was Pope Montanus III. The discovery stunned Belzy. She had once again stumbled upon one of the main characters of the novella. Ismail was unconscious, but Belle's treatment had a positive effect. The boy was breathing evenly, and his pulse had returned to normal. Pope Montanus III was adopted by Pope Montanus II and was one of Diana's main love interests, along with Edwin and the two princes. In the original novella, after the death of the current pope, Pius was a contender for his post, but even then he failed to take the papal throne. The reason was the absence of a signet ring, necessary for accession to the Holy Throne. The Pope himself gave it to his successor before his death. A time of troubles and anarchy set in, and the Church decided to elect a pope by vote. The main contender was, of course, Pius. In the midst of the voting, the late Pope's adopted son appeared at the meeting, presented his ring, and took the post. In his past life, he was referred to as Montanus III. In the original, his real name was not voiced, so Belle did not immediately guess that he was one of the main characters. In a past life, when Belle turned 18, on the eve of the sainthood ceremony, the young pope forcibly made Belle one of the candidates for sainthood. At the official ceremony, Montanus III unexpectedly announced that he supported Diana. Belle's was furious. How dare he insult her like that and make her out to be the most worthless person in the world? There was no official decision yet on who would become a saint. Belle's was angry. Even the temple supported Diana. Breaking the law of neutrality, couldn't Montanus show a little respect for her? The Pope was outraged by what Belzy had done as a candidate for sainthood, walking around with a sour, dissatisfied face and criticizing everyone, that's all. While Belzy was idle, citing a lack of opportunities, Diana healed the sick and fought demons on the northern border. Montanus accused Belza of not having fulfilled a single duty as a future saint, of having no power, and of how dare she continue to consider herself a candidate. At that time, Belle considered this attitude towards herself unfair, but now she realized why Ishmael sided with Diana. He made the best choice. Now Belle only wanted the child from the orphanage, whose sacred power was taken away against his will, to feel comfort. Belle's experienced firsthand that terrifying state, when you feel like your strength is draining away from your body in a thin stream, and you can't do anything about it. The girl diligently poured life force into Ishmael's body. She had no doubt that her efforts would bear fruit. It was Belle's first time treating multiple wounds at once, so she was nervous, but everything went well. The girl used up a lot of strength, but she didn't get a nosebleed or feel dizzy. She had already learned to control her strength. Ismail woke up. The guy felt much better than before the beating. An announcement was made throughout the temple and orphanage that the fair would soon be ending, and that all children who had participated in it must personally hand in their talents. Belle needed to get back to her kiosk quickly. She told Ishmael that he would be fine, but she needed to hurry. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the girl by the hem of her dress. He wasn't going to let her go that easily. Belza began to say that she urgently needed to go, when suddenly she heard Ishmael's voice, asking to be allowed to thank his savior. Belle wondered if Ishmael had lost his voice and strength in the temple's dungeons. Ishmael replied that he had only been pretending all this time, that he had completely lost his voice and strength. If the guy hadn't done this, he would never have gotten out of the repentance room alive. Ishmael revealed his secret to Belle, but wanted her to keep it to herself, that he could speak, and was capable of other things. Belza promised to keep Ishmael's secret, and asked the boy to let her go. Suddenly, Ishmael looked up and said that he knew how Belle always wanted to surpass Diana, and he could help her become a saint. The only thing Belza needs to do is follow Ishmael's instructions. When they announced that the talent collection was over, and the saint selection ceremony was beginning, Belle was already sitting next to Gordon. She had still managed to hand in her talents. If it weren't for the Duke, who grabbed Belle in his arms and ran to the place where the proceeds were being handed over, she would never have made it in time. When Belle saw how the Duke, forgetting dignity and propriety, carried her in his arms, she understood that when Cagliostro wants something, he gets it. This was not done for the sake of defeating Diana, and not for the prestige of the ducal house. He did it only for Belzy. Belle wanted to become a saint, so that the Duke could be proud of her. He would, of course, say that the girl was valuable to him even without the title, but this made him want to win even more. Gordon grumbled while Belle was wandering off somewhere. He earned another 111 talents. The doctor said that some guy came to their counter and bought 100 bottles at once. He hid his face, but looked about the same age as Belle. Belle thought that Edwin might have asked a friend, but then Gordon handed her a note from this buyer. It said, "This is payment for the treatment. See you later." Belle's guessed that it could only be the Crown Prince, and behind the hood, he hid his bright red hair. Belle remembered that today was the very day when Diana would first meet the second prince. The girl looked closely at the place where the imperial family was supposed to appear. The second prince was supposed to be sitting there, but had the plot really changed and the crown prince was coming? The chair was empty. There was neither the first prince nor the second. Belze was puzzled by the question of where the heir to the throne was now. Not far from Belze's place, Diana blinked her innocent purple eyes. Pope Montanus I stood up and blessed all those present, and the hall fell silent in respect. The pontiff thanked everyone who took the time to participate in this event, where children had the opportunity not only to showcase, but also to measure their talents. Montanus I proposed to begin identifying the child who had received the most love from the goddess. Montanus called the presbyter Magnus and ordered him to begin measuring the talents earned. An artifact was used for counting, a censer, which can instantly determine the number of coins and exchange them for talents and vice versa. Magnus poured the talents into the censer one by one, and after counting them, announced the results. Belle became excited. Cagliostro's father and son sat with stony faces, but this meant that they were in the highest degree of excitement. The Marquis was no less worried than the Duke. His ward had been the favorite for many years, and he did not want to lose her lead. It was announced that Diana, who had shown the power of healing and helped the sick, had earned 770 talents. It was a lot. Diana had no doubt that the victory was in her pocket, and no one could improve on her result. Many began to congratulate Diana on her victories. Magnus called for silence at the fair. The talent count was not yet complete, and there was still one candidate left. The tally of Belza's results, which sold tonic elixirs and a facial spray with a rejuvenating effect, was announced loudly. The censor calculated that Belle had earned 952 talents, a resounding victory. The winner was invited onto the stage, but the delighted Belle was completely at a loss. It was good that Gordon was nearby and told the girl that she was being called. The Marquise and Diana were disappointed. They only got second place, despite the fact that they earned 770 talents. The Marquise shouted that he was protesting. This absurd situation should not have happened. The Pontiff told the Marquise that a complaint could be filed after the event, but the Marquise stated that Diana definitely had 100 coins more. The Pontiff clarified that the Marquis claims that a theft was committed in Lady Diana's pussy. He is sure of it. The use of talents outside the temple is forbidden. No noble would risk their honor for profit. The Marquise looked sincere. It was unlikely that this was a setup. The Marquis claimed that he had been counting the number of visitors and had concluded that the thief was one of the children. But it was unclear who could have committed such a sacrilege. The director was growing closer to the Marquise. She argued that such issues should be discussed after the event. And besides, 100 talents would not be enough to change the outcome. Montanus called on everyone to remain calm and quiet, and the incident would be dealt with immediately. Montanus said that this news tainted the celebration, but none of the participants in the event left the hall or the temple grounds, meaning the truth will be revealed. The Pontiff ordered assistants from each kiosk to bring him the accounting books. Montanus I began a careful study of all the records and came across the Belle's ledger. The girl did not expect such a turn of events. Would she really be charged with theft? Papa didn't blame her, but according to records, Belle was the only one who received 100 talents at once twice. Belle's did not deny that she was indeed lucky and had 2 wholesale customers. Montanus announced that one of these buyers was Duke Cagliostro. There was no question about that. But the second one had no name recorded. He was listed as anonymous. The second customer arrived last. Could Belle tell who he was? The girl knew it was the Crown Prince, but she was afraid to say it out loud. Who knows what the mention of a prince she is not officially acquainted with might lead her to? And the girl decided not to reveal the identity of her last buyer. The Marquise did not miss the opportunity and accused Belle's of stealing money from Diana's shop. If she was silent, that meant she was guilty. The headmistress decided to add fuel to the fire and suggested that Belle was probably jealous that another candidate for sainthood had earned more. Belle was bombarded with accusations. Could she really have committed such a vile act for the sake of first place? She had disgraced the name of the house of Duke Cagliostro. Belza did not know what to answer or how to defend herself from the accusations that were raining down on her from all sides. Duke Cagliostro was once again forced to intervene and stand up for his ward. Edward accused the Marquise of luring clients from Belza to Diana. Everyone saw it. The Duke believed that by declaring the theft, the Marquise was flaunting his stupidity, since he was not even capable of keeping an eye on the tent. Cagliostro was indignant. Could the Marquis really claim that Belza, this 5-year-old girl, was a great thief, capable of stealing 100 talents from a grown man? Perhaps the rumors about the Marquise's financial problems are true, and he is reporting the theft, hoping that the non-existent money will be exchanged for gold. The Marquise was indignant at the Duke's words, and Belle admired her guardian's resourcefulness. The Pontiff ordered the Marquise and the Duke to stop their quarrel. They must remember their noble honor and not disgrace themselves. It is not fitting for such eminent gentlemen to cause a scandal in the Holy Temple, especially in front of children. The Pontiff apologized to Belza for the adults who had frightened her so much and asked her to tell him at least something about the last customer. Belle decided that she would show the note she received. The Pontiff would see that the paper was imperial and would understand that the girl was innocent. Suddenly, a boy with a low-drawn hood emerged from the depths of the hall and announced that he was Lady Belza's last customer. The Crown Prince took off his hood and announced that he had been feeling unwell lately, and, having heard that they were selling a universal remedy at the fair, he bought 100 of them at once. Everyone greeted the little son of the Empire, and the boy declared that all the vials were now in the possession of Baron Lancelot. Anyone who wanted to could check it out. The Crown Prince explained that he did not want to reveal his presence until after the ceremony, so as not to distract attention from the essence of the event. Bells did not expect that the Crown Prince would openly come to her defense. It was even pleasant. Magnus drew the pontiff's attention to another strange point in Lady Bell's accounts. Other shops also have fines, but they do not exceed 10 talents. But Belzy has a fine of 50 talents. The award ceremony was suspended, and the pontiffs and all those involved in the scandal retired to a separate room for discussion. The director was charged with abuse of power for imposing an unjustified fine of 50 talents on the Bell. Montanus discovered that the amount of fines in the accounting book and the actual amount collected differed by more than 100 talents. The director was engaged in large-scale embezzlement. It was decided to conduct an investigation and punish the culprit. The headmistress fell at the feet of Montanus and declared that the Marquise had incited her to commit the crime. Barlot tried to shut the director up, but the woman announced that he had given her 50 talents for fining Belzy a larger sum, and then given her another 100. The Marquise claimed that he had given the director only 50 coins. Belzy could not understand why their statements differed by as much as 100 talents. The director said that she did not know that the Marquise was giving her Diana's talents. He used her to denigrate Belzy. The Marquis suspected that it was the director who stole the 100 talents. The pontiff got tired of hearing this and concluded that at least both Director Laurent and the Marquise were guilty of giving and receiving a bribe. Montanus ordered the former headmistress, Lauren, to be taken away for punishment according to the laws of the temple, and the Marquis, as a secular person, was to be dealt with by the imperial court. The pontiff believed that the Marquis of Barlot had brought dishonor on a nobleman and should be held accountable for it. Bells still believed that someone had stolen Diana's money, but she had no intention of finding out the truth. For her, this story had been resolved in the best possible way. The celebration, marred by scandal, eventually culminated in a spectacular awards ceremony with the participation of Pope Montanus I and the Crown Prince. When presenting the award to Belle, the pontiff lamented that something was always happening to the girl, and he was ashamed of it, but Belzy did not consider it Montanus's fault. The talents earned at the fair were exchanged for imperial gold and awarded to the winner. The Crown Prince praised Belle and reminded her that he had a little bit to do with her success. The pontiff gave the floor to the winner of today's celebration, Lady Belzy. The girl introduced herself and said that she wanted to thank everyone who helped her become a candidate for sainthood. When Bells first tested her products, she never dreamed of winning the event. Bells thanked every customer and promised that new products made with fairy grass would soon be available, making the most of her victory. The girl did not forget to express her gratitude to everyone who helped her become a saint and to the best customers of the Belze brand products. Belze was sincerely grateful to her guardian Duke Cagliostro, Madame Cloud, and His Highness the Crown Prince, and she dedicated this victory to them. The Crown Prince even blushed. He was so pleased that Belzy was talking about him in his welcoming speech. Edwin was indignant and angry. Not only had Belle not said anything about him, but she had also given the laurels of assistant to the Crown Prince. The young Duke Cagliostro could not believe it. He suffered from jealousy and suspicion. Belle ran skipping towards the carriage. She was now rich. It seemed to the Duke that the girl was happier with the money than with the status of a saint. The girl agreed. This was her first money. Duke Cagliostro was proud of his pupil. She had worked hard and deservedly won this victory. Belle replied that it was all thanks to the Duke. He helped her when she needed to hand in her talents, and he took her side when the girl was accused of stealing. Edward stated that it was natural for a family to help each other and asked Edwin to confirm his words. The boy was in a bad mood. He didn't answer his father. He only reminded him that he had to go. People were waiting and headed to the carriage. Belle didn't understand why Edwin was so angry. Maybe because the girl called him by a cute nickname without permission and in front of witnesses. The Duke would have been glad to return to the estate with the children, but he still had to take part in the banquet. Cagliostro said goodbye to his ward and promised that they would see each other at the estate very soon. The girl was already glad that this long day was over and she could return home when she was suddenly called. It was Diana. She came to congratulate her rival on the title of saint awarded to her. Bells didn't expect her biggest rival to appear. She had to force herself to talk. The girl thanked Diana and admitted that she was also magnificent. Having earned 800 talents, she healed more than 80 people. This is impressive. Diana was grateful for the praise, but she felt offended. If she had set a higher price for her services, she would have easily surpassed Belza and become a saint. Belza replied that Diana should not be upset. There are always new chances and opportunities in life. Belle had no intention of competing until the Duke's name was mentioned. In fact, the girl wanted to correct the mistakes of the past and restore her relationship with Diana. But in the end, Belle understood the main thing. Even for the sake of a good relationship, you can't sacrifice something truly important. So Belle let go of the feelings of guilt and inferiority that she felt towards Diana. She had hurt those close to Belle, and now everything would be serious. Belle's no longer intended to live looking back at the past. Everything had changed and required new solutions. The girl saw Ismail signaling to her from behind the column. The guy was clearly in a hurry and wanted to talk to her. Belle's decided to say goodbye to Diana. She told her that she still had things to do and needed to hurry and promised to see her later. Belle attacked Ishmael, the Marquis's strange behavior. It was not his doing by any chance. The guy didn't understand anything, and the girl explained. Lauren claimed that the Marquise gave her 100 talents, but the Marquise didn't remember that. The main thing is that she knew for sure that Ishmael was trying to influence her. He promised to make her a saint and tried to force her to do everything he said. Belze was angry with Ishmael. She could become a saint without his help, and to introduce him to the Duke, the girl did not need to be hypnotized at all. Ishmael pretended not to understand what was being said, but was surprised that his power had no effect on Belze. The guy didn't understand why this happened. It was the first time this had happened. Before Belle, everyone had followed his orders without question. Belle asked why Ishmael had decided to use his power on her. Ishmael didn't know what to answer, but he actually wanted to make sure everyone was happy. Belza stated that she wanted to defeat Diana personally, without anyone's help. For her, it was a matter of honor. Ishmael apologized and admitted to Belle that he could control people with words. If a person didn't suspect anything, he wouldn't even remember it. Ismail wanted to negotiate with the Duke and force the Marquise to make Belle a saint in exchange for her taking him with her to the estate. But he had no guarantees. Belle was indignant. Did Ishmael really think everything through and just want to use her? The guy admitted that this was indeed the case, but his power had no effect on the girl, and she would have won without his intervention. Ishmael asked for forgiveness. Belle was not angry. She understood that he was afraid to be in the shelter, and he dreamed of getting out of here. Belle knew that even without her help, Ishmael would become a pontiff and succeed in everything. But he asked her for help, and she would try to come up with something. Edwin appeared and asked what Belle was doing there, and who this young man was. The young Duke asked menacingly why Belza was making him wait so long, and why he found her here with this strange boy. Edwin grabbed Belza's hand and told Ishmael not to touch it, and not even dare to come close. Belze didn't understand why Edwin was so angry, and what Ishmael had done to him. The young Duke said that she shouldn't protect this guy. Ishmael grew gloomy and was ready to defend himself. Belle was afraid that it would come to a fight. Edwin demanded that Belza tell the truth. The girl said that this guy was her friend, and she was not lying. Edwin looked back at Belle and asked again if he really was a friend. This was her chance to prevent a conflict. Belle called out to Ishmael that they would see each other later, and then she ran into Edwin and pushed him out of the alley. Edwin and Belle walked to the carriage. The girl sighed with relief. She managed to prevent a fight. Edwin asked if that guy was really Belza's friend. She said that she didn't have any close friends at the shelter. The girl replied that this was her new friend, whom she had only met today. But in general, Belle did not remember telling Edwin about her lack of friends. The young Duke assessed Ishmael as a useless type and asked Belle why she needed him. It seemed strange to Belle that Ishmael and Edwin had met for the first time today. But Ed spoke about him as if he had known him for a long time. The children finally got into the carriage and headed to the estate. Belle saw that Edwin was still angry. The girl didn't know why this was happening. She just didn't want Edwin to be offended. Belza simply asked Edwin for forgiveness. Perhaps she did something wrong. Belle was not entrusted, but suggested that she had somehow spoiled Ed's mood. The guy replied that she should not apologize if it was not her fault. Edwin surprised the girl when he said that she had done nothing wrong, and there was nothing to apologize for. The young Duke explained that he was out of sorts, just being capricious, and he should ask Belzy for forgiveness. Edwin was silent for a moment and asked the girl how long she had known the Crown Prince. Belle replied that she was not familiar at all. They met for the first time today. So why did she mention the Crown Prince in her speech? Eddie wondered. The boy was annoyed. Belle mentioned someone she was seeing for the first time, but never said his name. Belle realized that Edwin had been in a bad mood from the start, simply because she had not said his name at the ceremony. The girl confessed. She got carried away with advertising the product and forgot to mention Edwin, and used the Crown Prince as a publicity stunt. In fact, Edwin was the person Belza felt the greatest gratitude towards. Edwin smiled and replied that if she really thought so, then he would forgive her this time. The boy was concerned that Belz was tired. The day had been tiring, and he offered the girl to sleep on his shoulder while they were driving to the estate. Belle decided to take a nap, her eyes closed on their own. She heard Edwin say that he wanted to be someone special for her and would not be capricious anymore. The girl simply melted from such words. She wanted to tell the guy that he was already like her heart, and it was simply impossible to be more special. Several days passed after the fair. Belzy hurried down the corridor, and Tara and Gordon rushed after her, persuading her not to hurry. This time the title of saint went to Belle, not Diana. The girl urgently needed to meet the Duke, and she was in a hurry. Belle, out of breath from running, tried to tell Edward that she needed to talk to him about the usage fee she had mentioned earlier. Cagliostro smiled. He was not going anywhere. Belle could take a breath and speak calmly. Belle rattled on about how she brought in half the festival's proceeds, but she really had something else to offer. Belle's announced that she had managed to develop a new variety of fairy grass and that she wanted to grow it on the estate and produce it. Instead of a one-time payment, Belle offered the Duke to invest in her business and receive a permanent income from it. The Duke asked the girl if she had a business plan, and she replied that she did, and that she needed to open a store on Main Street. The Duke noted that it was an expensive street, and Belle said that was why she was asking for his help. Maybe he would provide her with a room in one of his buildings. Edward regretted it, but he didn't have a single empty space. All of them were rented for long periods. The Duke asked if she had developed a new variety of fairy grass, why she didn't just sell it to the guild. Belle believed that it was unprofitable to do so. Someone like Gordon might appear and develop his own variety, and then the product would cease to be exclusive. The Duke realized that Belza wanted to be a monopoly and asked how much money she wanted to receive as an investment. The girl replied that she needed 500 gold pieces, but the Duke said that he saw no point in investing such a sum. He said that she had received a letter. More precisely, it was a notice from the imperial court that the Duke read first. It was a notice to the winner of the children's competition that Belle had taken first place and should appear at the palace with her legal representative, Gordon. The doctor reminded the girl that she was entitled to a prize for first place. She remembered this. The prize should be 500 gold coins. This was the exact amount the guild worker told her when the girl in the basement submitted documents for participation in the competition. Belle was delighted with her wealth, and Gordon read the lines of the letter carefully. He noticed that the girl had listed him as her legal representative, but only indicated her first name. The doctor was indignant. He told her that his name was Gordon Feliacci, so why did she write Old Man Gordon and not Gordon Feliacci? The girl didn't see the difference. But then it dawned on the Duke that Old Man Gordon was acting as Belza's guardian in this case. The Duke took pity on the girl. Her guardian was strange. He had no available premises on Main Street, and with the opening of the store, the doctor would not be able to help her. Gordon's only field of magical herbs could be taken away at any moment. Cagliostro was perplexed why the girl had chosen Old Man Gordon. This man would not be able to protect her in any way. The doctor asked his lordship to forgive him, and humbly prayed that he would personally take upon himself the burden of being Belza's guardian. The Duke pretended that he agreed only because of the doctor's persuasion, and immediately called the butler. A power of attorney was immediately drawn up, transferring guardianship of Belze from Gordon Feliacci to Duke Cagliostro, and everyone calmed down. It was decided to go to the Imperial Palace the next day. Duke Cagliostro was in a great mood. He smiled and told Belle funny stories all the way to the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Palace, the Duke took Belze in his arms and thus walked through all the corridors. Belze insisted that she could walk and everyone would be looking at them, but Edward replied that she was still small and should move in the arms of her guardian. Besides, the Duke noted, the Imperial Palace is a dangerous place. No one knows what might happen to Belle here. Belle continued to grumble, but to be honest, she felt calm in the arms of Duke Cagliostro. Suddenly, there was a cold blue, and the Duke asked if Belle was okay. She suddenly became cold. From the moment she entered the palace, the girl did not stop shivering. Belle wanted to quickly get the money and return home. Without the Duke, she couldn't take a step here because of the memories of her past life. The Crown Prince was surprised to find that Belza was accompanied by Duke Cagliostro himself. The little son of the Empire noticed that the Guardian column indicated Old Man Gordon. The Duke prepared himself. He announced that the Guardian had changed and provided a notarized guardianship. The Crown Prince didn't particularly care who Belza's guardian was. He ordered tea to be brought to everyone. Chamomile tea for Belzy. The prince said that even at the festival, he noticed that the Duke was worried about Belza. From the outside, one might think that she was his secret daughter. The Duke replied that everything was almost like that. Belle was surprised by the Duke's words. Cagliostro declared that this child was like a daughter to him, and he never hid his affection for her, and asked the prince to take this into account. Belze didn't like the fact that the prince and the Duke were squabbling among themselves. The girl knew for sure that she was powerless to stop the Duke, but maybe the prince would listen to her, and she desperately waved her hands so that he would stop contradicting Edward. The prince noticed that they had not yet greeted each other, and Belle was glad that he had thought to change the subject of the conversation. The Duke and Belle ceremoniously greeted the little son of the Empire. The prince replied that such ceremonies were not necessary between them. He was glad to see Mishka. Cagliostro guessed that this was not the first time the Crown Prince had seen Belle, and when he had managed to find out about Mimishka, the girl explained that she went to fill out an application, met a prince. Mikhailo was with her. He accidentally activated, so the prince calls her Mimishka. The Duke couldn't be fooled. He realized that Belle had activated the toy on purpose, but the prince apologized. He hadn't intended to involve the girl in his problems. Belle apologized for not reporting everything earlier. The Duke was not angry, but they must conduct further affairs together as guardian and ward. The Crown Prince regretfully announced that they would still have to wait for the remaining victors, and that the Duke had a council meeting. Edward replied that there was still plenty of time before the meeting, and he would be happy to spend it in the company of the Crown Prince and his ward. The Duke's secretary entered the room, greeted the little son of the Empire, and asked permission to address the owner. The secretary informed him that the meeting had been suddenly adjourned and that his lordship should go there immediately. Cagliostro was terribly unhappy with the current circumstances. He did not want to leave Belle alone with the Crown Prince. The Duke left, but promised the girl to return soon. He ordered her to keep Mikhail close to her. The girl was curious when the other winners would appear, and who shared first place with her. The Crown Prince asked Belza if the Duke didn't give her pocket money, and the girl asked why he decided that. The prince replied that she had fought desperately for the prize money and was very prejudiced against him. Belza had no choice but to bow and sincerely ask forgiveness from the Empire's little son. The Crown Prince laughed. Belle looked so funny, and he was just joking from the very beginning. Besides, if he offended Belle, the Duke would not forgive him. The Crown Prince himself wanted to apologize, but that time he was too busy and didn't have time to thank her. Now he has to say thank you to Belle for her help. Belle saw that the prince still had a scar on his hand. Hadn't he called Diana? If he had, the scars would have disappeared without a trace. The prince said that there were doctors in the palace, and if the wounds did not hurt, then there was no need to turn to healers. He was already satisfied with Belle's treatment. Belle was confused and asked the prince how he knew she had used the power of healing. The prince explained that his condition after fainting was so good that it was difficult not to guess about it. The prince's secretary noticed the teddy bear in the girl's hands and assumed that this was the very toy that had been possessed by the evil spirit and saved the heir. Belle's objected. It's a doll that has a soul, and it's not evil at all. The Duke gave it to the girl as a bodyguard. In attack mode, it can scare. Belle asked the prince not to call her Mikhailo an evil spirit. He had helped the prince that time and had saved the girl many times before, and did not deserve the insults. The prince was surprised by the toy's abilities, but he was even more surprised by the Duke's attitude towards Belza. The Crown Prince thought the Duke was helping the girl in exchange for healing his son, but he gave her a rare artifact, meaning he values her more than just a healer. His Highness was annoyed that Cagliostro had gotten ahead of him. If he had found Belle first, he would have left her with him. The girl did not hear what the prince was muttering, and His Highness did not voice his wish. The Crown Prince said that as a token of gratitude for saving him, he wanted to offer Belle something. The girl reminded him that he had already repaid her by buying her a drink. The prince was offended. He had only paid 100 talents. Did Belle really value the life of the heir to the throne so little? The secretary handed Belle a lease agreement for the building. The prince knew she was looking for a vacant space on Main Street. It turned out that the actions of the contestants were being recorded. His Highness offered to give the entire building to Belle for her needs. It was tempting, but what would the prince demand in return? Belle clarified what the prince would demand from her for this. His Highness liked how quickly his new acquaintance understood. His Highness wanted Belle to collect information about the aristocrats and pass it on to him after the store opened. In addition, the Crown Prince hoped that Belle's would help him create a secret fund. Of course, this fund would be created at the prince's expense. He was going to give her part of his personal funds, which she would have to manage. Belle's was convinced of her suspicion that the competition for young entrepreneurs was organized to find talented allies for the prince. This was mentioned in the original novella. But if the prince is willing to ask such serious favors from a child, it means he has no allies at court at all. Belze acknowledged the prince's sad situation, but she had no desire to get involved with the imperial family, much less work with the secret fund. Belle replied that she could not take on such responsibility. She explained that it was difficult for her, and the Duke had provided her with premises for the store. It was not in the Crown Prince's interests to quarrel with the Duke, and the young man decided not to insist that Belle preferred his support. But how sorry he was! He understood perfectly well that Belle would eventually become a very strong ally. She could be useful to him even now. Besides, Belle was a beautiful girl. The prince invited her to sit next to him. He was not offended. He had another winner. While Belle was clarifying who the second winner was, the prince's secretary saw a carrier pigeon in the window and let the bird into the room. The prince told Belle that the second winner should arrive soon, and then he would introduce him to the girl. The secretary apologized for interrupting the prince's conversation and announced that an urgent dispatch from the second winner had just arrived. He reports that the ship of the Galagos Trade Guild encountered a kraken on its way back, and therefore the second winner will not be able to arrive at the palace today. The prince became worried. He asked if Adolf himself and his ship were okay. If there was any serious damage, fortunately, there was no major damage. Belle never thought she would hear that hated name again. Adolf Galagos was the one who pushed her to commit rash acts. This man in a past life gave her poison and a letter so that she would simply leave them in the Marquise's house, which turned out to be an execution for Belze. Adolf seemed to be a loyal ally of the Crown Prince. The heir trusted him as himself. But soon after, the influence of the Duke of Cagliostro's family was ended. The heir to the empire fell into a coma, poisoned by the same poison that Galagos had given to Belze. Belle put two and two together, and it turned out that the Crown Prince had staged a competition to find an ally, but ended up with someone who had betrayed him. His Highness sighed and explained to Belle that the second winner would not be coming today. Thoughts about the prince and Adolf made Belle turn pale. His Highness noticed this and became concerned that the girl looked ill and that she might be unwell. The prince wanted to call a doctor, but Belle replied that she didn't need it. Her head was pounding. The Crown Prince wanted to find support, but ended up tightening the noose around his neck. Stunned by such thoughts, Belle sat silently on the sofa, and the upset prince had no choice but to postpone the award ceremony scheduled for today. The prince asked his secretary to call the Duke from the meeting when the office door suddenly opened and Edwin burst into it. The young Duke was alarmed. For some reason, he was sure that the Crown Prince would certainly offend Belze. Edwin said that his father had called him and that he wouldn't be able to come because of a meeting, so he asked him to do it. Belle didn't understand why Ed was so worried if everything was fine. Edwin whispered that it was too early for Belle to appear in the imperial palace and that her father had relaxed too much, leaving her alone with the Crown Prince. The guy took his ward by the hand and suggested leaving the palace. Belle stopped Edwin and reminded him that he had not greeted His Highness. The prince waited. Edwin made an effort and said that he greeted the little son of the empire and asked to forgive his insolence and allow him to leave. The prince had no choice but to give his permission for Edwin to leave and take Belza with him. Belle didn't calm down. She took first place, but the prince was still forced to contact Adolf. Maybe she shouldn't interfere. She almost left. Belle decided that she would not be afraid. She needed to change her destiny and the destiny of the empire, since she had decided to do it. The girl told the prince that if he canceled the joint award and recognized her as the sole winner, she would accept his proposal. The crown prince was at a loss as to whether Belz really agreed to become his ally. The girl replied that if he fulfilled her condition, then so it would be. The prince thought that she had finally rejected his proposal, but Belle changed her mind, and he was glad about it. The crown prince beamed happily and declared that next time, Your Highness, she could simply call him by his first name, Caesar. Edwin was against the rapprochement between the crown prince and Belze, but there was nothing he could do about it. Caesar Esterad, the crown prince of the empire, offered Belle friendship. To openly refuse such an offer would have been risky, and the young duke understood this perfectly well. Edwin listened in shock as the prince told them he would contact them later about the awards ceremony and how Belle had said goodbye to Caesar. Belz and Edwin walked quickly through the corridors of the palace, the young duke trying to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Belle was in a good mood. She distanced Adolf from the crown prince and received funding for her own business. Everything was perfect, except Edwin wasn't in the best mood. He grumbled that he had rushed to come because he was worried about her, but Belle didn't care. The girl replied that he had promised not to sulk, but maybe she had really done something wrong, and then Edwin should explain what exactly. Edwin wasn't sulking. He was worried. Belle was interested. He was afraid that Cagliostro would suffer because of her communication with the crown prince. Edwin replied that Cagliostro could not suffer because of her. The duke's influence was great. In fact, Edwin was only worried about Belza. She was small and inexperienced, and it was so easy to deceive and offend her, and erase from the girl's face something that was noticeable only to him. Edwin was sure that the crown prince would be interested in such a talented girl as Belle, but he preferred that she not get close to the people from the palace. The guy tried to convince Belle that there was nothing good in connection with the prince and others, but it was all in vain. The girl only demanded to change the subject. When Belle asked him what he had wiped off her face, Ed replied that someone else had touched it, and it needed to be wiped off. The girl objected. Ed himself often touches her. The guy replied that this is normal, since he is not strangers. Belle remembered Edwin saying something similar in his past life, when he reported that the Duke was preparing papers for Belle's official adoption. It was his gift for her 18th birthday, and back then, the Duke and Edwin considered Belza a member of their family, meaning it would be the same in this life. Belle was grateful to them for this, even if she was unworthy of their love. In this life, she intended to fix everything. The girl was overcome with feelings that could not be expressed in words. Only Edwin misunderstood her silence. The guy asked if Belle really considered him and his father to be strangers to her. The girl came to her senses and said that this was absolutely not true. Edwin and Belle's conversation was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of another person of imperial blood. Seeing this person, Edwin's face darkened. Belze recognized the boy as His Highness the Second Prince, Kyrian Esterad, who had initiated the extraction of the girl's heart in a past life. Kyrian had less pronounced Esterad traits. His hair was less red than Caesar's, and his eyes were pale green. Kyrian was accompanied by Diana. He casually threw to Edwin that they had not seen each other for a long time, and his companion politely greeted the young duke. Diana whispered in the second prince's ear that Edwin was accompanied by the very girl she had told him about. Kyrian became interested in Belle and asked if she was the same person, sponsored by Duke Cagliostro and the false candidate for sainthood. Belle tried to hide behind Edwin. She was worried that it was Diana who was accompanying Cariana. Did they have any reason to meet? It was not good. Edwin squeezed the girl's hand tightly and angrily asked again whom His Highness had just called a fake, and whether, in his opinion, Cagliostro was sponsoring a fake. Kyrian looked weaker than Edwin. Perhaps that's why he immediately said that he just heard about it somewhere and wanted to clarify. Edwin shouldn't be angry. Belle decided that she shouldn't be afraid of Kyrian now, and, letting go of Edwin's hand, she bowed politely, greeting the prince and introducing herself to him. Kyrian listened with interest to the greeting from Belze. a candidate for sainthood sponsored by the Cagliostro family. Diana put in her 2 cents. She said that she was pleased to see Belzy in the palace, and it was the first time they had not seen each other since they participated in the fair. Diana boasted that she came to the palace at the invitation of the Empress, who needed her gift, and at the same time, the girl planned to heal the crown prince. Diana wondered what brought Belzy to the palace, or whether she had simply asked to come here with the Duke. Belle replied that the crown prince had invited her. After the festival, Diana's hostility became more obvious, and this message hit Diana's pride again. Why would the crown prince invite Belle? Belzy explained, as everyone will soon know, that she won first place in the children's entrepreneurship competition. Kirian was puzzled as to whether Belzy had taken first place. He had heard that it was the son of the head of the Galagas Guild. Belle countered that the prince had appreciated her idea and sent her an invitation. Kirian contemptuously asked what she had imagined to be the first. But that wasn't what interested Kirian. There was another point that the second prince was eager to find out. The Empress said that Belzy saved Prince Caesar. Is this true or just a rumor? Belle thought that Kirian knew that his mother wanted to get rid of the crown prince, but she was wrong. The prince said that the survivors recalled how a toy possessed by an evil spirit appeared and stunned them, and Kirian asked Belle to show him this toy. The girl nodded in confusion, watching as purple tongues of flame flickered in the second prince's aura. Kirian realized that he needed to hurry and quickly said goodbye to Belle and Edwin. When he moved away from the girl, she stopped seeing the purple flame. Belle only saw this purple glow for a moment, but she would never be able to forget it or confuse it with anything else. Lately, she has been seeing this flame more and more often. Maybe someone is deliberately spreading it. Belzy came to her senses first. She told Edwin that it was time for them to get away from here. It was desirable to quickly find themselves in the safety of the estate. Belz had a lot to think about. She couldn't stand aside while the ominous flames spread across the empire. The next day, at the Duke's estate, Belle conducted another treatment session for Joshua. When the treatment was completed, Dr. Gordon decided to examine the little patient. Joshua felt better and better. The boy believed that now he did not need to sleep during the day and did not need to take medication. Gordon objected. The medicines were still needed. Joshua complained that they were all so bitter and unpleasant to drink. Everyone was worried about Joshua's illness, but thanks to the doctor's medications and Belle's treatment, the boy will soon be able to live like all healthy people. Belz explained to Joshua that although the medicine was bitter, it was necessary to avoid the return of the disease, and he had to take it constantly. This medicine is the fruit of Gordon's many years of work, Belle stated. But the doctor replied that his work was insignificant compared to the girl's healing abilities. Belze was sure that the doctor's attitude towards her became much more respectful after she handed him 500 gold pieces. Yesterday, through the Duke, Belle received an official document awarding the prize only to her and the promised 500 gold coins. Without a second thought, Meringue gave all the money to Dr. Gordon, which surprised and delighted the old man. Gordon made a huge contribution to the creation of all the products and helped her become a saint. In addition, the doctor will be her business partner, so Belle took care of him. Joshua envied Belzy. He thought it would be great to visit the emperor's palace. The boy, although he was the son of a duke, due to his poor health, never visited the emperor's residences. Belle felt sorry for the boy. Due to his weak immune system, he couldn't leave the estate. Recently, at least, he was allowed to go to the park. The girl wanted to console Joshua, and she said that the imperial palace was simply boring. There, strange people were pestering her. It was terrible. Belle suggested that when Joshua recovered, she would go with him not to the palace, but to the main shopping street. Belz is going to open his shop there. That's why Gordon calls her Madam President. Joshua liked this proposal. Joshua's illness was not yet completely cured. Belle's business was only developing, but she was happy. Someday, she would bring the boy to her store. Later, Belz went to Duke Cagliostro. He himself asked her to come. The Duke was busy with his secretary Logan, and the girl had to wait until he was free. Belle heard the Duke give instructions to Logan to deal with the issue of the demon's appearance, and recalled that Adolf was unable to appear at the palace for the same reason. The Duke congratulated the girl on winning the competition, and Belle explained that the prince liked her work more, and that was why he changed his mind. The Duke asked why she gave her entire prize to Gordon. Belle replied that it was a reward. He had helped her a lot. Cagliostro praised the girl for encouraging her subordinates for their fruitful work. Edward has prepared something for Belzy that will help her pay the rent for the building on the capital's main square. Without further ado, the Duke handed Belz a checkbook made especially for her, with which Belle could buy a good building. The joy of the moment was devalued by Logan, who declared it too wasteful. The Duke had already allocated funds for the girl's sponsorship and for Joshua's treatment. The Duke didn't even give Lady Diana such sums. The secretary was indignant. And now he was giving this girl his checkbook, too. The Duke was indignant. Belz is not some girl. She is a candidate for sainthood, supported by the Cagliostro family, and Logan must not be forgotten. Belle remembered that Logan was in charge of finances and felt awkward when he pointed out that she had come here to heal, just like Lady Diana, but was treated differently. The Duke replied that he saw no point in spending money on Lady Diana. She was supported by another family, and the Marquise took excellent care of her. The Duke reminded Logan that Nanny Emma and Coach Sven, for whom he was responsible, had performed poorly, and Cagliostro did not want to be completely disappointed in him. Logan apologized to the Duke and Lady Belzy and left. Defeated but not convinced, he remained of his opinion. The Duke apologized to the girl for Logan's behavior. He was sorry that she was hearing disdain directed at her again. Belle asked the Duke not to worry. She believed that Mr. Logan was also right. His words hurt the girl a little, but that was not what she wanted to talk to the Duke about. The girl said that the Crown Prince had promised to give her one of the buildings for free, so everything was fine, and she didn't need the Duke's checkbook. The Duke was puzzled as to why Caesar had offered Belle such a service, and the girl replied that in exchange the Crown Prince had asked her to create a secret fund for him. The Duke was pleased. Belle had used the information well, and the Crown Prince understood that if he could win Belle over to his side, he would also receive the support of Duke Cagliostro. Belle asked if she should refuse, but the Duke believed that such an offer could not be refused. Edward didn't like the idea of her using the prince's territory, but if he thought of it as an opportunity to learn how to run a business, it would do. The Duke promised to introduce the girl to a good manager. She could learn from him, and she should also take the checkbook. It would come in handy. The Duke sighed. It sounded strange that a 5-year-old girl needed to be introduced to the manager. He would have liked Belle to be able to enjoy herself and play like a child. Edwin grew up too early, and he rarely talks about what happens to him, which makes the Duke feel like a bad father. Belza felt strange. In fact, the soul of a young adult woman lived in the body of a little girl, but she was grateful to this man for always being on her side. Belle promised that she would always tell the Duke about her affairs. Belz asked the Duke if she could ask him one question. It had been bothering the girl for a long time. The Duke links Sven and Emma to Logan's responsibility, which he means. Cagliostro said that after the death of his wife, he was out of his mind with grief for some time. He stopped taking care of the house and children, and many servants quit. At that time, it was Logan who took charge of the estate's affairs and found several new people, and the Duke entrusted him with managing them. The Duke believed that he was solely to blame for all the incidents. He was careless and thought that he knew Emma and Sven well and did not control the situation. Emma was sure that the Duke was not to blame for anything. The girl's words touched Edward, and he was sincerely glad that she appeared in his family. Belle said goodbye to the Duke before dinner, and the girl walked and talked about the strange things that the servants for whom Logan was responsible had done. Emma became obsessed with looking after Joshua, and Sven grew resentful of the Duke. She hoped it was all a figment of her imagination, but her intuition told her otherwise. Belle bumped into Logan unexpectedly. He apologized for startling her and asked if she could spare him a little time to answer a question. Logan was interested in how Lady Belzy intended to use the Duke's checkbook. Logan looked quite friendly, but Belle sensed a dangerous undertone in this handsomeness. The girl intuitively sensed the danger emanating from this polite and respectful man and refused to answer his question. Logan tensed up, but said politely that he was responsible for the Duke's finances and asked that he be informed whenever my lady needed to use checks. Bells promised Logan she would do so and stated that she had things to do, but the Duke's secretary was not going to let her go so easily. Belle suddenly saw something that made her really sick, and she turned deathly pale. Logan took care of the girl's condition. The last thing he needed was to be blamed for her poor health. But Belle was getting paler and paler. The girl saw Logan, the Duke's confidant, engulfed in a thick cloud of purple flame. It was terrifying to watch. Belle pulled herself together and told Logan that she was okay. She was in a hurry and would leave first. The girl ran away from the Duke's secretary so fast that her heels sparkled and her heart pounded wildly in her chest. She didn't expect such a turn of events. The Duke's secretary has a purple aura on him. Why hadn't she noticed this before? Apparently, this aura was not visible before, because Logan's hostility was not directed specifically at Belle. The purple color in Logan's aura was thick, and Belza doubted she could remove it, as she had done with Pius. An ominous shadow loomed over the duchy. After Belle discovered Logan had a purple aura, she decided to find out what this power was, and who else in the Duke's house carried the same energy. For several days, the girl kept a close eye on the servants, and Edwin even decided that she was looking for someone. Belze calmed down when she realized that no one except Logan had purple in their aura. Now the girl thought only about removing Logan from the duchy, but without evidence, she could not do this. Belle decided to take every opportunity to learn more about the nature of purple energy and decided to visit the temple, which the butler reminded her of. Belle planned to return home before dinner, and she had the idea to ask the butler how a young man like Logan became the Duke's assistant. The servant replied that Logan had been serving the Duke for a little over 5 years. Before him, there was another secretary, and Logan was his assistant. Logan's mentor suddenly fell ill and was unable to work. He took over his duties. It was difficult for the guy, but he worked as a sign of gratitude to the Duke. Bells became interested in what the Duke had done for Logan and how he had supported him. The butler explained that Logan was an outstanding student and received a scholarship from a foundation sponsored by the Duke. Logan from the same orphanage as Belle. It was no secret to the girl that her orphanage was trading talented children, offering them to noble families for adoption or sponsorship. Therefore, Belle was distrustful of people associated with the temple and was inclined to suspect those people whom the temple sent. But Logan gave no reason for this. The girl thought, in fact, the former abbot of the orphanage, Pius, knew too much about the Duke's affairs and was sure that it was Belle who cured Joshua. It seemed that Pius was being informed, and Logan was a temple spy. So Sven and Emma's actions were part of a plan to destroy the Duke's sons. This seemed true. Belle remembered that in his past life, Edwin had never been able to find support in his own father's house. The girl wondered what Logan's ultimate goal was, and why he wanted to destroy the entire Cagliostro family. The butler noticed that Belle had suddenly turned pale, but the girl denied feeling unwell. She was simply surprised that Logan was from the same orphanage. The butler asked Milady, no matter what she said to Logan about this conversation. The secretary reacted sharply to everything that was connected with the temple. Tara peeked through the door and announced that she had packed the treats and placed them in the carriage. Belle was glad that everything was ready, said goodbye to the butler, and ran off to do her business. The girl did not immediately go to the carriage. First, she decided to get permission. Tara was surprised. The Duke left right after dinner. Who was my lady going to turn to? The girl said that she needed Edwin's permission. Belle looked into the room of the Duke's eldest son and called him by name. It was awkward asking permission from a guy not much older than her, but Belle and Edwin promised to let each other know where and when they were going. Edwin wasn't in the room. Perhaps the boy was at class, and Belle simply left him a note saying she was going to the shelter. Returning from training, Edwin read the note and decided that Belle had gone to visit that same guy from the orphanage. The boy felt a pang of jealousy. At this time, Belle was already in the temple. She ordered that the treats be brought inside and a cart brought for drinks. On normal days, the temple did not have strict security checks at the entrance, so Belle was able to enter the temple grounds with Mikhailo. The girl reasoned that Edwin should not be angry with her, since she left him a note, and took with her not only the bear, but also the accompanying knights. The girl was greeted by the new abbot, High Priest Magnus, who was now also the director of the orphanage. They had seen each other at the last event. Magnus introduced the priest Selene to the girl. This girl was now responsible for the group that Belle had once been in. Magnus and Selene looked friendly, but Belle was not about to relax. She refused to go to the meeting with the orphanage children and wanted to take a walk alone. Belle said that she had no need to advertise to the children that she had brought all this. Let them help themselves. She would find someone to see if she wanted. Belle's wasn't close to anyone from her former group and didn't want to show off. She had her own goal and too little time. Magnus did not contradict Belza and wished the girl a pleasant walk. Belle's goal this time was to find Ismail, but preferably in such a way that no one would know about this meeting. Belle's found him in a secluded place, far from other children, and the boy was frightened by her unexpected appearance. Belle asked why he was here alone. Was he still being bullied? Maybe he should talk to the new priests. Ishmael replied that even if he did so, it would not help. He was being teased by a child sponsored by the Baron's family, and they simply would not listen to the boy. Belzi offered Ismail protection, which was supposed to improve the boy's situation, since the girl was sponsored by the Duke. Ismail thought about it, but still refused Belza's offer. The guy thought that this would not help. She would leave, and he would remain here. As soon as this happened, the offenders would immediately take revenge on him. Belza didn't think about it at all. Her proposal turned out to be stupid, and she asked Ishmael for forgiveness for her helplessness. The boy replied that it wasn't her fault, and asked why she had come here and found him. Belle wanted to ask him one question and check something. Ishmael was all attention, but Belle was haunted by doubts. Now they had become closer, but in the future, he would become Diana's ally, and it was worth asking him too. However, there was no other source of information, and Belle asked if Ishmael knew anything about the violet color in the human aura. The guy was surprised. Didn't Belle study the scriptures? It's common knowledge that the aura of people who worship demons acquires a purple color. Ishmael brought Belle to the library and showed her the 15th book, which said that apostates who serve demons gain a dark purple color in their aura. Such people are capable of summoning monsters, worshipping demons. Innocent people die because of them. Their spells bring destruction and disrupt the order of the world. Ishmael believed that all the apostates were destroyed during the Holy War. But does Belle think otherwise? To her shame, Belle didn't know that this was written in the Holy Scriptures. At one time, she had difficulty finishing the 5th book, not to mention the 15th. Ismail asked why Belzi had such a serious face, and if she had really seen someone with purple in their aura. Ismail interpreted the girl's silence as consent, although she was unsure of her conclusions, and therefore did not say anything out loud. Belle wondered if, given all this information, Sven, Logan, and the second prince all had demonic magic and could be renegades. The most terrible and unexpected thing is that Diana also belongs to the demon worshippers. This would explain the feeling of hostility that Belle constantly feels towards her. If this is true, then the healer's power allowed Belle to sense this long ago. Belle did not rule out that Abbot Pius and Diana were acting in concert. If he had not been expelled, everything would have turned into a disaster, and the apostates would have taken power in the temple. The situation was serious. Belle was the only one who could see this energy. Proving something and asking for help would be difficult. One thing was comforting. Belle was now completely sure that Logan was dangerous, and that she needed to urgently find evidence and drive him out of the duchy. Belle was grateful to Ishmael for the information and was about to leave, but the boy stopped her and said that he had something important to tell her. Belle prepared to listen to the guy, but he stated that he felt a little awkward talking about it right there. Ishmael believed that the obedience room, closed by order of the pontiff after the arrest of Abbot Pius, was still being used by someone. This news shocked Belzi. It meant that apostates who worshipped demons were still active in the temple. Belz didn't want to believe it. She thought that Ishmael could have been mistaken. How could he know for sure? The boy asked Belle to speak more quietly and not to shout. He watched as the temple continued to take gifted children. Only this time, none of them returned. Ishmael found this suspicious and followed them. Everyone went towards that very scary room and disappeared. Belle asked who Ishmael suspected, and the guy answered that it was the new director. He always smiles, but his smile sends shivers down your spine. Remember the ray, here is the sun, so it is with the director. Magnus suddenly appeared in the library room and was glad that he found Belzi. The director asked what the child was doing there. The girl replied that they were playing house. The teddy bear was their child, and the books were their home. Belle hoped that Magnus hadn't heard anything, and as if nothing had happened, she asked him to join them. The director asked what role he could take on. Belle replied that she was a wife and mother. Ishmael was a caring father, and Director Magnus could be the bear's older brother. The girl watched the director carefully. From the outside, he seemed like a good person. and there was no purple aura on him now. The girl decided that it was worth keeping an eye on the director, and Magnus said that he definitely heard two voices outside. Maybe there was someone else here. Belle realized that Magnus had heard Ishmael's voice. It was impossible to reveal the guy's secret, and the girl decided to do everything to get out of the awkward situation. Belze stated that it was also her voice. She also voiced Ishmael, but the director knows that the boy does not speak. Belle grabbed Ishmael by the hands, and Mock asked him if today's dinner had been good. Then she pinched her nose and said, imitating the boy's voice, that it was very tasty, since Belle had cooked it. Magnus seemed to believe her little trick. At least he stopped asking about who else was with them. The girl convincingly explained that she voiced both characters in the game. She could speak for both Mishka and the director. Belle told Magnus that she usually came up with her own lines, but if Ishmael wanted to say something, he wrote it on the palm of his hand. Magnus praised Belle for playing with Ishmael, and the boy realized that Belle was offering him control over the director. The director was moved when he looked at the children. He remembered his childhood. He also grew up in this orphanage. Magnus told Belle that one of his old friends works at the Duke of Cagliostro's estate, so he likes Belle. The girl asked who the director's friend was. Magnus didn't hide the fact that it was Logan, the Duke's secretary. Then Belle became convinced that Magnus and Logan were in cahoots. Ishmael wanted to leave, but Belle stopped him and demanded that he use his power right now. Belle's was very convincing and looked expressively at Ishmael. He must dare to do this. The boy didn't expect Belle to offer to bend Magnus's will right now, but he decided that the girl knew what she was doing. Ishmael looked at the director and said that from now on, he would obey all his orders. Magnus was surprised that the guy was speaking and obeying. The guy was amazed that his ability worked on the high priest. It was unexpected. Last time, his power had no effect on Belle, and Ishmael thought that the sacred power made people immune to its influence. The guy said that the control would last for about half an hour, but why did Belle ask to take control of the director right now? The girl replied that she needed to force the director to send Logan a message with an offer to meet and lure him out of the estate. It would be great if Ishmael kept the director under control for as long as possible when he met Logan. The guy agreed, but wanted to know why she wanted it. Belle couldn't explain, but she promised that she would definitely tell him about everything later. Belle's left the temple and said goodbye to Ishmael. The day had passed productively, and she was truly glad to see him today. The children said goodbye briefly. If everything they had planned worked out, they would meet in a few days. Belle promised the guy that she would find a way to take him out of the temple. She would definitely do it. The girl suggested that Ishmael swear fidelity and friendship to each other on their little fingers. This was the strongest of all children's vows. The children sealed their agreements with a clasp of their little fingers. Now they trusted each other without limitations or reservations. Logan was surprised when he received a letter from Magnus. He had not planned to meet the high priest anytime soon. Magnus wrote that there was an urgent need to discuss some issues and asked that Logan appear at the temple shelter as soon as possible. Logan was alarmed by the letter and asked Magnus to avoid personal contact, but decided to go. Logan assumed that Magnus was having trouble finding material for their common cause. The next morning, Belle watched with pleasure as the Duke's secretary got into his carriage and drove away. Everything was going according to the plan she had drawn up in advance. She hoped that Ishmael would not let her down. The girl remembered that Ismail could subjugate a person for no more than an hour, and so she decided to hurry. During this time, she had to find proof that Logan was an apostate and a demon worshipper. The servants said that Logan only left the house when accompanying the Duke. There was nothing suspicious on the table, and the table cabinets were locked. When Logan wasn't working, he sat in his room, and it was here that Belle hoped to find evidence of his involvement with the renegades. But there was no evidence. Everything confirmed Logan's piety. Only the chest of drawers looked suspicious, but it was locked. The girl was shuffling through the papers on the table again. Logan had been deceiving the Duke for a long time, so it was not worth expecting that evidence would be easy to find. Half an hour had passed since Logan's absence, and about the same amount of time remained. Belle hadn't looked at the bookshelf, so she had to act carefully. The girl's gaze fell on a painting depicting a holy war, an expression in area that referred to two different conflicts. One is the religious war led by Archaea, and the second is the War of Area, when she came to the land full of ancient evil to save people. The painting depicted the war between Aria and the demons. Logan probably hung it to appear religious, but it looked too intrusive. It turned out that the painting was shifting to the side, and behind it was a cabinet with jars containing floating zoological exhibits. Belze was nervous. She had taken a big risk and forced Ishmael to take a risk. It couldn't be that all this would have been in vain. The girl was sure that the evidence was somewhere here, perhaps right under her nose. But where exactly? If Belz had a heart, it would have sunk into his heels because someone was trying to open the door to the room. The girl was breaking out in a cold sweat, wondering if Ishmael had been unable to hold on to the director for long, or if Logan had returned for another reason. But she hadn't found anything yet. The girl hid under the table, not noticing that her long hair was clearly visible to the man who entered. Belle sat as quiet as a mouse and thought only that Logan shouldn't have returned so early, or that the secretary had forgotten something. The sound of footsteps died away opposite the table, and then Belle realized that she had been found by the hair sticking out. At this time, Logan was in the temple and scolded Magnus for calling him so unexpectedly. The director should not have brought strangers with him. What kind of boy is this here? The abbot answered that the guy is mute and will not be able to tell anyone anything. Moreover, Magnus believes that meeting in front of the child looks less suspicious than if they were left alone. Ishmael watched Logan's actions tensely. It was difficult to suppress Director Magnus's will. He and Belle had no more than half an hour left for everything. Someone pulled Belle's hair painfully and announced that she needed to hide properly or not do it at all. The girl crawled out from under the table and sighed with relief. It wasn't Logan. Edwin was standing right in front of her. The guy was incredibly interested in what Belle's was doing. Edwin asked what Belle was doing in Logan's room, especially in his absence. The girl explained that she simply really wanted to see what was there. Belze asked Edwin why he was there. Didn't he have fencing practice today? But was relieved that it wasn't Logan. The guy replied that he just came in to find something and told Belle to leave the room right now, before the owner returned. Belle didn't want to leave and suggested that Edwin look for what he needed together. If they joined forces, everything would work out much faster. Edwin found it strange that Belle was asking to help him with the search, but he couldn't refuse the girl. The guy replied that she would not be able to help him because he was looking for a text written in an ancient language. Belle had not studied it and would not be able to help. The girl objected. She knows the ancient language. She saw him in the temple and knows what he looks like. Edwin agreed. He would search the right side of the room and Belle the left. The girl decided that she would help Edwin, and maybe he would find what she needed. Only Belle wasn't entirely clear why Edwin was looking for a text in an ancient language, and in Logan's room at that. The children were exhausted. Edwin was sure that the text was there, but apparently he hoped in vain. Belle only found proof that Logan was a workaholic. The girl was already beginning to doubt her suspicions about the Duke's secretary, when suddenly her gaze fell on the painting. Previously, she had simply glanced over it and had not noticed many oddities. Usually such paintings depict the victory of the gods. In this picture, everything was the other way around. In the crimson sky, quite alive and healthy demons were laughing. The goddess's spear, although it was in her hands, its tip was broken. But what confused the girl most was the huge number of fallen angels at the very bottom of the painting. At the feet of the goddess, it looked more like blasphemy. Belze turned to Edwin for advice. She was the only one who thought that something was wrong with this painting. Belle pointed out to Edwin that this image clearly read as the defeat of the goddess by demons, a scene that was simply impossible for the believers in Aria. Edwin felt the surface of the painting and discovered that it was two-layered. Without thinking twice, the guy tore off the top layer of the painting. Belze wanted to prevent this, but the young Duke did not listen to her. The painting was damaged, and under the first layer, the children discovered text in an ancient language, which is exactly what Edwin was looking for. The children read that those who believe in Aria will experience pain and torment. They will cry and beg for mercy, and in the end, they will kill Aria themselves, and then go straight to hell. At this time, Ishmael was controlling Magnus's behavior. He did not yet know that his efforts were not in vain. Belze read the inscription in the ancient language with fear and surprise. It called for obedience and bowing before the true goddess. An image of Diana appeared in Belle's eyes, laughing right in her face and glowing with a purple aura. In the house of the new rector of the temple and director of the orphanage Magnus, the situation has not changed. Ishmael saw that the effect of his power would last for about 30 minutes, no more, and he hoped that Belle would find the necessary evidence during this time. The boy decided that there was no need to worry. He needed to focus all his efforts on keeping Logan in Magnus's room as long as possible. Logan was irritated by the boy's presence in the room and asked the principal how much longer he would keep him there. Logan ordered the guy that after he served the tea, he should go to the door and make sure that no one entered. The boy did so, and Logan asked whether Magnus had called him so urgently because of a failure in the supply of materials, or there was another reason. Logan didn't deny that there was a problem. What they had recently delivered had turned out to be useless, and Mrs. Eurus was terribly angry. Ismail didn't understand anything from the conversation between the secretary and the abbot, but the topic was clearly suspicious. He decided to tell Belza about it. She would definitely figure it out. Magnus, subordinate to Ishmael, replied that Logan had been called to discuss the organization of the supply of materials for Ms. Eurus. Logan was indignant. What was the point of discussing it if the best materials were missed? They should have listened to him and given it to Belza before she got to the Duke. The Duke's secretary was angry. If Magnus and that idiot Pius hadn't hesitated, everything would be different now. Logan sat for a while longer and said that it was time for him to leave. Magnus, controlled by Ishmael, asked why so quickly. The secretary replied that he had received an impulse, which meant that someone had activated the prayer-blocking spell. Now, Logan was really in a hurry and suggested postponing the conversation about deliveries until later. Someone was definitely in charge in his room. Ishmael made one last attempt and stood in front of Logan at the door, who was confused about what this guy was doing. Ishmael was afraid that Belle would be in danger and decided to buy just a little more time. The boy did not notice how Magnus repeated these very words. Logan felt something was wrong. What kind of nonsense was the director talking about? Everything was too strange. Ishmael realized that he had made a mistake and had directed the impulse of force in the wrong direction, but it was already too late. Logan became wary and asked Magnus to repeat what he had just said, how much time he wanted to buy, and why. Ishmael mouthed Magnus's words, saying he hadn't said anything. Logan must have misheard. The secretary guessed everything and grabbed Ismail. It turned out that he became wary as soon as he entered and felt the disgusting light energy. Logan shook the guy. He thought it was coming from the temple, but he almost let the little brat fool him. Ishmael lost control of Magnus, and the orphanage director came to his senses, looked around and asked why Logan was there, holding Ishmael up in the air. Logan called Magnus a fool and said that he had been under the control of this boy all this time. The secretary said that if he was not mistaken, this was the same little rat who was said to have lost his voice and strength in the correctional room. Ishmael guessed that these people knew about the repentance chamber, in which case the supply of materials was the supply of gifted children to pump out strength. Logan and Magnus decided that it was a great success that they had caught Ishmael and that he still had some strength left, so the issue of supplying the material could be resolved for a while. Logan warned Magnus that he was leaving now, but if something like this happened again, he would be forced to report his lack of foresight. Magnus was left alone with Ishmael and decided to take out all his anger and irritation on him. The director suspected that something was not right here. On the day Belzy arrived at the shelter, he had a strange feeling of a lapse in memory. Magnus was looking forward to tormenting Ishmael. The boy had done something wrong, which meant he had to go to the penitentiary. It was the orphanage's immutable law. Driven into a corner and exposed, Ishmael was completely desperate. Now he would definitely lose all his strength, and no one would help him. Bells read the writing on the wall and thought that it looked like a spell that could destroy all believers in area. And the true goddess, therefore, was Eurus. It turned out that Logan was definitely a renegade, which meant he had connections with people surrounded by a purple aura, who were also renegades. Most likely, Diana was one of them. A candidate for sainthood who worshipped a demon. It was hard to believe. Belzy was completely confused. It turned out that everything around was entangled in the threads of a demonic cult. Apostates were everywhere. Diana's holy power was actually black magic, and the presence of sinister energy in many people is explained by Diana's influence on people. Belle was completely at a loss as to what to do now, but fortunately, Edwin was nearby and did not lose his composure. The boy commanded that first they would remove their tracks and leave here, Everything here was upside down. Edwin ordered the girl to collect all the torn sheets. He would take them. Belle was grateful to Ed. Without him, she would never have found the inscription. The children had cleaned everything up and were about to leave. They needed to keep their visit to Logan's room a secret. They had already reached the door of the room, and Belle tried to open it. But the door did not move, as if it were enchanted. Edwin didn't expect to be locked in a room. It wasn't part of his plans. The boy rushed to the window, but was unable to open it. The mousetrap slammed shut, and the children found themselves in a dangerous situation. Edwin confirmed Belle's guess. They were locked in, and it would be impossible to leave unnoticed. The young duke suggested that there was a blocking spell cast on the painting, and Belle was completely confused. This couldn't be. The mansion stood on holy ground, and magic circles couldn't work here, which meant this wasn't possible. Edwin said that they needed to get out first, and then they could talk. The boy took a small coffee table and hit the door with it. The door didn't even creak. It looked like they wouldn't be able to leave the room before the owner appeared. The sound of heavy and quick male footsteps was heard in the hallway, which meant that Logan had returned and was hurrying to his room. The children had only one option left. To hide inside the room, Edwin chose one of the closets for this purpose. The boy thought it was quite safe there. Better to hide than to immediately come face to face. The door to the room swung open, and Logan, armed with a sword, entered. The secretary didn't see anyone. He knew that no one could have left, which meant they were playing hide-and-seek with him. The children watched through a crack in the door as Logan searched for the rat that had dared to climb into his room. The secretary was terrifying and glowed purple, his demonic aura extending to his weapons. Logan looked into every corner of the room, and even under the table. It seemed the secretary was deliberately stalling for time, getting on the nerves of the one hiding from him. Belza sat as quiet as a mouse. She was afraid to even breathe. What Logan would do to them when he found them. The girl was afraid to even think about it. Logan said loudly that there was only one place left that he hadn't looked at. Belle didn't know what to do. The secretary was getting closer and closer. Edwin coughed loudly and announced in a forced, cheerful voice that they had to go out. Secretary Logan discovered them. Logan was dumbfounded. He never expected to see the young duke and the duke's ward in his room. The secretary's anger did not go away. He sharply asked what the young master and my lady were doing here. Bells didn't understand what Edwin was planning and how he was going to get out of the dangerous situation. Edwin announced that he and Belle were playing hide-and-seek here, and it turned out that the secretary's room was incredibly suitable for it. Logan was outraged. In the entire duke's house, there was no other place to hide except the closet in his room. The boy smiled cheekily. Why shouldn't he and Belle play in the secretary's room anyway? This house belongs to Edwin and his father. Edwin took Belle by the hand and said that since the secretary had returned, they had better leave. Otherwise, Logan would disturb them. Belza realized that the boy was only pretending to be calm, but in reality, he was tense, like a taut string. Logan stopped the children and asked why they tore up his painting. Edwin apologized. He accidentally hit it with his cufflink when he was running away from Belle, and his father would make it up to him. Logan asked the children if they knew what the words written underneath the painting meant. Edwin replied that he had no idea. It was some kind of gibberish in a language unknown to him. At that moment, Logan was finally convinced that Edwin was lying. The young duke could not help but know the ancient language. The secretary made a sign with his hand. The doors of the room slammed shut with a loud bang right in front of the children's faces, and the path to salvation was blocked. Logan burst out laughing. Edwin had been studying the ancient language for 2 years and couldn't read such a simple inscription. What a weak and stupid excuse, Logan chuckled. The young gentleman probably thinks his father's secretary is a complete idiot. Logan shook his head. How could it be? The heir of Cagliostro pretended not to notice the apostate. He could kill both children, but it was risky. The secretary decided to limit himself to just casting a spell of oblivion. He felt sorry that such smart children would instantly turn into weak-willed idiots. Edwin and Belle were surprised. This ritual is prohibited by law, and only apostates can perform it with the help of their cursed dark magic. Belle made a disappointing discovery. Logan knows how to use black magic. Edwin stated that Logan would not succeed. His spell would not work here. The secretary confirmed that the holy ground was terribly hindering him. Of course, the villain continued, Aria's cursed legacy would never disappear. but he could cast oblivion on the children, and Logan snapped his fingers. Belzy soared into the air and flew quickly straight towards Logan. Edwin did not have time to grab her hand. The girl found herself in the clutches of the villain. Logan was clearly planning something nasty and scary. Logan offered Edwin a choice: to leave and leave this girl with him, or to calmly go with him outside the mansion. Belle resisted the secretary's grip, trying to persuade Edwin to leave and leave her. But the guy demanded that Logan let Belle go, since she didn't know anything. Logan doubted that Belle was as innocent as Edwin convinced him. This girl had already managed to cause a lot of trouble and ruin their plans. The man's hands squeezed the girl's throat, so that she caught her breath. Logan wanted to finish with her here and now, but Belle was too valuable a commodity. Logan shook Belle and asked how she managed to use Ismail. The girl was afraid for her friend. Had he really been exposed? Which is why Logan returned earlier. The name of the orphanage's pupil meant nothing to Edwin. The boy was afraid that Logan would harm Belsa. Logan stated that he had already prepared everything, and now they would not escape from him. Now when Edwin wakes up, he will forget everything that happened, and Belle first of all. Edwin tried to get Logan, but to no avail, and Belle prayed to the goddess to give her the strength to stop Logan. She could not lose him again. After these words, a bright light appeared in the girl's hands, and it grew larger and larger until it engulfed the entire room. Logan closed his eyes and screamed as if the light was causing him unbearable pain. He let go of Belle, and she rolled head over heels across the floor. The secretary clutched his face, his eyes burning as if they were being burned with hot coals. Edwin grabbed the sword and rushed at the villain, trying to inflict as dangerous a wound on him as possible. The young duke was incredibly angry that this despicable apostate dared to touch Belza with his filthy hands. Edwin combined the sword strike with a magical blow, so his opponent could not recover for a long time. The guy rushed to Belle. He was worried about her condition. Logan wheezed. The damned Cagliostro were in their way again. They should have killed everyone from that family even earlier. The secretary shouted that Lady Eurus would not need any sacrifices if he tore out the hearts of these children and offered them to his goddess. Edwin and Belza prepared to defend themselves. The children realized that they had the strength to resist and were not going to give up so easily. There was a terrible roar, and the door to the room exploded, shattering into small pieces. The Duke called for his children. Belza looked back and screamed joyfully. She and Edwin were saved. Cagliostro burst into the room at the head of a detachment of select knights of the guard. He made it in time. His children were safe and sound. The knights grabbed Logan, and Edward Cagliostro hugged Edwin and Belza. They were alive, and the Duke praised the goddess for her help. The Duke's angry gaze turned to Logan. Unexpectedly for everyone, his secretary turned out to be an apostate and a follower of a demonic cult. The Duke asked Logan what all this meant. The secretary replied that it was a misunderstanding and said that in fact he was the victim. Belle heard Logan say with indignation that Edwin and Belzy had broken into his room and attacked him. The secretary accused the children of using black magic, and the Duke became wary. Logan justified the young Duke and accused Lady Belza of using black magic. Edwin and Belle could not understand why he was talking such ridiculous nonsense. The secretary shouted that the Duke should not be deceived in case an apostate was hiding under the guise of a child. Belle realized that Logan was simply stalling for time. Accusing a candidate for sainthood proclaimed by the pontiff was serious blasphemy. The girl noticed that a magic circle was appearing on the floor of the room, and Logan continued to shout that apostates were periodically found in temples. Belzy guessed that Logan was distracting the Duke, and that was why he was saying whatever came to his mind. The villain is simply gathering his strength to use black magic and escape beyond the Duke's influence. The magic circle was flaring up. Logan was already shouting that all Cagliostros were fools and would regret letting him slip out from under their noses. The Duke looked calmly at the behavior of his former secretary. Not a single muscle moved on Cagliostro's face. The formidable Logan deflated in an instant. His magic did not work. The lines of the magic circle faded. The secretary lost his strength and wilted. The Duke noticed the painting. He had caught many apostates, but this was the first time he had seen such an inscription. Cagliostro asked Logan if the apostates had found a new goddess for themselves. Her name was Eurus, but the former secretary was only interested in what the Duke had done to him. Cagliostro chuckled. Logan was probably feeling dizzy, nauseous, and his arms and legs wouldn't obey him. It's payback for using black magic on holy ground. Logan's body's reaction is a natural cleansing process, divine power pushing out the darkness. Logan was convulsing and cursing, and the Duke determined that this was because there was too much black mana in the former secretary's body, which was why it was taking longer to leave. Cagliostro ordered the arrested man to be sent to prison, where he intended to have a more detailed conversation with him, but this would happen later. Belle wondered if Edwin and the Duke had been too calm from the start. Had they really staged all of this? It turns out that the Duke knew who Logan was, but as he guessed, in his past life, the secretary left no evidence, and Belle herself did not believe that he was a black magician. Edward explained to the girl that Edward had discovered that Chester's successor was a renegade. At first, the Duke doubted it, but observations confirmed his suspicions. Edwin asked Belle if she wanted to check what was happening with that guy now. The girl came to her senses. Ishmael was probably in danger now. Belle needed to go to the temple immediately, preferably with reinforcements. The girl rushed to the Duke and announced that she urgently needed to go to the temple and save her friend. Edwin watched the girl gloomily. Her relationships with other boys caused him negative emotions. The new director of the orphanage and the rector of the temple received a surprise visit from Pontiff Montanus. Magnus pretended to be incredibly glad to see Pope Montanus and asked what business had brought His Eminence to their humble monastery. Magnus tried to look into the pontiff's eyes. Mentally, he cursed everything. Usually, Montanus does not come to him. He barely managed to hide Ishmael. Montanus said that Magnus had been heading the shelter for 2 weeks already, asked how he was doing, and if everything was calm. The director replied that everything was fine, and the pontiff said that in fact, he wanted to see a boy named Ishmael. Magnus asked why His Holiness had suddenly become interested in this boy, and he was told that a man had appeared who wanted to take him under his wing. Montanus wanted to see the child himself before he was taken away by a new guardian. Magnus lied that Ishmael was feeling unwell today and would not be able to meet with His Holiness, but the pontiff clarified how seriously the boy was ill. Magnus replied that if Ishmael rested for a day, everything would pass for him by tomorrow, and he himself planned to take the boy out of the shelter tonight. Montanus declared that no one would wait. The new patron had arrived and wanted to see Ishmael immediately, despite any illness. Bells ran around the shelter with documents about guardianship and patronage, and called out for Ismail in a loud voice. Magnus was frightened. He guessed absolutely correctly. The boy's new patron was Milady Belzy herself. The girl called Ismail and said that she had come to keep the promise she had given him. They didn't have time to hide the guy far, and he heard Belz's voice. These were the most beautiful sounds he had heard in his life. Much earlier, immediately after she broke up with Ishmael, Belle met with the pontiff and fulfilled the promise she made to the boy. The procedure for approving the patron was complicated, but Dad quickly gave permission, and the patron's certificate was delivered just in time for Belle's departure from the mansion. The Duke's knights freed the boy from the dark and cold storeroom. They were outraged that the child was kept in such a place. Belze rushed to the guy. She was worried if everything was okay with him, if Ishmael was hurt, and how he was feeling. Belle saw that the boy had red eyes and asked if he had been beaten. Ismail was embarrassed and replied that he was fine. Montanus demanded an explanation from Magnus as to why a sick child was leaving a cold storage room. Magnus was going to get out of it and pretend to be innocent, and Belle had to stop that. The director of the orphanage said that in fact, the child had used force to subdue him, and he did not want to make a fuss, and decided to punish him in this way. Ishmael didn't let Magnus finish. He addressed Montanus directly and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but he had an important statement. The boy announced that he did not want to live in the shelter because he was being bullied there. The pontiff was surprised. The document said that Ishmael was mute, but the guy spoke perfectly. It turns out it was all a lie. Ismail replied that he doesn't like children from the orphanage, and he doesn't like the teachers either. He believes that they can't be trusted. Ishmael explained that he was afraid that he would be locked in the penitential room again, as the priest Pius had done. The pontiff wanted to calm the child and explain that the room of repentance had long been closed by his highest command. The boy did not listen to Magnus and continued to speak. He said that Abbot Magnus said strange words. He discussed the penitential chamber with Logan from the house of Duke Cagliostro. The Duke thought this was odd. as he had just arrested Logan on charges of apostasy and the use of black magic. The pontiff asked the children to leave. The adults needed to talk alone. Magnus realized that his song was sung. Bells and Ishmael sat alone in a warm room. The boy asked if Bel had really become his patron. The girl replied that it was true. Now no one would dare to humiliate or offend Ishmael. Now he could no longer pretend to be mute. Ismail clarified that if Belzy had come here, it meant that Logan had been dealt with, and he had been neutralized. Ishmael immediately realized that Bel had come to deal with Magnus. After all, he was in league with Logan. As long as there were no bad people around him, the boy might not pretend. The guy asked the girl how much she paid to become his patron. Ismail heard that huge sums of money were spent on gifted children like him, but the boy didn't want to be a burden for Bel and promised to return everything. To prove that you can provide education for a gifted child, you need to pay 10 million gold a year. Bel had to borrow a little from Edwin. She told Ishmael that he shouldn't talk to his patron like that. And besides, Bel would soon become rich, and it would be a trifle for her. The guy promised that he would definitely achieve success and become a great man, and then she should not refuse the money that he would want to return to her. Bel replied that he would definitely become great, and that she loved friends more than money. In fact, she wanted Ishmael to be her friend, not Diana's. Ishmael told Bel what Logan had said. Things were strange to Magnus. They were probably encrypted, and the boy didn't understand everything. The boy remembered that Logan was concerned about the lack of supplies of materials. Perhaps he meant gifted children by materials. Ishmael said that Logan was going to use bells as well, but the guy didn't have time to find out for what purpose. Belza remembered Logan screaming that they no longer needed the plan with the sacrifice for Eurus. They would rip out her and Edwin's hearts and offer them to the goddess. The materials are most likely the very victims Logan spoke of. They hunted for children gifted with powers and sacrificed them to their goddess. The sacrifice meant the loss of power in the repentance chamber, but why was it necessary to take it away? Perhaps it is connected with the fact that Diana's aura also contains the aura of apostates. How Diana was able to wield both holy and dark powers at the same time, and whether she had such a combination in her past life, Bel lacked information. There were a lot of strange things around. If even Logan turned out to be a renegade, then how many such renegades were hiding around? Ishmael saw that Bel was lost in thought and asked if everything was okay with her. The girl came to her senses and said there was no need to worry the guy. Let him come to his senses first. Bel told the guy the Duke's words, that they would soon interrogate Logan, find his accomplices, and find out what they were up to. Now something else was more important. How Ismail was going to live on, he could return to the shelter. Bells invited the boy to move with her to live in the estate of Duke Cagliostro. There was no need for him to stay in the orphanage. Ishmael asked if he could really leave the shelter. Bel replied that one word from him, and he would never appear here again. The girl feared that, because Ishmael knew something about the victims and the repentance chamber, the apostates would try to get rid of him. Bells knew that Ismail would become a pontiff in the future, and she couldn't let the boy lose his future because of her, especially now that they had become friends. Taking Ismail with him to the ducal house meant preventing him from getting closer to Diana, and that was as important as everything else. The apostates have long held a grudge against the family of Duke Cagliostro, and one must be prepared to stand up for his defense. Ismail asked if Bel had asked the Duke for permission. The girl was sure that she would be allowed to, and if the guy was uncomfortable living on the estate, she would buy him a house. Bel told Ismail that when she opened the salon, the building would have many shared rooms, and he could live there, in the very center of the capital. However, the boy announced that he would stay in the shelter, a decision Bells did not expect him to make. Ismail stated that since the director was no longer there, and he had a patron, no one would dare touch him now. The boy was going to stay at the shelter to see if people like Pius and Magnus would appear there. The most important thing for Ishmael was to find out if there were any apostates left in the orphanage, and what they were going to do with the blessed children. This would also help Belza. Bel looked at the boy with admiration. It wasn't for nothing that he was a candidate for a hero. After everything he had been through, Ishmael hadn't lost the ability to think about others. The girl did not try to dissuade the boy. It was impossible. She advised him to turn to the pontiff in any unclear situation. Bel believed that Montanus was a good man. She would come too, but the pontiff was closer to him. Ismail was perplexed that after everything the temple servants had done to her, she still believed the pontiff, but the girl proved that Montanus was an honest man. The boy said that he would decide for himself whether to trust Montanus, and that Belzi should not come to him often. Bel was puzzled as to why he was saying that. Ishmael explained that if they were suspected of being friends, they would do everything to destroy them. The girl sighed and demanded that Ishmael promise to write to her at least several times a week. The oath was sealed with a squeeze of the little fingers. Now no one could break it. Otherwise, it would be death. The Duke entered the room and asked if Belzi had finished the conversation and was ready to go home. The girl had already finished everything and was getting ready to look for Cagliostro herself. Edward stated that he couldn't go home yet. Magnus's interrogation was dragging on. They were finding out who Eurus was, so another guardian would go with Bel. The other guardian was, of course, Edwin, and it would have been even more pleasant to travel with him if he hadn't interrogated Bel again. Edwin asked, "Does this mean that Bel borrowed money to become Ishmael's sponsor?" The girl explained that she had to help Ishmael. She was a little short, so she borrowed from Edwin. Fortunately, the pontiff counted her elixirs as a donation, and she will be able to pay off the debt very soon, without spending a single coin of Edwin's money. Edwin was serious. He asked Bel if she liked Ishmael, not as a friend, but in another way. Belz was confused as to why Edwin thought she should like Ishmael. In fact, she loved another man. But it was too early for Edwin to know that. Edwin advised the girl not to be too close to him. It seems that Edwin does not like Ishmael at all, and does not want to see him often. Edwin reminded Bel how Logan said that she was behind Ishmael. The girl denied everything. She became the boy's guardian, simply out of a feeling of compassion. Edwin asked why she went to Logan's cell, what she wanted to find out there. Belze explained that she was just curious. It was such a rare chance, so she went. Bel explained Logan's trip to the temple by saying that Ishmael asked for help. The last time she came to him, she told him to complain to her about the offenders. Most likely, Ismail complained to the director, and he called Logan. They had known each other since childhood, since they grew up together in the orphanage and planned everything together. Bel asked Edwin if he knew about the relationship between the director and the secretary. The guy answered no, and thought about it. The girl was glad that she managed to distract his attention from herself. However, Belza had her own questions for the young duke. She was interested in why he was looking for ancient writings in Logan's office. Did Edwin really suspect Logan of apostasy? The girl once again noted that the behavior of the Duke and Edwin was different from what it had been in the past. Belz again began to suspect that Edwin, like her, remembered his past life and was correcting the mistakes made then. Edwin was silent for a moment, then said that he had been looking for a dictionary of an ancient language in Logan's office. Logan had taken it from the library. The young Duke preferred to end the conversation, which was uncomfortable for both of them. Now they should go home and rest. The day had been too busy. Edwin was so calm that Bel decided he didn't remember his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to her. And then, because of her, Edwin almost died. If he remembered everything, he wouldn't have let her get so close to him. She understood everything, but her heart didn't want to calm down. A few days later, several seemingly insignificant events took place in the Marquis of Barilotte's mansion. It all started when the Marquis summoned Lady Diana. The girl was calmly getting acquainted with the morning news, reading the newspaper. Diana went to the Marquis on the way, telling the maid the latest news. The newspaper wrote that many children had gone missing. The girl didn't have time to finish reading that Abbot Magnus was defrocked and imprisoned, and a new abbot was appointed to the orphanage. A few weeks passed, and the Belle's Beauty Salon opened on the capital's main street. News of the miraculous drugs quickly spread, and all the ladies of the capital and its environs rushed to personally visit this establishment. Belle was proud of her commercial success, but there were moments that darkened her life. Magnus and Logan, key figures in the renegade conspiracy, went missing. Logan, who was being held in the underground prison of Cagliostro, committed suicide by taking poison hidden in his clothes. A few days later, Magnus escaped from the temple prison. His tracks were lost. Pope Montanus and the Templars claimed that they knew nothing about the goddess Eurus. The investigation into the apostates case has reached a dead end, with all leads cut off. Bells reasoned that she would like to resolve all the problems before Joshua's birthday. The prince leaned over Belle's shoulder, and quietly asked what other problems she wanted to solve. He admired the level of preparation of the salon and the advertising campaign. Belle organized a small tea party. She enjoyed the informal communication with the heir. Belle's new employee was named Charlotte. She performed the duties of not only a maid, but also a bodyguard. Charlotte called her little boss, Boss. The crown prince liked it when Belle's was called Boss. It was unusual and original. Caesar liked the well-chosen interior and competent staff of the salon. Belle replied that this was thanks to the Duke. He helped her with the selection of staff. The crown prince said that Belle was too modest. All of high society was delighted with her salon, and the products she sold there. Belle replied that an important factor in her success was the magnificent building that the prince gave her. It was located in the very center of the capital's main street. The building's exterior was in perfect condition, so with Belle's design and the Duke's unlimited budget, the interior renovation was completed quickly. His Highness never thought that skincare was so popular among noble ladies. Belle believed that this business could not fail, because everyone always wants to be beautiful. The prince noticed a box with strange shoes. He had never seen such boots before. His Highness inquired whether this item was also a product of Lady Belle's salon, but the girl objected, saying that she had prepared these shoes as a birthday gift for Joshua. Belle told the prince that the Duke was preparing a grand banquet in honor of his youngest son. Of course, she had prepared a gift in advance, but she was just worried whether he would like it. Caesar noticed that Belle was constantly downplaying his achievements and was too modest. His Highness recalled that the girl had cured Joshua when everyone had already given up, saved the crown prince himself from death, and these were just some of the achievements of Milady Belle. Caesar believed that modesty was a commendable quality, but one should not go too far. The crown prince said that thanks to Lady Belle, many positive changes have occurred in the lives of many people, and it would be great if she believed in herself. Belze wondered if they had indeed been able to identify and expel the apostates from the temple and Duke Cagliostro's estate. The most interesting thing is that Belle knew nothing about their existence in the empire in her past life. This was a big change. The girl was going to continue to gradually change the present and the future. Caesar noticed that Belle was happy, which meant that he could safely invest his money in the development of Lady Belle's salon. Several days passed, and the long-awaited holiday arrived. Joshua's birthday. The whole family was gathered. Dr. Gordon was also present. Joshua was the most impatient of all. He waited so long for Belle to come out to the guests that he was completely worn out. The boy wanted Belle to come as soon as possible. The girl was in a hurry, but the preparations took a little longer than necessary. Everyone appreciated Belle's outfit, but the girl was worried about Joshua. The guy hadn't gone out in public for a long time, and now looked too worried. There were whispers around that the candidate for sainthood, sponsored by the Duke, was wearing a dress similar in color and style to other members of the Cagliostro family. Indeed, today, all the Cagliostros, including Belze, were dressed in outfits of the same color and style. These were their family costumes. Duke Cagliostro declared that the dress specially prepared for the holiday suited Belle very well. The girl looked very pretty in it. Edwin stated that his father was wrong, and he categorically disagreed with him. The Duke's eldest son was sure that the dress was so beautiful only because Belze was wearing it. The girl was melting with happiness when she came to the house of Duke Cagliostro. For the first time, she could not even imagine that everything would be so wonderful. Joshua and Edward completely agreed with Edwin. The dress would have looked much worse on anyone else. The birthday boy was eager to receive and open the gift from his adopted sister, but a certain amount of time was allocated for this. The girl had to take the box to the common pile of gifts, where she would wait her turn. Joshua was upset, but the Duke intervened and advised his son to leave the most interesting part for later. He would definitely open it after the ceremony. The Duke looked around the hall and made sure that most of the invited guests had already arrived. His lordship addressed those present, demanding their attention and promising to soon begin the ceremony of celebrating the birthday of his youngest son. Duke Cagliostro thanked everyone who came to celebrate Joshua's 5th birthday. Gordon shed tears as the Duke spoke of how the boy had gone through many difficulties due to his illness, but had been able to overcome them. For this, the Cagliostro family is grateful to the goddess. The Duke took the opportunity to introduce to the guests the man who played a key role in Joshua's treatment. Edwin called the confused Belze to him, The girl did not expect such an event. Duke Cagliostro loudly declared that the fact that Joshua was able to celebrate his 5th birthday was thanks to the young Lady Belzy. Edward said that thanks to Belza finding the cause of Joshua's illness and eliminating it, everyone was able to see his youngest son happy and active. Edward Cagliostro announced that from now on, the ducal family of Cagliostro declares its official support for Belze. Milady Belze was proclaimed by Duke Cagliostro as a benefactress of the Cagliostro family and a candidate for sainthood. The Duke's statement left an indelible impression on Belze. It was an official announcement of sponsorship, something that had never happened in Belze's previous life. The Duke continued to say that from now on, any attack on Lady Belze would be seen as a challenge to the House of Cagliostro and would be met with certain measures. Guests whispered that such a statement was a step towards open competition with the House of Berlot, which recently adopted Lady Diana. They said that the Marquise's daughter had failed Joshua's treatment, and they guessed that this statement was a warning to the Marquis of Berlot and his ward. The guests' whispers continued. Everyone was curious to see which of the two houses would produce a true saint. Belze was worried. Now the prestige of the Cagliostro family depended on her. Suddenly, she heard someone congratulating her. It was Marquis Barillot, congratulating the girl on receiving the unconditional support of the Cagliostro family. Of course, Lady Diana also arrived at the celebration with the Marquis, as always radiant and incredibly polite. The Duke was expecting the Marquis and Diana to arrive, but unfortunately, they arrived later than he expected and missed the statement he had made just for them. Edward offered to repeat the statement just for them, but the Marquis felt there was no need. He had heard enough. The festive atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. The Berlot family and Cagliostro had been in conflict for a long time, but now their confrontation had become open. Diana tried to defuse the situation by taking the blame for being late for the appointment. Lady Diana explained that she had been preoccupied with choosing a gift for Joshua and had not noticed how late she had been, and she begged him to forgive her. By way of apology, Lady Diana asked to be allowed to personally present the gift to young Master Joshua. People were whispering that Diana was behaving like a real lady, despite the fact that she had only recently arrived in the Marquise's house. Only Belza suspected Diana of collaborating with the renegades, and perhaps she herself was one. But Lady Diana's reputation remained strong. What upset Belle was not Diana's positive reputation, but the fact that most of those present had a rather vague opinion of her. Diana approached the girl and pretended to be concerned and asked what was happening to her and why she was sad. Diana advised Belle to rest a little in a separate room if she felt nervous in such a crowded gathering. Edwin did not like Lady Diana's words and actions at all, and he became wary. Belle had something to clear up with Diana, so she had no intention of arguing with her, let alone leaving the banquet hall. Belze informed Diana that she was worried about her health. Belle was upset by the cough that sometimes bothered Lady Di. Belle said she recently read a book about various illnesses that cause rashes and coughs. In Belle's past life, the disease spread throughout the empire in about a year, and Diana accidentally discovered a cure, which became her crowning glory. Belze read about an illness whose symptoms were exactly the same as those Diana had the last time she visited the estate. Belle thought that Diana herself, or someone from her circle, might have been sick with it, and it was most likely contagious. Belze wanted to use tricky questions to find out whether Diana came from the future and knew what would happen. Diana was perplexed. Belle herself saw that it was a common allergy, and they ate that dessert together, and now she suspects that it is infectious. Diana thought that Belze was too engrossed in reading, and Belle was finally convinced that Diana knew nothing about the plague. Diana snapped at Belle to take care of her own health, turned away, and left without listening to her apology. At this time, Joshua approached Belza, and she switched her attention to the birthday boy. The girl was glad that Diana did not know the future. Marquis Barillot did not intend to stay long at the feast of Cagliostro. His plan was to say hello to a few people and then return home. Belle realized that Diana wasn't that special, which meant that Belle could be the first to get the things that Diana would get in the future and be ready for anything. Belle now lived close to her family, and she had to protect them, so Diana's ignorance was beneficial to her. The Duke and his children left their guests for a short time. Joshua and Belle were considered very young and needed rest. Edward asked if Belle liked the sponsorship announcement. and he made sure everyone heard it. The Duke stated that there was something else he wanted to give to Belza, but he needed a little more time, so this announcement first. Cagliostro wanted to adopt Belza, although most of his supporters were against it. Belle was stunned. The Duke was preparing the adoption as a gift. His wish alone was enough to make her feel happy. Joshua was for adoption. Then Belle would become a real sister to him, and they could play every day. Belza said she wouldn't be bothered if the adoption didn't go through, as she was already grateful to the Duke. This would not disappoint Belle at all. The support of Duke Cagliostro was much more than she deserved, the girl believed. Moreover, she already knew about the Duke's feelings for her from a past life, when he was preparing to adopt her as a gift for her 18th birthday. Belle's words left Duke Cagliostro puzzled, as if Belle didn't want to be his real daughter. Belza was concerned about something completely different. She couldn't get Edwin's categorical protest against her adoption out of her head. The girl was worried that Edwin was uncomfortable with the idea of her joining the Cagliostro family. On the other hand, Belz understood Edwin perfectly well. Communicating well with a person is one thing, but accepting him into the family is a completely different matter. Joshua was eager to open Belle's gift and was allowed to look at it. The box contained sneakers that Belle had ordered especially for Joshua. The girl explained that they are designed so that Joshua can run, jump, and play as much as he wants, and wherever he wants, and it is very convenient to do this in them. Joshua declared that it was the best gift in the world, and immediately asked when Belle's birthday was so that he could give her a gift too. Belle didn't know her birthday. In her past life, Edwin had once given her a gift, but she never understood why he chose that particular day. Edwin immediately announced that Belle's birthday would be exactly 6 months later, on Wednesday the 3rd. The boy's confidence surprised not only Belzy, but also the Duke and Joshua. The girl was perplexed. Edwin was naming the very day that in his past life he had designated as Belle's birthday. The Duke declared that it was not so far away, and that preparations should begin today. It would be a wonderful reception. Joshua was eager to prepare it. Edward asked the girl if there was anything in particular that she would like most. Belza couldn't become a real member of the Cagliostro family, but it didn't matter. They already gave her enough love and care. The mere fact that the Duke and his sons loved and appreciated Belza was more than enough for the girl. 7 years, 7 springs, and 7 autumns had passed since that memorable birthday of Joshua, but Belle remembered how the Duke thanked her for saving his youngest son. The girl grew up in the Duke's family, although not officially adopted, but in fact, she was the boy's sister. Joshua was incredibly attached to his little sister, and Belle looked after her little brother everywhere and in everything. Over the years, many good moments had accumulated, and Belza did not want to erase any of them from her life at any cost. Duke Edward of Cagliostro, his sons Edwin and Joshua, and the candidate for sainthood, Belzy, under his wing, lived as a close-knit family and shared all the responsibilities equally. One morning, Tara entered the young lady's room and found that Belle was already awake. Belza greeted her personal maid. The little girl had grown up in 7 years. She had just recently turned 12. Tara was doing her owner's hair, and at the same time was interested in her plans for the day, whether she would go to her salon or not. Belle hadn't decided what she was going to do yet, and asked if Joshua had had breakfast. Tara replied that he had already left for the academy. Tara replied that Joshua had recently started leaving for the academy very early, and Belle concluded that the boy liked it at the academy and was glad about it. Belle decided that she would not have breakfast, but would still go to the salon and have breakfast there. Tara ordered that a carriage be prepared for the lady. A luxurious carriage drove Belza through the streets of the capital, and very soon she arrived at the building where her salon was located. The girl looked around. It was the business part of the capital, and it seemed to her that everyone around her was doing something important, and only she was not busy with anything. Men, women, and even children were hurrying somewhere with serious faces, and only business conversations could be heard around. Belle sighed. Duke Cagliostro is busy with state affairs. Joshua entered the academy and is busy with his studies. Every morning, Joshua hurried to class. He always promised to return soon, but even after returning, he was busy with lessons. Edwin graduated from the academy a long time ago and, for various reasons, never appears at the estate. The Duke's eldest son rarely wrote. Belza hoped that Eddie was okay, and nothing had happened to him. Belza decided not to think about sad things. It made her too sensitive and prevented her from thinking clearly. The attendant announced that the carriage had arrived at the salon. Belle was lost in thought and did not notice it at all. The girl thanked her for the reminder. There was no urgent need to supervise the salon's operations, but she still came here every day. Belza's elegant heels clicked towards the main entrance of the best beauty salon in the empire. The Belza Beauty Salon was the pride of its owner. It was a real beauty factory, opened with the support of His Highness the Crown Prince and the Duke of Cagliostro. The Belle Salon has grown into a large-scale enterprise in just 7 years. Belle started with skincare products and anti-fatigue medications, and gradually wigs, hair dye, manicures, and even dietary meals appeared on the market. Today, this place has become the main tourist attraction of the empire, attracting guests from all over the world. It wasn't just money, but also world fame that Belle's hadn't dared to even dream of in her past life. Thanks to the salon, Belle lives a life that anyone would envy. There was just one problem left, and if it were solved, all of the girl's wishes would come true. For 7 years, Belle collected materials, tracking Diana's movements, looking for a connection between her and the renegades. Since Logan's death and Magnus's disappearance 7 years ago, the renegades have gone into hiding, showing no activity in Belle's line of sight. Diana, as in the original and Belle's past life, continues to act as a candidate for sainthood, but her fame is not as great as before, all thanks to Belle. Diana's main clients have always been aristocrats, but now, due to the fact that many people have started visiting the Belle Salon, the number of Diana's clients has decreased. In her past life, Diana won support by finding a cure for the plague, but in this life, Belle had created it long ago and prevented the epidemic from spreading. Diana is a candidate for sainthood. Unlike Belza, who runs a business without using holy power, she heals aristocrats with this power. Belle saved her power, believing that it would be needed to protect the ducal house from renegades who could appear at any moment. Belle's sacred power was too valuable for her to afford to waste on healing. Until there was proof that Diana was a renegade and she couldn't act, Belle was prepared to wait for her opponent to reveal himself. An alarmed Charlotte ran into the room. She was alarmed and was in a hurry to report important news to her hostess. The girl reported that the building that was being built opposite turned out to be a double of the building in which the Belza Salon is located. Belle was surprised and decided to see for herself. It was clearly a deliberate copying. Who dares challenge Belza, who is under the official patronage of Duke Cagliostro? Belle came to see if everything was as critical as Charlotte had told her, but the reality turned out to be worse than she expected. The new salon turned out to be an exact duplicate of Lady Belza's salon, and this was clearly too much. Belle and Charlotte were outraged. They had no intention of letting things slide. A worker saw a 12-year-old girl on the construction site and asked her to be careful not to go where it was dangerous, which angered Belle even more. Charlotte declared that the exterior was half the problem. The problem was that the patented interior design had been copied. The main idea of Belle was copied: walls that can be removed like doors, allowing the interior layout to be instantly changed. Belze created this salon based on the memories of her life before she got into the novel, and its design could not be simply copied. There was no such style in this world, and Belle personally made the drawings. Only 4 people saw them. Suddenly, she noticed some familiar, but not very pleasant people on the construction site. Belle realized that besides her, the Duke and Charlotte, the man in charge of the interior decoration of her salon, Master Jack, had seen the drawings. It was him that Belle saw working inside a competitor's salon, and it was an unpleasant discovery. Jack didn't have time to hide and pretended to be surprised that my lady remembered his modest personality. Belle was furious. The man had forgotten that the contract between them had contained a clause prohibiting disclosure of details of the plans for the Belle Salon. The worker asked to be forgiven, but Belle was adamant. She couldn't let him get away with this. Now they had to find the owner of the building. Belle could not even imagine who it could be, who could so obviously go against Duke Cagliostro. The sheer audacity of these people was astonishing. It meant that they had something to compete with her with, or it was simply sabotage. Belle heard someone greet her with unreasonable joy. She looked around and found Diana. Diana was the very definition of charm, and she chirped that it had been a long time since she and Belle had last met. Bells did not want to answer the greeting. She asked if Diana was the owner of this salon. Diana replied that she was not the owner of the salon, but had only helped a little in its creation. A nasty voice rang out, its owner asking if Lady Diana really knew this ridiculous girl, and that Di shouldn't say that she was her friend. Bells recognized that voice very well. It was the voice of one of her main enemies in her past life. Only outwardly this man, for some reason, was strikingly different from the skinny guy who was chasing her last time. But why was he here? It was Adolf Galagos. Bells never thought she would meet him here and now. Belle was sure that if this man became close to the crown prince again, he would be a threat to the duke. Therefore, her main condition for cooperation with the crown prince was the cancellation of Adolf's reward and the recognition of Belle as the sole winner of the competition. Belle thought that Adolf was learning a trade in another region of the empire. But what was he doing here? Especially with Diana. Diana invited Adolf to say hello to Belle and informed him that she was also a candidate for sainthood. Galagos grinned. So this is the same plebeian supported by the duke and the false candidate for sainthood. Adolf remembered that they were saying that Belle enjoyed the duke's favor, but did not live up to his expectations, was arrogant and scandalous. Charlotte was outraged, and Belle found it funny. Galagos bought his title, and Diana was from the same orphanage as her and didn't know her parents. Adolf's arrogant attitude was simply ridiculous. Who did he think he was if he dared to speak to her like that? Diana warned Adolf that he should not talk to Belze like that. It was dangerous for him. The previous Belze ran away in this situation, closing her eyes, because she believed that she had no right to defend the honor of the Cagliostro family. One thing that the current Belle has realized over the past 7 years is that she is Cagliostro, and if they dishonor her, then they insult the whole family. Belle loudly declared that she was disappointed. With such a stupid son, Mr. Galagos was surely unhappy. Mr. Adolf not only insulted the candidate for sainthood chosen by the pontiff himself, but also allowed himself to speak disparagingly of Cagliostro. This surely means that the policy of the Galagos family merchants is to make the family of Duke Cagliostro and the candidate for sainthood their enemies. Adolf was furious. How dare a commoner threaten him? Did she really think that Duke Cagliostro's protection would last forever? Someone like her, young Galagos shouted, will soon be thrown into the trash. Diana tried to stop the guy, but it was all in vain. Belle calmly stated that Galagos was truly stupid for not being able to say thank you when she kindly warned him of the consequences. The girl's calmness irritated Adolf. He turned purple and was ready to rush at her with his fists. Belze looked calmly at the enraged idiot. She only found it funny. Diana watched everything with fear and interest. She was definitely the provocateur of this scandal. Charlotte had not received the gold for nothing before Adolf could raise his hand to strike. The bodyguard's dagger was already aimed at the impudent man's throat. The girl said that if he made even one wrong move, he would never be able to use that hand again. Adolf turned blue. Belze started laughing. This wasn't a person, but some kind of traffic light. Belle didn't come here just like that. She was going to demand that the owners redo the building's facade. But now, things have taken a more serious turn. Belze announced that Adolf Galagos would face serious legal action, accusing him not only of plagiarism, but also of assaulting a child. Adolf must check his mailbox tomorrow. There will be a lawsuit there. Belle did not say goodbye. They will meet again in court. Belze approached Master Jack. She wanted to see him in her salon, and as quickly as possible, if he did not want to lose his license and leave the capital. Diana could only stand there, blinking her eyes and keeping her mouth shut. Charlotte was delighted with Belle. Her boss was so convincing that the bodyguard fell in love with her again. The girl replied that it was all thanks to Charlotte. Thanks to Charlotte, Belle felt protected. Now they had to return to the salon and urgently prepare and submit a lawsuit to the capital's court. Suddenly, Diana called out to Belle. She came to her senses and followed her. Diana tried to justify Adolf. He was just nervous. The girl tried to apologize to Belze for her nervous friend. Diana tried to convince Belle to forgive Adolf and not to sue. Belle barely listened. She looked closely at Diana's aura, but did not notice the purple color. Belze never forgot the sight of that aura. Once it was around Diana, the girl did everything possible to find evidence of Di's apostasy. But all of Belle's efforts were in vain. There was not a single piece of evidence that Diana was an apostate. During her observations, Belle discovered one peculiarity, which was confirmed by Ishmael's letters. Diana never did a single good deed for no reason. Everything was aimed at glorifying her as a saint and looked more like a PR campaign. Diana was a wonderful artist, and with a sympathetic expression, she knew how to put her interlocutor in an awkward position. Previously, Belle had always fallen for this schemer's tricks and felt insecure. Realizing that when people look at Diana, she smiles and acts like a saint, and Belle is just a participant in her little performance. Now that Belle realized that Diana might not only be two-faced, but also a renegade, she wasn't going to fall for cheap tricks. Belle asked how close Diana was to Adolf, and was outraged that she could be friends with a man who had stolen her idea for a salon. Diana was at a loss. She again could not find the words to answer Belza. The ladies were already gathering around. They decided that Diana was the owner of the duplicate building of Lady Belza's salon. The ladies whispered that they thought Lady Belza's salon was expanding, but it turned out that the buildings were simply a copy of their beloved salon. Belle was curious if Diana had drawn the interior of her salon for Adolf, but Di objected. She had never been inside Belza's salon. Diana made excuses, saying she had simply introduced Adolf to the most sought-after interior designer and had no idea that it would cause such problems. Belle chuckled. Diana did not deny that she was close to Adolf. Belza noted out loud that she now understood that Diana did not support Adolf. Belle stunned Diana by asking if she could confirm that Adolf had stolen her idea and that the copied interior had been custom-made for Belle's business. The girl doesn't even need to see him to understand what exactly Adolf is trying to open. He will have to close his business immediately. It is a patent infringement. Diana was indignant. Adolf did not copy Belza's business idea. A natural question followed. If she was not close to him, then how did she know this? Di replied that she was actively helping Adolf develop his business, but it would be different from Belza's business. Its main task would be caring for sick people. Belze clarified that Adolf wanted to open a hospital. Diana corrected him. It wasn't exactly a hospital. He would sell health products and provide other services. Diana said that Adolf was concerned that hospitals did not have enough specialists even to treat the nobility, so he wanted to give ordinary people a chance. Diana plans to help Adolf and heal people with her gift of healing. Dee said that she was inspired by Belza's example. She helps ordinary people, and Diana decided to follow her example. Belle realized that Diana was planning to gain support from the common people and teamed up with Adolf to do so. Belle's apologized for her suspicions and said that she would ask Diana to testify to the fact that the interior had been copied. That's all. Diana was glad that there was no misunderstanding and suggested that they work hard together. She hurried to Adolf to calm him down. Charlotte thought that Belza was too kind to Adolf and Diana, and the girl thought that changing the interior of such a large house would be quite a problem. The most important thing, Belle believed, was that Adolf would be in her sight, and she would be able to control his actions. Belze watched from afar the conversation between Diana and young Galagos. The boy was clearly dissatisfied and confused. The girl didn't have time to watch these two for too long. She had a lot of work to do, and it was time to return to the salon. At this time, a magnificent carriage was approaching the Duke's palace. The coats of arms on its doors spoke of the noble origin of its passenger. An aristocratic-looking man of mature years was riding in the carriage and was worried that he would not make it on time. This man did not like to be late. Belle returned home. She got out of the carriage and stretched, loosening her body. The girl spent the entire day preparing the lawsuit and the trial against the Galagos Trading Group. It was difficult to split between preparing the lawsuit and resolving current business matters. Even if Belle had 10 bodies, she still wouldn't have had the strength. The girl saw a carriage in front of the main porch. It clearly did not belong to the Duke. Apparently, someone had come to visit them. Belle flinched at the loud, harsh voice that sounded above her head. A mature but not too old man loudly called Belle, a plebeian who lives with his grandchildren. The girl realized that this was the Marquis of Tebron, Duke Edward's father-in-law. But why did he come to his son-in-law now? Marquis Tebron was the uncle of the late Duchess of Cagliostro and the maternal great-uncle of Edwin and Joshua. In both his past and present lives, Belle's relationship with Duke Cagliostro was strained, so he rarely appeared at the estate. In his past life, Belle had one experience when Tebron stayed in the duchy. But then he needed treatment, And even then, he came to Cagliostro not of his own free will. On his way to the capital, he was attacked by a demonic beast and was in critical condition due to blood loss. At first, Tebron was Diana's patient, but since it was impossible to call Diana that time, Belle was invited, and she had to do everything possible. Belle's hadn't realized it then, but now she understood perfectly well that the fact that the opportunity to treat the patient had fallen to her meant that Diana had refused. At that time, Belzie was grateful to the Duke for getting her out of the orphanage and was ready to fulfill any of his requests. Wanting to repay Duke Cagliostro for his kindness, Belle treated the Marquis every day for 2 years. As soon as the Marquis's condition improved, he immediately left the Duke's residence, after which Belle did not see him, only hearing about Diana and Tebron's frequent meetings. In this life, Belle had never seen the Marquis, perhaps because Joshua was alive, but Tebron had never been to the capital. The demonic beast did not attack Tebron, so Belle thought that she would never meet him. Tebron still did not have a high opinion of Belle. The girl decided that she needed to play along with Tebron, and then find a moment to slip away to her room. Suddenly, Belle noticed that there was a strange energy concentrated around the Marquis's leg. Belze suggested that this might be related to the illness of the Marquis's family that was tormenting Joshua, and asked if the Marquis's right leg was hurting. The girl wanted to touch her sore leg and check it, but received a powerful blow to the forehead and recoiled. The Marquis was indignant. How dare a plebeian touch him? The girl could not believe that this aristocrat hit her with a cane. Tebron forbade Belle to call him grandfather and ordered him to address him as a nobleman should. Belzie was indignant. He doesn't love her, that's okay. But hitting a child is too much. The indignant voice of Duke Cagliostro was heard. How dare Marquis Tebron behave like this in his house, and what does he allow himself to do? Duke Cagliostro appeared, as always on time. He was not happy with the uninvited guest. Edward lashed out at Tebron, asking how he dared to use violence against his child in Duke Cagliostro's own home. Tebron was indignant. If Edward considered it right to call this girl that, then he should also take care of her upbringing. She was impudent and didn't know her place. Edward was afraid that Belze would be upset by Tebron's words, asked her not to listen to all this nonsense, and covered her ears. Cagliostro reassured the girl that she was not like that and should not tolerate rudeness, and noted that Belle's forehead had turned red from the blow. Edward took the girl in his arms and declared that they should not stay here any longer. Belle's forehead needed to be treated, and for this, the Duke decided to call Gordon. The Marquis was indignant at how one could abandon a guest, but Edward replied that someone who enters a house without permission and beats children in it cannot be considered a guest. Tebron was left standing at the porch of the Duke's mansion, confused. Diana tried to detain the Duke. This gentleman was, after all, Joshua and Edward's grandfather. The Duke noted that Belze was too kind, and that this was her weakness. The girl was glad that the Marquis would be invited to the house. The Marquis demanded that Edward throw Belle out, and the Duke asked what brought here the one who said he would rather die than see him. Edward informed the Marquis that he would only allow him in after he apologized to Lady Belze. Tebron stated that he had no intention of apologizing to an ignorant person who did not know basic manners. Rather, this brat should be grateful to him, the high-born Marquis, for the fact that he limited himself to hitting the crowbar when she dared to call him grandfather. The Duke was not surprised by the Marquis's impoliteness and rudeness, but he believed that violence against a child was unacceptable for any status, and that the Marquis's guilt was grave. Edward informed the Marquis that Belze had forgiven him and asked to be allowed into the house, but if Tebron did not apologize, the doors of that house would be closed to him forever. Tebron declared that he had come to this cursed place only to prevent his grandchildren from being attacked for not accepting their elder. The Duke advised the Marquis to go elsewhere, but Belle could not allow this to be done to a man dear to Edwin. In his past life, Tebron gave his title to Edwin, but in reality, he truly loved his grandchildren. So Belle declared that she was perfectly fine and asked that the Duke allow the Marquis to enter without apologizing to her. The Duke agreed, but on the condition that Belle immediately go up to her room and allow Gordon to examine her bruise. Edward asked the Marquis to follow him, but warned that he was forgiving him the first time at Belle's request, but the next similar prank would not be forgiven. In the mansion, the girl noticed her younger brother slowly climbing the stairs to his room. Belle called the boy, but he was too deep in thought and didn't answer her. The girl caught up with the guy and asked how he spent his time at the academy, and at the same time, she said that an unexpected guest had arrived today. Belle didn't have time to finish saying that Joshua's grandfather, the Marquis of Tebron, had arrived, when the boy ran away from her as fast as he could. It wasn't interesting at all. Was Joshua really avoiding Belle? And for what reason? The girl needed to find out what happened. Gordon examined Belle's forehead, worried that there might be a scar, but the wound was almost healed. The girl's gift to heal not only others, but also herself, always amazed Dr. Gordon. Belle replied that the wound was not really that serious, and thanked the doctor for coming to her despite being busy. Gordon was indignant. Belle was hit with a cane. How could he not come? Damn old Tebron. If he had not been the boy's grandfather, the doctor would have shown him. Belle was grateful to the doctor. She asked who he was going to visit now. And what's more, with all the instruments and bandages. The doctor said that the Duke had asked him for a favor. He would be busy from today, so it would be difficult for them to see each other for a while. Gordon instructed Belle to take care of Joshua and give him new medicine, since Gordon would not have time to see him either. Belle was delighted. She just needed a reason to meet Joshua. For some reason, he began to avoid her. Tara entered and, sighing in disappointment, announced that Marquis Tebron had decided to remain at the estate, and they had been instructed to keep a discreet eye on him. The girl was glad that she would be able to examine his leg. Gordon said that the Marquis had business in the capital, but he wanted to improve his health at the estate. Belle guessed that this was the doctor's order. Gordon confirmed that the Marquis was ill and needed constant supervision. In his past life, he only agreed to be treated by Diana, but now he agreed to accept Gordon's help. Belle asked the doctor to examine the Marquis's leg. Belle watched the Marquis and Joshua, waiting for the perfect moment to move in, but she didn't succeed with either one. Joshua avoided her, and Belle had to leave the medicine in his empty room. The Marquis forbade visiting him, and there was no chance of running into him by chance. Belle shared her problem with Tara, who asked why she was doing this, if she liked the Marquis. Tara was outraged that Mark was cruel to Belle and treated her badly. How could she worry about him so much? The girl replied that the Marquis was not fair to her, but he was a dear person to the people she loved. Marquis Tebron loved his grandchildren. Joshua and Edwin loved him back, so Tara shouldn't treat him badly because of Belzy. The girl remembered Joshua, but it turned out that he had already left for the academy again. Belzy was sad. Joshua left early again, and she didn't get a chance to talk to him. The girl decided that if she sat with her hands folded, nothing would change. She needed to start with what she could do. She needed to find out everything about Joshua. The opportunity to find out the reason for Joshua's strange behavior came faster than Belle expected. Belle was busy preparing a lawsuit against Adolf. It took a lot of time, and the girl was squeezed like a lemon. That day, Belle left work early and allowed her assistant to take the next day off. Belza hoped that today she would be able to see Joshua or the Marquis. Those two problems had not gone away. Belle saw a familiar figure in a cloak and hood. It was definitely Joshua. But what was he doing here? Joshua was entering an office where he was not supposed to be, either due to his status or his youth. Belle was surprised to see the boy there at such a time and ordered the carriage to be stopped. It was definitely Joshua. Belle couldn't be mistaken, so the girl was in a great hurry. Belzy lived with the guy for 7 years and could recognize him in any clothes. Count Cagliostro's youngest son, thanks to his long legs, walked very quickly, and Belle lost sight of him. Plus, Belze stopped at a crossroads, and a huge number of men in hooded cloaks were moving in all directions. Belle was lucky. She saw a familiar profile and rushed towards him, not making out the road. Joshua walked quickly down the street, unaware that Lady Belza herself was watching him. The girl did not hide her presence and loudly called out to Joshua. The boy did not expect to see Belzy. He was scared, but it was too late to run away. Belle approached the guy and asked what he was doing here at such a time. Shouldn't he be at the academy for classes? Joshua responded by asking how Belle ended up there, and the girl replied that her salon was just a stone's throw from the court. Belle was worried about what Joshua was doing here and why he was hiding from everyone. The girl caught the guy right at the entrance to the pawn shop, which is what brought him here. Belza asked Joshua if he needed cash, which left the boy in a state of utter confusion. Bell decided that Joshua needed money, and he wanted to keep it a secret from the Duke. He thought that she would give him away, and so he avoided her. If Joshua had spent all his pocket money and needed more, his sister could give him as much as he needed and keep it a secret from the Duke. Joshua was outraged at why Belle suddenly called herself his sister and why he should accept money from her. Belle was perplexed. He always called her sister, and now for some reason he was resisting this. The boy said that it was a long time ago, and it was not true. He was not in the mood for jokes. Belle pulled the boy's hood off and discovered marks of blows on his face. Who dared to beat the youngest son of Duke Cagliostro and her adopted brother? There was a huge bruise on the guy's forehead. Belle demanded that Joshua answer who did this to his face. The boy claimed that he had just gotten a little hurt during sparring during training, and Belle decided that he was lying to her. The girl knew perfectly well that it was impossible to paint her sparring partner's face like that, and demanded that the guy tell her the truth. Joshua wasn't going to tell anything, and looked at Belle with the eyes of a hunted wolf cub. He felt awkward and asked not to tell anyone about it. The boy asked his sister to leave everything as it was and not to interfere in his affairs. Belle's was indignant. Now he would call her sister only when he needed something. At least he had anointed the wounds. If he didn't want to talk, then she would heal him herself. Belle's was hurt to see the wounds on her brother's handsome face, and she used her power to heal him. The girl repeated her question about why Joshua came here, and he replied that he wanted to buy his brother a present. The Magical Beast Extermination Squad is returning to the capital soon, and he came here to buy a gift for Edwin. Belle was glad that Ed was returning. The Magical Beast Extermination Squad is a special course at the academy. Only the best of the best get there, of course. When they reach the age of 16 and successfully pass the test, Edwin, as in his past life, successfully passed the tests and became an official member of this squad. In his past life, Edwin went to the squad because after Joshua's death, it was difficult for him to stay in his father's house. But in this reality, there was no particular reason for it, and Belle didn't understand why Edwin did it. Edwin said that as the heir of Cagliostro and the Sword of Aria, he should be able to fight magical beasts. But Belle felt that this was not the whole truth. The magical beasts were created and controlled by apostates, and Belle didn't want Edwin to encounter them. But the boy asked her not to worry about him. Before leaving, Edwin admitted that he wanted to test one of his theories. Belle asked which one, but Eddie never answered. Joshua, healed and relaxed, invited Belle to go home together. The beloved mansion on the Cagliostro estate awaited its children with warmth, comfort, and various delicacies. The next day, Belze went to the academy director on an official visit as a sponsor. Reasoning that the Cagliostro brothers never said what was on their minds, Belze accepted thanks from the director of the academy as a generous sponsor. So if the brothers themselves don't say anything, then Belle sorts it out herself. And she told the director not to worry, she's here today on personal business. The student Lady Belze was expecting arrived, and the director left them alone to talk quietly. The boy waited until the door closed tightly behind the director. All this time he stood respectfully to the side. Finally, they were alone, and Belze smiled happily. Finally, Ismail was indignant. But couldn't they just call him normally or something? Ismail was already 15, and in his 4th year of theology studies, when he was called over the loudspeaker to the director. He was scared. Ismail thought it was abnormal. The whole campus heard that they were looking for him, and the director came to the classroom. It was possible to write a letter and meet after classes. Belze said that it would take a long time, that she had a very, very urgent matter. Ismail said that he wanted to calmly finish his studies until graduation, and she was dragging him into something again. The girl said that whoever becomes the next dad cannot live in peace. Ishmael did not believe in such a fate and was angry at Belle for such words. The guy stated that no one would make him a future pontiff. That was in the realm of fantasy. Belze guessed that Ishmael had quarreled again with Pope Montanus I. 7 years ago, the current pontiff and Ishmael met and quickly found common ground. For a long time, Ishmael did not trust Montanus, but over time everything worked out, and the boy became attached to the old man. If everything had gone according to the original plot, Ishmael would have stayed with Montanus and become his successor. The apostates disappeared. Ishmael did not need to hide, and he entered the academy. Montanus was against it. He believed that he himself could teach the boy everything. Bel tried to persuade the boy not to quarrel with Montanus, but Ishmael was stubborn and believed that a successor to the pontiff's position would not be needed anytime soon. However, Bel saw that Montanus, the first's life, was coming to an end. The whitish aura that surrounded the old man told her so. Ishmael looked unperturbed by this message, but Bel knew that he was sensitive and simply afraid of being hurt. Belza saw how much Ishmael was attached to Montanus, even if he pretended not to be. The girl advised the boy to treat the pontiff well, otherwise he would regret it later. Ishmael replied that he himself knew what to do. When the guy asked why she came, Bel replied that she hadn't visited him for a long time and missed him. Did she come to him only on business? Did she just want to see Ismail? But the guy knew Belzi very well. Ishmael stated that Bel was not so free as to hang around doing nothing. If she came to the academy, she urgently needed something. Bel smiled. Ishmael knew her too well. They had spent so much time together. The girl asked Ishmael to find out about Joshua's surroundings. She was worried about his behavior lately. Ismail clarified that Bel wanted him to tell her about the people who surround the youngest son of Duke Cagliostro. Belza felt like something was wrong with her adopted brother, and that it was all because of his surroundings. Most likely, he had gotten involved with bad company. Ismail replied that Belza could rest assured that he would find out everything he could and inform her. Only a few days passed. Ishmael told Bel that they needed to meet, since the guy could not leave the academy, so Bel herself came to him. Ishmael was alarmed and discovered that Joshua was being bullied and harassed. Belz was extremely alarmed. She had never expected Joshua to be involved in the battles for the kindergarten, or rather academic sandbox. In the girl's opinion, only a madman could dare to crumble a loaf of bread on the youngest son of Duke Cagliostro. Ismail objected. There are people who simply don't understand what they're doing, specifically Denver Kipling and his company, all of them participating in the second year. Belza had already heard of this young man. He was the second son of Count Kipling and a cousin of the Princes of the Blood. More precisely, Denver Kipling was the Empress's nephew's son, and now the picture of what was happening became much clearer for Belzi. The second prince is a fourth-year student with Ishmael, but due to health problems, he rarely attends the academy. The crown prince has long since graduated. Therefore, Kipling, under the cover of his relationship with the Empress, feels like a leader in the academy and acts with impunity. Belz was outraged by Kipling's behavior. He was a nobody on the political map of the empire and dared to touch a member of the Cagliostro family. The guy was taking a great risk. Bel lost control in anger and promised to crush the bastard with her own hands. Ishmael asked the girl to calm down and look at the situation realistically. The boy believed that Joshua was Cagliostro's youngest son and that no one could harm him. But Bel replied that the boy had recently come home covered in bruises. Belz believed that bullying a member of the Cagliostro family was a serious problem, and that Joshua might even be getting a beating from Kipling at this very moment. Ishmael added fuel to the fire by reporting that Joshua had recently been paying off Kipling and company with money to avoid violence. Now Belzi understood why Joshua went to the pawn shop. He handed over family valuables and used the proceeds to buy security. Ismail asked what Belza was going to do in this delicate situation. Bel was unsure. Without credible evidence, the family could not interfere in the academy's affairs, especially if Joshua confirmed the facts of bullying and extortion. But this is most likely impossible. The guy is ashamed and is trying with all his might to hide what is happening and avoid publicity. Ishmael couldn't help. His ability was to control people. He couldn't correct thoughts, and he couldn't be with Joshua all the time because of their different schedules. Belze regretted that the academy did not allow guards or servants to be kept near students. Suddenly, Belze had an idea that seemed quite realistic to her. The girl suggested that if she talked to Denver Kipling in the presence of Mikhailo, it could have a positive effect on the bully. It was a good idea, but there were some difficulties in its execution, and Bel needed to think it through carefully. Ismail grumbled that Mikhailo couldn't be used on academy grounds. If Bel was exposed, there would be a huge scandal. The girl had been using the teddy bear for many years, and everything was fine. The problem was to scare the bullies, but in such a way that no one else would find out. Belz was trying to come up with a plan of action and was deep in thought when suddenly a familiar voice called out to her. The girl looked around. Diana, who studied here, was standing right in front of her and was surprised how Belle ended up on the academy grounds. Diana and Belze were surprised. For both of them, it was an unexpected and unpleasant meeting. Dee's companions asked who she greeted, and the girl replied that it was her old friend, whose guardian was Duke Cagliostro. The girls immediately realized that this was the same Belze, the owner of the beauty salon famous throughout the empire, and were incredibly happy to meet her. One of them remembered that Belze was a candidate for Saints and immediately introduced herself as Sarah Travel, the daughter of the former chief judge, and offered Belze friendship. Belle remembered how she had been treated at the academy in her past life. The same Sarah Travel shouted at Belle not to follow Diana around, and was afraid that Belle would offend Lady Diana. In her past life, Belle failed the entrance exams to the academy, but sometimes she came to see Edwin, but she was met with hostility. Belze shook off the sad memories. Here and now was a completely different reality. She extended her hand to Sarah in a welcoming manner and replied that she was glad to meet her. Belle invited the girls to her salon, promising to show them the latest innovations in skin and hair care. Diana watched the friendly conversation with hostility. Diana immediately asked Belze what she was doing at the academy and how she got there. Outsiders were not allowed on the premises. Diana assumed that Belze had come to the academy on behalf of the ducal house. Diana knows that Edwin went on a campaign. Belze probably came to the Duke's youngest son, Lord Joshua. Di spoke of Belle almost as if she were a maid. Diana tested Belze and expected an explosion of negativity from her, but these tricks no longer worked on Belle. Belze smiled as friendly as she could, and evasively noted that she had personal business there, and asked whether Diana was going to class. Diana replied that she had theology class next, and that she felt sorry for Belze because she had not entered the academy with her. Diana asked if Belle was going to study this year to get into next year. It sounded like Belle had failed her exams. In fact, Belle didn't even try to enter the academy. At first, she wanted to be outraged by Belle's words. But then it dawned on her that she really could enter. Belle smiled and delighted Diana with the news that she would probably be able to attend classes with Diana not next year, but right now. Diana laughed. Only students can attend classes at the academy, and Belle does not fall into that category. Diana claimed that since Belze had not been admitted, she was not a student, which meant she would simply not be allowed into the classroom. The director of the academy appeared on the path, accompanied by representatives of the administration. They were looking for Belle and were afraid that she would leave without saying goodbye. Belze was glad to meet the director, although before the thought of entering the academy had occurred to her, she had actually been planning to quietly slip away from the academy. It wasn't that she disliked these people. She was just tired of hearing streams of gratitude for sponsorship, but now it all came at just the right time. The exam was not the only way to enter the academy, and now Belle was going to use the second way to become a student. Belze promised the director of the academy that she would finance the construction and maintenance of a swimming pool at the academy. The condition of this boundless generosity must be her immediate enrollment as a student at the academy. The students who witnessed the conversation between Belze and the director were perplexed as to whether she really wanted to enroll through a donation. Diana stated that no matter how much Belle envied the academy students, she could not joke like that. It was not at all the same as her games in the house of Duke Cagliostro. To enter the academy, you needed the consent of your guardian, you had to choose a specialization, and go through a lot of paperwork. Diana was sure that Duke Cagliostro would never give Belle permission to enter the academy, and she should not put him in an awkward position. Belze started laughing. This fool didn't even know that everything had been decided and agreed upon with Edward Cagliostro long ago. Edward had long ago given her permission to do everything. Moreover, he had convinced the girl to apply for admission to the academy. The Duke's sons, Edwin and Joshua, were in school, and he felt uneasy that Belle was being deprived of an education. Belze had no plans to enter the university, and she refused the Duke's offer. He did not insist, only saying that she should let him know if she changed her mind. This is exactly what she reported to the director of the academy. There will be no need to seek his lordship's permission. The director didn't have to worry about the paperwork at all. A package of documents from Cagliostro would arrive at the academy's email address very soon. The director was absolutely delighted and suggested going to the rector's office to discuss the details of Lady Belze's admission and the financing of the pool. And so it happened that Belza Cagliostro entered the Imperial Academy. By the way, this was neither in the original novella nor in her past life. And to be honest, this was not in Belle's plans either. Diana was not thrilled. The two candidates for sainthood would once again be leveled and would find themselves in close proximity to each other. While coordinating the budget and negotiating the terms she wanted, Belza spent a lot of time in the rector's office. Even classes were coming to an end. Thanks to this, Belle's journey home was no longer boring. Joshua returned home with her. The boy asked if it was true that Belle was going to enter the academy, or if it was just another rumor. Belle replied that she would indeed be studying at the academy. Joshua was indignant that she hadn't warned him about this. The guy was outraged that she could make such a decision on her own. Belle didn't understand why he was so outraged. Belza believed that the Duke would only be happy with her decision. He says that the Cagliostros always get what they want. Belle boasted that she was the first commoner to be admitted through donation, which made her a little uneasy, but the rector promised to sort everything out. Aristocrats who had failed the exams were admitted on a fee-paying basis, so there would be talk. But Belle paid her own money and had nothing to show for it. Joshua puzzled Belle by asking her why she refused to take the entrance exams with him if she wanted to study so much. The boy believed that if Belle had entered the school at the beginning of the year with him, there wouldn't have been so many problems and disturbances now. Belle remembered that when Joshua was preparing for the academy exams, he once called her to take the test together. Belle didn't want to enter the academy because she had unpleasant memories associated with this educational institution in her past life, and she refused. The girl knew that Joshua had little contact with other children since childhood and was afraid to go to the academy alone, but she turned away from the boy's problems. Belle thought Joshua could easily cope without her support. She couldn't even imagine how things would turn out. Now she regretted her decision. Joshua said that if Belle was doing this because of what happened a few days ago, then she shouldn't worry. She was already busy fighting the plagiarist. The girl realized that after Joshua got better and grew up, she forgot that he was gentle, kind, and attentive to the concerns of others. Joshua didn't understand that Belle was saying that she dreamed of swimming in a pile of money earned by herself. So why was she going to waste time on studying? The girl suggested that Joshua take Mikhailo for himself, then she might change her mind about enrolling. The boy flatly refused to take back what Belza's father had given her. Even if she trusted him with the bear, he still categorically refused. Belle clarified that this meant Joshua was not against her entering the academy, and the boy replied that she could do whatever she wanted. The girl looked at her adopted brother. Even if he was against it, she would still do it. She was going to protect him no matter what. Belle said out loud that she was happy with Joshua's decision and would try to make her brother proud of her. Belle joked that it would be better to become a student than to use killer mode. Joshua was indignant. "You can't say such things in the academy, or they will think you're crazy." The boy tried to persuade Belle not to use the teddy bear under any circumstances. As if she did, someone could get seriously hurt. Belle thought that Joshua still considered those boys his friends, and she didn't want to ruin his childhood illusions. For the rest of the journey, Belzy spent her time thinking about what she should do to make sure everything worked out for the best. Upon returning home, the children loudly announced this in the hall of the mansion. Contrary to usual, no one paid any attention to Belle and Joshua. Everyone was running around the mansion and busy with some very urgent matters. The children did not understand where all the commotion was coming from. All they could hear were questions about whether the Duke had arrived and what they should do next. The girl caught one maid named Kona and asked what had happened and why they were all so worried. The girl replied that Marquis Tebron suddenly complained of unbearable pain, and now they did not know what to do. The children listened. Indeed, loud groans were heard from time to time throughout the mansion. One could only groan like that from unbearable pain. Gordon's voice was heard. The doctor ordered towels to be brought quickly. Joshua forgot about all his troubles amidst worry about his grandfather. Belle was afraid that the illness had worsened, which was not surprising. The Marquis was much older than Joshua, and his illness was more advanced than his grandson's, despite the fact that the maid forbade Belle to enter Marquis Tebron's room, and Joshua tried to detain her. Belle rushed into the Marquis's room. If things were that serious, then she definitely had to help. A depressing picture appeared before the girl. The maidservants tried to calm the Marquis. but he demanded that they immediately contact the temple. Belle rushed into the Marquis's room, but the servants tried with extraordinary zeal to detain the young lady. Belle broke through and saw Gordon demanding more towels and bandages, and the Marquis writhing in pain, with a purple aura growing around him. Unexpectedly for everyone, a huge purple tentacle grew out of the Marquis's leg. The purple aura became thicker and acquired a dark purple color, and the Marquis himself was ready to go crazy from the pain and everything that was happening. Bells finally realized what was causing the Marquis's illness. A parasitic monster was living in his body. The vile monster grew with incredible speed, its tentacles entangling the body of the unfortunate Marquis Tebron. Gordon and Belle froze in indecision. Belle wondered why this abomination was crawling out of the Marquis's leg. And what was going on here anyway? Panic gripped Duke Cagliostro's servants. No one was prepared for the appearance of a parasitic monster in the mansion. Joshua looked at his grandfather in despair. Was this really the last time he saw him? His dear and beloved person had become a victim of a monstrous creature. Dr. Gordon did not lose his composure. He did the only thing he could: evacuated the outsiders from the room to a safe zone. Concerned about the safety of those around him, the doctor did not notice that one of the creature's tentacles had chosen him as its victim. Fortunately, Gordon was warned in time and managed to jump aside at the very last moment, and the monster missed. The monster received a powerful mental blow, and the tentacle crawled away from the doctor. Dr. Gordon's savior was, of course, Belle. The girl quickly figured out the situation and realized what needed to be done. After all the people were safe, it was necessary to urgently save the Marquis himself. The tentacles were growing more and more with each passing minute. Gordon ordered that they urgently contact the temple and call the knights here. The doctor was worried about Belle's life and asked her to leave the room immediately. Through the groans, a loud roar from Marquis Tebron suddenly rang out. The courageous old man growled that everything Gordon was proposing was nonsense. Tebron demanded to call Diana. Only she could help him and remove the monster from his body. Dr. Gordon was puzzled as to what this girl had to do with it and what connection she had with the Marquis of Tebron and his illness. Belze shielded Joshua from danger. The boy refused to leave the room and leave his grandfather alone with the danger. Joshua didn't understand why his grandfather was calling Diana if the candidate for sainthood was standing right in front of him, and he didn't have to wait for anyone. The Marquis was convinced that only Diana could solve this problem, and that Belle could only die and destroy everyone around her. Gordon armed himself with a sharp spike, hoping to defend himself against the parasite's tentacles, but would have missed the moment of attack again if not for Belle's warning. The monster knocked the doctor's weapon out of his hands and entangled him with tentacles. Gordon wheezed so that the children would not dare to approach him and try to help. The guard knights burst into the room and asked where the parasite's center was. Tara, forcibly taking Joshua away, shouted that it had appeared from the Marquis's leg. The knights tried to cut the monster down, but its skin was slippery and tough, and it was impossible to do so quickly. And besides, it grew faster than they could destroy it. Belle doubted Gordon and the Marquis would be able to hold out, while the knights fought their way through the ever-increasing mass of tentacles. Joshua was on the verge of hysteria. The boy could not calmly watch his grandfather die. Belze saw that time was running out. A little more, and the monster would destroy both Marquis Tebron and Dr. Gordon. The girl did not know what to do. In her entire life, Belze had never tried to exorcise demons or monsters. But as the purple flames flared up again, she stepped forward confidently. Tara and Joshua tried to stop Belle. They were afraid that she would also fall into the monster's tentacles. Belle knew she could destroy the monster because her abilities as a saint candidate were based on sacred energy that was dangerous to such creatures. Gordon was still trying to convince the girl to leave the room and call someone else here. Tara held Joshua tightly. The boy tried to rush after his sister and pull her out of the danger zone. Belze was confident in the power of the sacred energy with which her body was endowed, and deftly dodging the tentacles, she broke through to the epicenter of its emergence, into the light. Belze knew that Diana also knew how to control sacred energy and could help here, but she was far away, and Belle herself was nearby, and she would have to act on her own. In vain did Tara and Joshua shout for Belze to stop. The girl had no intention of retreating. Belle had a hard time getting past the thickest tentacles. They were slippery but less mobile, and the girl's goal was very close. Reaching Marquis Tebron's leg, Belle ordered him to lie still and not move. Just a little more, and she would destroy the monster. The girl concentrated and directed a powerful stream of sacred power into the very epicenter of the monster's life activity. The cries of danger from those around him, the protests of the Marquis, everything faded into the background and dissolved in the streams of powerful sacred force that filled the room. Belza heard only a gentle female voice, encouraging and supporting her. Who it could be, the girl wondered. Joshua's warning cry rang out, and Belle saw a huge corkscrew of monster tentacles hovering right above her head. The boy shouted for Belle to run away immediately, but the girl stubbornly burned the monster out of the Marquis's body with sacred power. Belle repeated the words that were inspired in her from outside. She commanded in the name of the goddess, the evil spirits born in darkness, to return to their land and perish there. The flame of purification summoned by the girl flared up with enormous force and blinded everyone present in the room. After that, all the tentacles disappeared, as if they had never been in the room. Even the slime with which they had stained everything around dissolved. Belle remained sitting on the floor. She had not lost consciousness and was still full of strength. But there was a slight disappointment. She no longer heard that wonderful voice. Gordon, groaning, rose. The first thing that interested the old man was Belle's condition. The girl smiled, and how the doctor himself felt. The doctor examined Belle. She used a huge amount of sacred power. She remembered the entire room, whether the girl was bleeding from the nose, or maybe had tachycardia. Belle replied that she was fine, but Gordon, and then Joshua, demanded that she undergo a full examination. Belle herself was surprised. Despite the huge release of energy, she felt even better than usual. But what about the Marquis? Gordon hurried to take care of the patient. The place where the parasite had been sitting was empty and heavy bleeding had begun. Apparently, the monster had damaged an artery. It was Gordon's turn to show all his skills. The doctor ordered to bring a means to stop the bleeding. The doctor strictly forbade Belle to use her power. The girl noticed that there was a small purple worm lying next to the Marquis's leg, and she realized that it was the larva of a parasitic monster. Bells carefully took the harmful creature, oddly enough. But it was the true essence of the monster. What did they do to it to turn it into a monster? The door swung open, and Edward burst into the room, having dropped everything, and returned to the mansion as soon as news of the monster reached him. Duke Cagliostro demanded an explanation from Marquis Tebron about everything that had just happened here. Belle watched the worm in the flask. Who would have thought that this little bug was a huge monster? It's interesting how they all change like this under the influence of holy powers. The girl realized that she knew nothing about demons, and this gap needed to be filled. Edward accused the Marquis of knowing who was in his body, but Belle doubted that Tebron would not bring the monster to where his grandchildren lived. Duke Cagliostro demanded an explanation from Marquis Tebron, and the atmosphere between them became incredibly tense. Edward demanded that Tebron tell him everything that happened to him before arriving at the mansion. Tebron replied that he had nothing to say to Edward. Joshua was disappointed. His grandfather was stubborn and did not tell the truth. Cagliostro became angry and ordered the Marquis to return to his estate. He no longer intended to tolerate the chaos he was sowing in his house. Belze and Joshua froze. The scandal grew. The Marquis's stubbornness clashed with the Duke's desire to protect his children. Tebron was indignant. Edward didn't have to worry. He would leave right now. He would never set foot here again. Belz did not at all want the Duke to drive away the Marquis, even though he was harmful. But Joshua and Edwin loved their grandfather. The girl stopped the Duke and suggested that she first heal his leg, and then they could talk calmly. Belle informed Edward that Tebron's wound looked bad. Gordon provided first aid, but the Marquis would not be able to move yet. Cagliostro could not throw a sick man out into the street, especially a relative, so he agreed that the Marquis would stay and ordered him to contact Berrelotte. Let Lady Berrelotte, whom Marquis Tebron so longs to see, be brought here at last, the Duke ordered. Edwin informed the Marquis that if he prepared a voluntary contribution equal to the annual budget of his estate for Diana's services, the Duke would not pay the Marquis. Tebron was indignant. It couldn't cost that much, but the Duke replied that this was the minimum contribution for a candidate for sainthood. The Duke said outright that Belz's services were worth the same, but given their shared past, he would not take money from Marquise Tebron. The Marquise and the Duke argued again. Tebron claimed that he owed Edward nothing, and he replied that Belza had rid him of the monster and saved him from death. Tebron called Belle a brat. He shouted that she burst into the room herself and started doing her tricks. He didn't ask for anything, which means he doesn't owe her anything. The Marquise claimed that the Duke should be grateful to him for not punishing her for her audacity to touch the body of an aristocrat. Belle's was good-natured. Tebron's treatment of her was unfair. But no matter how cruel he was to the girl, she could not treat him badly. Belle knew that the Marquise was devoted to his grandchildren, and although he had a bad relationship with the Duke, he always supported Edwin. When the ducal house was destroyed in another reality, Marquise Tebron intervened and, using old connections, helped Edwin escape. That's why Belle didn't want Tebron to be kicked out of the estate. She wanted to calm everyone down and said that the Marquis didn't need to spend money. She would cure him herself. Tebron did not calm down. He pushed Belle's hand away and shouted that he forbade her to touch him. The girl fell. Edward was outraged by the Marquis's incredible behavior. Anger gripped the Duke. This stubborn old man was getting more and more annoying to him. Belze tried to calm Cagliostro, convincing him that she was fine. But the Duke believed that the Marquis had finally crossed the line. Edward declared that he had turned a blind eye to Tebron's rudeness, only because the children had asked him to. But now his patience had run out. Belle saw that Tebron was simply afraid, but Cagliostro was adamant. He was not going to help those who considered the candidate for sainthood, Belze, his enemy. Edward ordered the Marquis to leave his house immediately. Belze asked the Duke not to hurry. The Marquis must not move. The stubborn old man declared that he was perfectly fine and that he would immediately leave this damned house. The Duke was seething with indignation, and now even Belze was unable to calm him down. Tebron was indignant. Did they really think that he himself wanted to come to this place? To the place where he lost his daughter and where he hates every stone? Marquise Tebron looked almost insane, as if he did not understand the meaning of his words. Joshua rushed to Tebron. The boy wanted to hug him. He felt sorry for his grandfather. The Marquis pushed him away and began to wail that if the curse spread to his grandson, he would not survive it. Belle's was cut by the word curse, so that's what was troubling the old Marquis. The Duke calmly asked what curse Tebron was talking about and who had cast it. If there is a curse involved in the situation, then there is no time for emotions. Doesn't the Marquis understand this? Edward calmed down himself and asked Tebron to calmly tell him what had happened to him. Tebron replied that he was ashamed to admit everything and his powerlessness, but he would still have to do it. The Marquis said that several months ago, children began to disappear on his lands. Tebron mobilized all the knightly troops and searched all his possessions, but not a single missing child could be found. A few days before the next kidnapping, Marquis Tebron was informed about suspicious people and that their lair was in the forest near the village. Tebron and his knights set out in pursuit and soon discovered only 2 criminals. But the impression of the bandits' weakness proved deceptive. The purple magic circles created by the attackers made the Marquis and his men work hard. Belze was taken aback, and purple magic was involved here, meaning the apostates had finally come out of the shadows. Tebron reported that they managed to free the children and capture one of the kidnappers alive, but he was slightly wounded in the process. The wound, which should have healed quickly, did not heal and eventually began to fester. Nothing helped to cope with the infection. The Marquis was going mad with pain. Then he interrogated the kidnapper, who laughed and announced that Tebron was cursed and only one person could lift it. During the investigation, Tebron learned about Diana and understood why the bandit was laughing. He knew that Berlot would not agree to help Duke Cagliostro's father-in-law. The Marquis did not want to burden his grandchildren, so he endured. But the pain became unbearable, and he had to come to the capital to meet with Diana. Belze was alarmed, finally. After 7 years, a new lead had emerged, and her name was surfacing again. This was not the case in the original. In his past life, the Marquis received treatment for Belle, but he treated Diana tenderly and actively sought her engagement to Edwin. Belle assumed that something similar had happened in that reality, and Diana had saved the Marquis, which explained his strong attachment to her. Although all this could have been a cunning maneuver by Diana, another step helping her get closer to Edwin. Belle's decided that it was best not to let Marquis Tebron meet with Diana, This was not only unprofitable for Belza herself, but also dangerous for the Marquise. Belle asked the Duke to entrust the treatment of his father-in-law to her. She really wants this. However, Duke Cagliostro was categorical. He did not allow Belza to treat Marquise Tebron under any pretext. Edward was worried that the girl had already spent a lot of sacred power, and he was afraid that she would overexert herself and faint again. Belle objected. She had become much stronger and had not fainted for a long time, the Duke clarified. She was trying so hard because she did not want Lady Diana to be called. Belzy had to admit that this was indeed the case, and in fact, this was the main reason. Belle openly told the Duke that she did not want Diana to come to their mansion. It was not a lie, although things were not quite as the Duke might have supposed. Edward agreed to Belle's proposal and promised that he would not invite the Marquise of Barilote's daughter, and that his father-in-law would remain in their house until his wound healed. Tebron began to protest again, but the Duke cut him off and declared that they would discuss the details in private, without the children present. After a short silence, the Duke added that this did not mean that he allowed Belle to treat Tebron. The girl claimed that she could handle the wound in a couple of minutes. Edward didn't want Belzy to get overtired and decided to entrust the treatment to Gordon. He could handle it perfectly. Belz was forced to agree with her guardian and retreat. She hoped it was temporary. The Duke waited until everyone had left the room, and he and Marquis Tebron were alone. Edwin allowed his father-in-law to stay in his house until he had fully recovered and regained his strength. The old Marquise doubted what would happen if his curse spread to the children, but the Duke believed that since the demon was removed, the curse was lifted. Edwin called a priest to check, but apparently the curse was cast to keep the monster in the Marquis's body, meaning it was finished now. As for Diana, Edwin was adamant that Tebron would only be able to see her after leaving his house. The Duke said that he did not mind expelling his dear father-in-law right now, but he did not want to hurt the children, and therefore gave Tebron one last chance. Edward asked the old man to at least curb his nasty temper for Joshua's sake. The Duke said that he would send an investigative team to the territory of the Marquisate of Tebron. Perhaps they would find some traces. If the criminal is someone who can control the monster, then he is a renegade, so it is necessary to find a clue at any cost. The Marquis gave the Duke the go-ahead. Belze looked out of the room. She had to quietly carry out her plan. The corridors of the mansion were quiet and empty. The girl was glad that her plan would be easily carried out. Now that the curse was lifted, the Marquise was unlikely to go to Diana, but she needed to check if the purple aura had completely disappeared. In addition, Belz was very worried about the Marquis's condition. Gordon was an excellent doctor, but Tebron's hereditary disease could greatly slow down his recovery. The girl did this secretly from the Duke, so as not to cause him unnecessary worries. He was too protective of her. The girl tiptoed to Marquis Tebron's bed, wanting to quickly patch up the old man's leg and return back to her room. It turned out that Tebron was not sleeping. He sat up in bed and asked the girl why she was quietly sneaking into someone else's room at night. The old man said that he could not sleep in such an uncomfortable place, and asked why the girl had come to him, whether she really wanted revenge. The Marquise came up with a good excuse, but Belle understood that it was the wound that was keeping him awake, and said that she had come to heal him. Tebron stated that he did not have such a huge amount of money to pay Belzy for her services, so she was trying in vain. Belz replied that she would never accept money from the Marquis of Tebron. She did not need it. The girl explained that she had come secretly from the Duke, and if he kept her visit a secret, then no one would know anything about it. Tebron grumbled that her actions would not change his attitude towards Belza, and that she had miscalculated in this. The girl stated that she didn't need that either. She didn't come here for his good opinion, the Marquise clarified. Then why was she here and trying to treat him? Belza began the Manga therapy session and replied that she simply didn't want to see Edwin and Joshua sad because their grandfather was sick. The girl lived by the mood of her adopted brothers. If they were sad, she could not have fun and enjoy life, and this is what she tried to convey to the Marquise. Belle told Tebron that he could consider that this treatment was not for him, but for those who were dear to her and to whom she was dear. The Cagliostros did not waste their kindness. The session ended, and Belle announced that the treatment was complete for the day. Tebron was surprised. She was going to come again. The girl said that if she were to cure everything at once, the Duke would immediately understand whose doing it was. so she was going to cure little by little and would come tomorrow. Bells wished the old marquise good night and went to her room. Tebrin was left alone. The wound really stopped hurting, and he looked at this impudent girl with completely different eyes. Several days passed, and that long-awaited time arrived when Belzu went to the academy for the first time as a student, and not a sponsor. The girl put on a brand new uniform. It suited her to such an extent that Tara naturally predicted that Belle would be one of the first beauties of the academy. The Duke completely agreed with the maid. Belzu looked beautiful. He specially went down to the hall to see her off on the first day of classes. Bells was glad to see the Duke, but she thought he was wasting his time on his own affairs for her sake. Edward felt sorry that he couldn't organize a party to celebrate Belle's admission to the academy. The girl wasn't offended. It was just enrollment, and Edward was busy right now. The Duke advised Belle to remember her last name and not to discredit it, either in her studies or in her relationships with people. Edward warned that if any difficulties arose, Belzy could contact him at any time of the day or night, and the girl was grateful to him for his concern. The parting words for the new student were interrupted by the appearance of the youngest son of Duke Cagliostro. Joshua greeted his father and asked if he was in a hurry. Edward replied that he was in a hurry as always, but he stayed behind to escort him and Belle to the academy. Cagliostro turned to his son and said that if he encountered difficulties, he should tell him immediately and not remain silent. The boy only nodded in response. The Duke, proud of his beautiful children, calmly went about his business. He had to deal with the affairs of the apostates in the Marquisate of Tebron. Joshua was worried about his adopted sister and advised her to stay out of trouble at the academy. The girl agreed with Joshua and said that the most important thing for her was her studies, but she thought that helping her brother did not mean getting into trouble. Joshua and Belle arrived at the academy. Belle was not surprised by the flow of students. She joined in as a full-fledged participant, but she was a little worried. The girl couldn't believe that she had ended up here as a student, even though it hadn't been part of her plans. Within the academy, secular titles had no meaning. Everything that happened here was decided by the students. Families had no right to interfere in the affairs of the youth. These were the academy's unshakable principles. But what was the point if, in fact, one scoundrel could commit abominations under the guise of being related to the Empress? Belzy was thinking over her plan of action and hoping that one lynching would be mercifully forgiven. Joshua could not understand what kind of horror his sister was muttering. The girl believed that since Kipling was the first to refer to the power of his family, then Joshua could also tell everything to his father, but she did not say this out loud. To be honest, Belzy didn't understand why Joshua was hiding from everyone the situation that had developed in his academy. How he was actually going to live on. Joshua repeated in a mentoring tone to his sister, so that she would firmly remember that violence is not a way out of the situation. You need to be able to negotiate with people. Belle replied that everything was fine, and that she would try to control herself. Joshua sternly remarked that she should not get into trouble. The boy warned her that if she did something wrong, she could get penalty points, and this would interfere with her ability to study normally and communicate with friends. Belle replied that she didn't care, but Joshua demanded an oath that she would only use the teddy bear as a last resort. The girl swore that she would not activate Mimakailo unless absolutely necessary, and sealed her words by clasping her little fingers together. Belle took the oath with complete calm, by her standards. The situation with Joshua was the very extreme situation, so everything was fair. Belza invited her brother to have lunch with her today, but the boy replied regretfully that he had already arranged to have lunch with another group. The girl realized that it would most likely be Kipling and his hangers-on, and she wanted to get him away from Joshua. The guy suggested that Belle was also eager to make new acquaintances, and therefore should have lunch with the others, and everyone would have some time on their own. Belza realized that she had no other choice, and she began to cry dramatically right in front of her brother, wondering if he really didn't want to have lunch with her. The boy was confused. He didn't intend to avoid Belze. He just had his own boyish things to do. But why was she so upset? Belle explained that she was seen as a commoner who had come in for money, so she was afraid that the other children would be hostile to her, and she needed support. The girl waited for her brother's reaction to her complaints, but Joshua only sighed and looked away. After a very long pause, the boy finally agreed to have lunch with his sister. Belle was delighted. This was her first victory in the battle for Joshua's honor. Belze promised to pick up her brother from class during lunch and quickly ran off. She had a lot of organizational work to do. Joshua wanted to detain Belle. Where would she go if she didn't know his schedule or the location of his office? Belze shouted to her brother that she had a lot of ways to quickly find out everything she needed. He didn't have to worry. A few minutes later, Belle was already at the rector's office, but he was against the girl attending the same classes as Joshua. Belze insisted that she be sent to her brother's class. If she were to study in a different class, then her whole idea would be pointless. The rector stated that now that she was a student, she was obliged to follow the academy's regulations, according to which the curriculum was determined by entrance testing. Belle's entrance testing showed her to be highly educated in all areas of knowledge, except art. That's why the rector insisted on the Waldorf method of teaching and couldn't even imagine sending Lady Belze to study with the first-year students. Belze was shocked when she wrote the test. She thought that a high result would give her the right to choose the group herself. Apparently, she overdid it. The girl admitted to the rector that she had no particular academic ambitions. She just wanted to study with her younger brother, and nothing else mattered to her. In this case, the rector suggested that she choose several specialties and create a mixed schedule, which would include group classes with her brother. Belle was offered a variety of different majors to choose from, but she didn't care what schedule she followed. That wasn't why she came here. The girl looked with fear at the teacher's shining eyes. They saw great potential in her, which could be used for her own career growth. Belle realized she wouldn't be left alone and agreed to a mixed schedule across 3 specializations, which delighted the entire faculty. An incredible race had begun. The schedule was tight, and Belle had to be everywhere on time. Theology irritated her. They forced her to take these classes only because she was a candidate for sainthood, and the theological building was located far from Joshua. The only consolation was that while studying at the Faculty of Theology, Belze could calmly observe Discernier. For the first time in 7 years, traces of the apostates had appeared. Diana's name was mentioned in the thick of things, and such a chance could not be missed. Next up was the Faculty of Business Administration. And why was it so hard to find? But that's where Joshua studied. The girl entered the classroom. She apologized to her brother from the doorway for being late. This classroom is located at the very end of such a long corridor. A sharp voice cut off Belze's excuses, and the girl witnessed a rather unsightly picture. A brazen-looking guy invited the girl to come in. He said that he was glad to meet her. She must be that same Belze, the owner of the beauty salon. He introduced himself as Denver Kipling. Belze looked at the guy with interest and hatred, a kind of pimple out of nowhere. I wanted to take revenge on him right now. My fists were itching, but for Joshua's sake, I had to hold back. He definitely wouldn't like it. Denver looked Belle up and down without any hesitation and declared that since she was now the center of attention, he wanted to look at her himself. Kipling began to say that he was the second prince's cousin, but Belle did not listen. She took her brother by the hand and tried to take him to the dining room for lunch. The girl pointedly ignored Denver and his company and asked Joshua if he knew what was on the menu today. She wanted something tasty. Denver's reaction was not long in coming. He became angry at Belle. How dare she, a commoner, ignore the Empress's nephew? Kipling squeezed the girl's shoulder tightly and angrily asked how she dared to ignore him. Belle was outraged that the guy was trying to stop her with brute force and was about to repay him in kind. But suddenly, she discovered a familiar ring on Denver's finger. Belze grabbed the ignoramus by the hand and squeezed his fingers so hard that the boy was pierced by unbearable pain. Kipling's scream echoed throughout the entire floor. He demanded that Belze let him go, and he cursed like a homeless person in pain. Belze had already gone off the rails. She was not interested in anything except the ring that once belonged to Joshua and Edwin's late mother. The girl increased the pressure on Kipling's wrist and demanded that he answer where he got this ring.